Hello, everybody. We are back again with the Ultimate History of Video Games live reading. In the last episode, we managed to get through Chapter 1. It took 3 hours because I'm a slow person. But we managed to rack up 4 whole pages of errors from the last time. Okay, 3.5, but it's 4. Something like that. So, we are joined once again by the magnificent Jacob.
Hey, folks.
Filling in the role of whoever else wants to come in here during this time. I was given a couple corrections before I should continue on here. Alex listened to the stream. He might be popping in at some point. Alex Smith of They Create Worlds, and he provided a couple other notes that I didn't catch or just got wrong. So let's see. I need to make sure I have that right. So, first off, Michael Katz did have the title of some kind of president of Atari. It was a president of Electronic Entertainment, which was basically just kind of a sales wing, so it's not really sure whether or not president title was warranted, but he did have the title of president, so there you go. And then there was one other where, at the beginning, when he's talking about Spacewar, and he gets the year wrong, he also says the cardinal sin, the one which Alex dies over every single time that he sees it, that Steve Russell was an MIT student. And if you don't know, Steve Russell was never a student at MIT. He never went to MIT. He happened to be around MIT, but he was never, ever a tenured student at MIT. He worked there for a limited period of time, and he was in one of the clubs, but he was not a student. We'll be talking more about the specifics of Spacewar as we go along. And then there was one other thing, is when it was said that the Super Nintendo launched in North America, it did say Nintendo of America launches the Super Nintendo, so pointing out the thing about Europe was just, it was just being overly nitpicky. So by the rules that we established in that last stream, it is not incorrect. So thank you Alex, and we shall continue on our great journey into the unknown. Jacob, will you read for Mr. Slug Russell?
There's some question about how you define a computer game. 2 interactive programs existed before Spacewar, in which you interacted with switches on the computer, and you changed a display on the screen, depending on what you did with the switches. But they weren't particularly designed as games, and they weren't very popular because, as games, they weren't very good.
And then it says, Steve Russell, creator of Spacewar. Steve Russell was the co-creator of Spacewar. And I think this is an interesting comment, because, okay, so he knows about, like, the 2 demonstrations that they would have seen, public demonstrations. One was Bouncing Ball, and then the other was the Mouse program, aka Mouse in the Maze, but that's not actually what it's called. But he has that, but then he also implemented chess onto a computer. He was part of implementing it onto an IBM computer. But I guess he doesn't count that as a game? Like, I don't know, there's just a weird thing about perception.
Even though chess is explicitly a game.
What was that?
Even though chess is explicitly a game.
Right, but like, in terms of something that's supposed to be kind of fun and user-driven, I guess he doesn't see it as a game in the same sense. It's a weird thing, terminology can change over time with a lot of these things, but yeah,
right.
So there were definitely more than 2 games before it, but that's just what he would have known in terms of like interactive demonstrations. I think that's what he's kind of saying games are.
Well known in his mind, basically.
Yeah. He's an old guy. The members of the Tech Model Railroad Club at Massachusetts Institute of Technology had their own language. They called broken equipment munged. Oh, we already got a citation. This is all from Stephen Levy's Hackers. most comprehensive work that exists in this pivotal period of computing history. Though Steve Russell was helpful and offered much information, I found myself dependent on Steve Levy's book and direct any reader who wishes to know more about the beginnings of the computer revolution to Mr. Levy's book. It is pretty good, but there is definitely some things that slip between the gaps, especially with the Spacewar story. They called rolling chairs bunkies. They called garbage cruft. And they called practical jokes and impressive feats hacks. I don't think practical jokes was one of the definitions of hack. I can't remember exactly, so I'm going to put a question mark on that. It was just kind of like something that people did and it served no purpose at all. That was a hack. That's how we mainly describe it in the book. Like most colleges, MIT had several campus organizations. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what happens in college. The Tech Model Railroad Club appealed to students who like to build systems and see how things worked. These were not typical college students. Many of them were short and most were unathletic. Okay, this is a very bad. He just likes railing on people in these books. I don't know what's up with him. Is a typical college student tall and athletic? Is that what he's trying to say?
I think he's saying that MIT just did not get into sports like a lot of other colleges.
It's true enough, but what's that got to do with height? Some wore thick glasses. In the 1950s and early 1960s, years before the invention of the pocket calculator, these were the kids who carried a slide ruler. Anybody else use a slide ruler in their education years? I definitely saw them, but I was like, why would you ever use this?
I was made aware of them by proxy, but we never used them.
These strange college students, strange, of course, with their funny jargon and nerdy ways, did more to start the computer revolution than any Silicon Valley engineering team. That is a question right there. You know, how does the hacker culture at MIT influence the beginnings of the homebrew computer club? Really? You know, how direct is that? I'm not sure that that's really a direct line. So I'm gonna put a question mark.
I would almost consider it like overly flowery language, in the sense of trying to create a vision of very stereotypical Revenge of the Nerds kind of thing, but in college.
True, but at the same time, he is gonna get into Apple and stuff later. Like, he gives them credit, but he's saying like what they did is just totally unimportant next to this, and it's a weird. It's a thesis, so I'm not going to dispute that. But I am going to dispute it, but it is not an inaccuracy, so I won't put it on there.
Right.
They, naturally curious, these MIT students had devoted their lives to intellectual tinkering. Their entire lives. They never did anything else. They believed in a cooperative society. I guess. I don't know, are they trying to say they're communists or something? And imagine themselves living in a utopian world with which people shared information, sometimes without regard to property rights. Oh, this is where he starts straying into the dangerous side here, because, Unix originates at Bell Labs, but it doesn't become a thing until it hits the West Coast. Open source as a concept is pretty much West Coast kind of thing, and you can argue that that's a matter of the cultural difference between the two technological hotspots. Like a lot of people at Atari, say that their kind of vision was driven by the countercultural movement in the 1970s. So I would put a question to that. Once they discovered computers, they became known as hackers. Before that, they were simply nerds. No, they were hackers before that, actually, so I'm going to put that one in there. Yeah, he's kind of skipping over the lines of Stephen Levy's book here. just to kind of rush things along. Some members of the TMRC explored MIT at night looking for machines to examine. One night in 1959, Peter Sampson opened a door in the electronic accounting machinery building and found an IBM 407, a machine capable of creating and reading punch cards. To Sampson, finding an unguarded computer was as exciting as discovering a new law of physics. I'm going to assume the model is correct here, and he's just drawing from Levy, so I'm not going to try to look this up right now. The IBM 407 was not a full-fledged computer. In order to make it work, Sampson and his friends needed to kludge a plug-in board. They didn't mind the challenge. They joined the TMRC because they loved jury-rigging systems. Soon, the IBM 407 became a major focal point in the lives of many TMRC members. The whole thing.
Is that how you spell jury-rigging systems? Is that how you spell jury-rigging?
Say that again?
Is that really how you spell jury-rigging?
Yeah. Originally I thought it was jerry-rigged, but it's not. Jury-rigged.
No, I think you know, it's easily confused with gerrymandering.
Yeah, it's a comparison to a rigged jury, which is fixed in in a very haphazard sort of way. So yeah, it took me a while to learn that little bit of trivia.
That's fair.
Many computers in the 1960s were large enough to fill entire rooms. Their inner workings consisted of rows of expensive vacuum tubes, the standard building block for early electronics. Because vacuum tubes generated great amounts of heat, early computers needed cooling systems to prevent fires. Even some had water pipes running through them for cooling. Oh yeah, liquid cooling in the 1960s. Heck yeah. Not only did vacuum tubes heat up, but they were also delicate. Certain computers, while in operation, required a dedicated technician to replace broken tubes. Since 1960, silicon chips have replaced transistors, which replaced vacuum tubes, resulting in smaller, faster, and more powerful computers. Since 1960 specifically, no, actually the first chip as such was 1958. I'm going to put that as a question mark just because I don't know what the first computer that used integrated circuits was, but he's very certain on it. Since 1960.
You could easily have replaced that very specific phrase with something looser.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the PDP-1 does not use integrated circuits. It just has open transistors. But so yeah, I would like to know what is his standard for this.
Mm-hmm.
Floppy disks and compact disks are used instead of much less efficient forms of data storage, such as punch cards and ticker tapes. A standard 3.5-inch floppy disk can hold as much data as a mountain of punch cards and offers a faster access to the information. I mean, depends on what you call a mountain. But yeah, punch cards, I think the standard was like 288 bytes, something like that. Yeah, not very much. For the gaming world, the biggest transformation is in the way computers display information. Early computers communicated via teletype. A few units had computer readout screens. Computer readout screens. That's a weird way to put monitors. There's a word for that.
Dumb terminals.
Yeah. Some were smart terminals, like the one that ran Moonlander had like specific hardware in it. But yeah, the majority of them are dumb terminals.
Right.
The PDP-1, I think, would qualify as a smart terminal because it's a vector display, and you can interact with it with a light pen and whatnot. Throughout the 1960s, the University of Utah, Stanford, and MIT were the only U.S. universities that had computers with monitors. No! This is so wrong. He's basing this on the fact that this is where Spacewar supposedly shows up, but as we know with Utah, it did not show up there. So, Those 3 colleges were not the only ones with monitors. I could name you so many more. I have so many, like, newspaper reports of games and demonstrations being shown on computer monitors, and even screen caps of them. Like, University of Minnesota was one place where Spacewar, they like redid the whole Spacewar, but like, that's one place that you wouldn't expect, but no, there's not only 3 universities with computer monitors. Oh my god, that is a huge fail. In 1961, MIT's 2 main computers were gigantic, an IBM 709. No, it's 7090 actually, so that's an error. IBM 7090, which the members of the TMRC called the hulking giant, and the TX0, the TXO, but it's actually TX0, so I'm gonna count that as an error. TX0, not TX. Oh. They nicknamed it the Tixo, but it's TX0 because the 0 actually stands for something. One of the earliest computers to use transistors, true. Though it was considerably smaller than the hulking giant, the TX0 still required 15 tons of air conditioning equipment for cooling. Unlike the 7090, which used punch cards, the TX0 encoded data on long strips of paper tape. Most students at MIT gravitated towards the IBM 7090, causing the unregulated forces of the TMRC to develop disdain for it. You know, just because they couldn't get to the front of the line. I mean, a lot of people would probably feel pretty bitter about that. I mean, it doesn't even say here, but the reason they were able to use the TX0 is because the guy who was actually in charge of it, Jack Dennis, allowed them to use it. So he was just like, these guys are enterprising, and this is not a computer we're going to be using all the time, so why not let these guys use it? So that's a missing part of the story. They preferred the more efficient TX0. Efficient, that's a question. Which had been developed for military purposes. No, it was an experimental computer. What? Military purposes? Whirlwind was developed for military purposes, but the TX0 was an experimental computer, just to to take the Whirlwind and make it use transistors. Jeez. I really don't think that's in Levy's Hackers. I don't think Levy has the full story, but I definitely don't remember him saying that the TX0 was a military computer.
You recall it being made by ex-military people? As the next sentence.
Maybe they were in the army once, but no, they were students at MIT. Kenneth Olson and Wes Clark. They developed it just as, they proposed it to the head of Whirlwind. Originally it was called the TX1, and then they had to scale it down, and that's why it's called the TX0. But yeah, it was just an experimental computer that they wanted to try kind of a user-driven interface. It was really the first personal computer, if you want to set it in terms of one person could actually use the computer. It was developed on the principles set forward by Whirlwind, but it was not. They didn't build it to track missiles or anything. That was Whirlwind. Mm-hmm. And Project Sage, which also split off of Whirlwind. It was given smaller, sleeker, and its military designers had given it a monitor. Where does he get that? Because the funny thing is that, the TX0 leads directly to the PDP-1, and I don't think he's going to call the PDP-1 a military computer. Working on the TX0, several TMRC members quickly distinguished themselves as master programmers. Probably just in the sense of nobody else was programming for it. It wasn't being used. In the summer of 1961, Digital Equipment donated its latest computer to MIT, the PDP-1. It might not have technically been the latest, but I don't know that. because it came, like, it announced 1959, and then it comes out 1960, and they might have had, like a PDP-2 or something in the middle of that, whatever. Compared to the hulking giant and even the TX-0, the PDP-1 was modest in size, about the size of a large automobile. It sold for a paltry $120,000. And like the TX-0, it had a readout terminal. The TMRC adopted it immediately. I mean, they adopted it because they knew it was coming. They had known for several months before it actually got there.
Right.
In those days when computers were as rare as nuclear reactors... Okay, because like if I think of how many computers there were, that's fine. Hackers wrote programs for the good of the computer-loving community. TMRC members stored their PDP-1 programs on ticker tapes in a drawer near the computer, where anyone could try them out, or even revise them. Creating a new program was considered an impressive hack. So was making a good revision. This is definitely a part of the Spacewar story that should immediately discount Steve Russell as the sole creator of Spacewar. I don't know why you put this in, if you're just going to call him the creator. Steve Russell, a fairly new modern railroader, who had just transferred from Dartmouth College. No, he didn't transfer. And I think he was in it, he was in the TMRC in the 50s, I think. So yeah. Russell did not transfer from Dartmouth to MIT. Russell was not a recent TMRC member. I'll put that as a question mark because I believe there is a year on the list, but like recent would be like within the year that he actually like started doing stuff for them. Decided to make the ultimate hack, an interactive game. Russell, a short, nervous kid, was fairly new to the club. He spoke quietly, wore glasses, and had curly hair. Though not a senior member of the club, Russell had earned the other club members' respect by helping a professor implement the language called Lisp. A professor named John McCarthy, founder of artificial intelligence. Might be important to mention. Despite his nickname, Slug Russell was intensely smart and energetic. He was an avid reader of B-grade science fiction. He particularly loved Doc Savage, a Flash Gordon-like character. Reflecting on that passion, Russell determined to set his interactive hack in outer space. He told the other club members about his plans and generated more than a little excitement. In recent tellings, it's the other way around, that he was not enthused to do it, and he was trying to get other people interested, and they were not interested. Because he didn't want to do it. But he wound up having to be the only one who could do it.
Right.
There was one problem, however. Russell needed motivating. Over the next few months, fellow club members would ask about the progress and become frustrated. Yeah, this timeline is completely off because he couldn't have even started his work on the project, given the information that we have, because they don't get the monitor until the very end of the year. So if any coding was done, you wouldn't even have been able to see it. But the general timeline is like in January he has kind of just like dots, and then he completes kind of the basic program in February. All the additives are added in March. April they finished up, debut the program. Then May they add hyperspace. So that Alex has a post on his blog about this. But I am going to make sure it's very clear to all you ladies and gentlemen out there, that Russell could not do any work on Spacewar in the beginning. Whether or not the rest of these stories are true, it is hard to say. Oh man, the music being played right now is pretty horrendous. Of course, it's those guys. I know my my royalty-free artists pretty well by this point. All right. They complained that he was wasting time. In the end, Alan Kotak, a more senior member of the TMRC, had to push Russell into finishing his work. When Russell told Kotak that he needed a sine-cosine routine to get started, Kotak went directly to Digital Equipment, the PDP's manufacturer, to get it. Jacob.
Give a second here.
Oh, yeah,
Eventually, Alan Kotak came to me and said, "All right, here are the sine-cosine routines. Now, what's your excuse?" He gotten it out of the Digital Equipment Users Library. Since I had run out of excuses, I sat down and wrote the program to run 2 spaceships on the CRT, which you controlled with switches. The prototype was completed in 1961 and the finished version in 1962.
Okay, so the dates are wrong here, but also, I'm not sure what he means by Users Library. There is actually an extant document in which someone wrote down the sine-cosine routines. It was probably not for this specific occasion, but it doesn't seem like it seems like he had to ask somebody, and then they wrote down the programming solution, and then he just kind of handed it off to Russell. So that's 2 batches of terrible errors in here. Users Library and no Spacewar prototype. It's made in 1961. Spacewar. It took Russell nearly 6 months and 200 hours to complete the first version of the game. I'm not sure how he would calculate that. He's just kind of working on it at his off time. A simple duel between rocket ships. Using toggle switches built into the PDP-1, players controlled the speed and direction of both ships and fired torpedoes at each other. Russell called his game Spacewar. Yeah, and we'll get on this issue of sole credit. Some historians argue that Willie Higginbotham, a scientist at the Brookhaven National Laboratory, actually invented the first game. In 1958, Higginbotham programmed an oscilloscope to play interactive tennis game. While this appears to be the first interactive game, it is an isolated incident. Apparently neither Stephen Russell nor Ralph Baer were aware of the existence of Higginbotham's game. I'm not sure how that changes anything, and also it's not the first game, and also. You know, these are the discourses that we have today. Thanks, Kent. You ruined video games. So, yeah, and I'm finally going to put down Russell is... Well, no, I put it earlier. So, yeah, Russell's not the sole creator of Spacewar. Stop calling it his game. In fact, it was fairly interesting in the fact that, like was described earlier in this chapter, he would put the code into a repository, and other people would add stuff to it. So... yeah, that's just a weird hang-up where people gotta find one person to focus around, and I can't imagine that people do things in teams.
Indeed.
It was a 2-player game. There wasn't enough computing power available to do a decent opponent. I was the first person to not make money on a 2-player game. What? What the heck does that mean? Even in the sense of having the earlier games and all that. What do you say, Russell?
Was there like a requirement back in the day for you to make money off of this kind of thing?
You know, I think he's getting into
like it had to be an arcade game or something.
I don't know what he's what he's getting on about, but making sure this is right. Okay. Not the first video 2-player game to make money. To not make money. I don't know how to talk, okay? The rockets were rather crude. The rockets were rather crude cartoons, but one of them was curvy like a Buck Rogers 1930 spaceship, and the other was like a straight, long, and thin like a Redstone rocket. They were commonly called the Needle and the Wedge. Except for the pacing, Spacewar was essentially like the game Asteroids. The spaceship controls were 4 switches. One lets you rotate counterclockwise, another was for rotating clockwise, the other fired your rocket and thrust, and for thrust, and the last one fired your torpedoes. The basic version used switches on the console, and your elbows got very tired. In typical hacker fashion, TMRC members revised Spacewar. Some of these additions improved the game so much that they became integral elements. By the time Spacewar was finished, Russell's simple game had an accurate map of stars in the background and a sun with an accurate gravitational field in the foreground. I'll give you this quote.
Alright. I started out with a little prototype that just flew the spaceships around. Pete Sampson added a program called Expensive Planetarium that displayed stars as a background. Dan Edwards did some very clever stuff to get enough time so that we could compute the influence of gravity on the spaceships. The final version of that was done in the spring of 1962.
What is spring? When does spring start?
Like March.
Okay, so that it counts, because all this was done in March, because we actually have program dates on all of them. So, fine, it's spring. Fine, Russell, your memory holds up this
The equinox is like mid-March, so whatever.
Yeah. Battles took place around Edwards' sun. I think you don't put another S on there, if you want to pluralize that. So, I'm going to count that.
Okay.
The best players learned how to accelerate into the sun's gravitational field, loop around, and catch opponents off guard. It's really the only way you can play the game. I'm not sure if you ever actually played Spacewar, the browser version.
I think so.
Yeah, the only way you can play is by looping around the sun, otherwise you just fall into the sun. And while you don't die when you fall into the sun, it's just like you can't imagine what your momentum's going to be when you reappear. Hovering too close to the sun, or flying too close to the sun meant death. No, it doesn't! Everybody thinks this. It's not true. Falling into the sun doesn't kill.
I think it would have been like an unspoken oversight.
No, everybody says this. Alex included. Because he didn't play the
game.
game.
Like, in terms of the design.
No, it's specifically programmed. When you go into the sun, you'll reappear at another spot in the level, kind of like you did if you did hyperspace.
All right.
So it doesn't kill you. Everybody thinks it does, but it's not true. In the original version, at least as close to the original version as we have, the sun does not kill you in Spacewar. You take nothing else away from this, viewers. All my precious viewers, which include Jacob and Jacob. Please do not ever say that the sun kills you in Spacewar. Another hacker added a hyperspace button. Well, it was not a button, and that hacker's name was J. Martin Grates, one of the original people who was involved in coming up with the program. Because the hyperspace was actually activated. You had your thrusters on a switch, and I'm pretty sure backwards was for normal thrusters, and then forwards would be hyperspace. Hello, Omega. Thank you. Thanks for the follow. Good to see you. How you doing? I wish I came up with a good drinking game for this. I would feel so much better if I actually could make this fun. But instead, it's nothing but torture. I don't know why Jacob's here, but...
No, because I happen to be in the area. Everyone else just dropped out after the first day. They can take it.
Yeah, we'll get someone in here. I can almost guarantee you. Here for the amusement while I try to solve this game. What game are you solving, Omega? And we're gonna continue and then go back and forth between this conversation. This risk was, when trapped by an opponent, the players get hit the button to disappear. This risked that you never knew was where your rocket would reappear. You could reappear safely across the screen, but you're just as likely to appear too close to the sun to save your rocket. Yeah, and then you wouldn't die. Oh, sorry, is the music loud? Dang. Let me pull that down. Way down. It was really quiet in the recording when I initially did this, so... Yeah, it's weird, because I'm looking at the levels. It shouldn't be that loud, but I apologize. Please do tell me.
There's no worry about it being too quiet either. I mean...
Yeah, but I want there to be
as long
a
as
bed
you have something
in
there.
the background. Otherwise, it just kind of feels like a ghostly apparition of music, kind of drifting over.
Perhaps.
To add a touch of realism, Russell originally made his torpedoes unpredictable. Most flew straight, but some strayed. Judging by players' reactions, he later recanted, replacing realism with dependability. I don't remember where this comes from. If he only said that for this book, I'm gonna have to look at this later, because I've never... he doesn't say it in most accounts about having unreliable torpedoes. Beyond these touches, Russell's primary vision of an outer space torpedo duel remained intact. Along with creating the first computer game, the members of the TMRC invented another first in electronic entertainment. Tired of sore elbows, Alan Kotok and Bob Saunders scrounged parts from the TMRC and assembled remote controllers that could be wired into the computer. Saunders, one it says Sanders, which is not correct. Saunders, not Sanders. And Saunders doesn't remember Alan Kotok being involved with the controllers. He remembers doing it himself. The remotes were easier to use than the PDP-1's native controls, since they had dedicated switches for every Spacewar function, including hyperspace buttons. This was the forerunner to the gamepad. Oh yeah, now it's also not the first, if you can include Tennis for Two. You know, in terms of dedicated game controllers.
Mm-hmm.
Or I should not say Tennis for Two. Computer Tennis. That's the actual name of the game. I reject your revisionism. Tennis for Two. Though Russell's amazing hack created a sensation throughout MIT, he never made a penny from it. Except probably from all the guest appearances on all the places that he went. We thought about trying to make money off it for 2 or 3 days, but concluded that there wasn't a way it could be done. You know, whenever this conversation happened, which it probably did at some point. We'll just say that it happened, because we cannot disprove otherwise, or prove otherwise. Oops. Eventually, Digital Equipment began using Spacewar as a diagnostic program for testing equipment. In effect, PDP buyers got the game free. Not true. PDP... Deck didn't distribute Spacewar. They made a brochure for it, but some people have asked people who were at Deck at the time, and... Yeah, I mean, he doesn't actually give the Tennis for Two a name. He just says Willie Higginbotham made a game. So at the time, I don't think it was even codified what it was called, because he just footnotes it. But yeah, Deck did not distribute Spacewar like that. Steve Russell never graduated from college. He followed a professor to Stanford University and eventually moved into the private sector. In the 1970s, he led another legendary computer whiz. Steve Russell wound up years later in Seattle, working for a time-sharing computer company. They would bring kids after school and have them pound on keyboards to see if they could make the computers crash. There was only one kid who could crash them no matter what they did. The kid was named Bill Gates. There's just this interesting little intersection of worlds that I just thought was a really fascinating thing. I have no idea whether or not this connection is legitimate, because I can't remember where Steve was working at the time. So it would have had to been in Washington. Yeah, so he was in Seattle. Yeah, and I don't know these specific stories. I'm not here to get into Bill Gates and Steve Jobs' mythos. I'm just here to talk about the games. The reason Tom Zito knows this is because Russell worked for him for a brief period of time when they were doing the Nemo project. They brought in David Crane and Steve Russell. Nolan Bushnell was there, of course, and they tried to make a go of it, but didn't happen. Spacewar was the first computer game. No, it wasn't. Steve Russell made no attempt to copyright his work or collect royalties from it. He was a hacker and created his game to show people that it could be done. I mean, like, he wouldn't have been able to copyright it at the time because there was no such thing as computer programming copyright because nobody sold that stuff. Like, it wasn't a concept. People did not sell software. They just had it in catalogs. The people behind the creation of the first video game did not share the Tech Model Railroad Club's utopian vision. First video game. So he's distinguishing here. Well, making an attempt is separate from just thinking about it. But yeah, I mean the general idea of like, I'm so, I just want people to be able to play my game off in the ether, but then also potentially talking about, making money from it. Yeah, they couldn't do it. So yeah, it is pragmatism as much as ideological hoo-ha. And that's another reason why I say that earlier he was saying like the hacker mindset comes from MIT, that they just wanted to share everything. But it seems to come more out of the countercultural West Coast style. The people behind the creation of the first video game did not share the Tech Model Railroad Club's utopian vision. Their capitalistic vision held up better in the courts of law. Oh boy. Alright, we're about to get into Baer, everybody. And we'll have some unpleasant things to say about Mr. Heinrich Rudolf Baer. The father of home video games. The father. Grandfather, more like. Jacob, take it.
I reported to the executive VP. He knew what was going on, and he kept asking me, Baer, are you still screwing around with that stuff? During the first couple of years and later on, I was objecting to his remarks, like, stop wasting our money. When the millions started coming in, everybody remembered how supportive they had been of the project.
Whether or not Sanders really got the millions, because a lot of that was going to Magnavox as the proprietors of the patent. But that is a different question. The first video game was created by engineers at Sanders Associates, a New Hampshire-based defense contractor. Like many contractors, Sanders had its share of sensitive and top-secret activities, but in 1967, some of those noises coming out of one Sanders research lab had many people wondering what was going on. For 3 months, there were guitar sounds coming out of this little room on the 5th floor. It sparked all kinds of rumors. This is military electronics company. Everything is classified. You don't walk in or out of any place without having a key card or keys. And here's this room with guitar sounds coming out. All sorts of rumors started floating around about what we were doing there. Doo-doo-doo. The equipment design division of Sanders was led by a stern and meticulous engineer named Ralph Baer, a man with a background in radio and television design who had been with the company for more than 10 years. Yeah, that's right. I believe he joined 1956. Baer was born in Germany 11 years before Adolf Hitler took power in 1933, and he was largely self-educated. Being Jewish, he was kicked out of school at age 14. 2 years later, his family moved to America, where he eventually took a correspondence course in radio and television, servicing from the National Radio Institute. Is that right? The National... Actually, the radio part is right, and then I think the college he went to tends to be reported wrong. Baer had a knack for realizing positive results from unlucky turns of fate. After joining the army in World War II, he studied algebra while stationed in England. One day, after a long study session in the English mud, Baer was diagnosed with pneumonia. 3 days he entered the hospital. The rest of his platoon was sent to invade Normandy. He jokes that algebra 2 saved his collectives. Though he did, I know he went to Normandy at some point, because there's a picture of him, showing off a gun there. Or a bazooka or something.
In the aftermath, perhaps?
Yeah, probably. He might have been sent as kind of an occupational force. But, we do know that this actually happened because there were radio journals at that time, and they actually reported Ralph Baer, he's sick at the moment in 1944, or 1943, when the landings happened. So I just thought that was something cool that I found. A year after he returned to the war, Baer enrolled in the American Television Institute of Technology in Chicago. So I can't remember exactly what it was. He posted his college degree on his website at one point, so it actually has the name of the institution. So let me, American Television Institute. I'll put that a question mark, because I can't remember exactly what it was. It was his first formal education since being denied schooling in Germany. The reason for that is because he didn't have any records, so he couldn't go to an accredited school, so he had to find a school that would take him. And because this school was unaccredited, because it was about television and radio engineering, a very new field, that's the reason they would take him. After graduating with a bachelor's degree in television education, he took a job with a small defense contracting firm, turning down an offer from CBS because the salary from the defense contractor paid $5 more per week. I think he was at somewhere else before he went to his first defense contractor, but that's semantics in this case. Baer quickly developed a solid reputation. When Sanders hired him in 1955, because I was pretty sure it was 56. It was to manage a design department with a staff of 200. By 1960, the staff had expanded to 500. Baer spent more than 30 years at Sanders. The first 15 years were dedicated to military projects. During this time, he weaned himself from vacuum tubes and began working on transistor technology and early microprocessors. It was a long thing, though, because originally when he was building his TV game unit, he used vacuum tubes. Among Ralph Baer's best attributes as an engineer was his methodical recording of every step of the invention process. I'm not sure many people would necessarily consider that, the best possible thing that you could do, but I mean, from a patent perspective, obviously. From the moment he began fleshing out new designs, Baer recorded the entire process, dated it, and filed it away. Because of his meticulous note-keeping, he knows exactly when he first got the idea to make games that can be played on a television. Take it away.
I'm sitting around the East Side bus terminal during a business trip to New York, thinking about what you can do with a TV set other than tuning into channels you don't want. And I came up with the concept of doing games, building something for 1995. This was 1966, in August. Now, you've got to remember, I'm a division manager. I have a $7 or $8 million direct labor payroll. I can put a couple of guys on the bench who can work on something. Nobody needs to know. Doesn't even ripple my overhead. And that's how I started.
I remember we were looking up what this terminal was, because the weird thing is he says he had the the revelation on the 31st. He's in New York, and then he goes to his job in New Hampshire. So, like, how does a bus terminal take him from New York to New Hampshire? And so we had to look it up, and it was a Greyhound bus. I'm like, okay, now I get it. So, so it was the thing that he wrote up was dated September 1st. And he says he had the thought the day beforehand, which makes sense. He gets back, and then he starts penciling stuff down. The first man Baer allocated to game design was Bill Harrison. Nope. He actually had a guy named Bob Tremblay before that. Harrison. First mission assigned. That's the guy who did the vacuum tube design. Bob Tremblay. Once the concepts were roughed out, Harrison, well versed in transistor circuit engineering, did most of the implementation. Baer describes Harrison as a young, talented engineer who had educated himself on the workings of television sets by assembling a Heathkit television set. In his younger days, Baer was extremely austere, or as he later described himself, uptight. All the negative aspects coming out in Kent. Always. Working with Harrison, he created early games using a crude mechanism for transferring images onto the television screen. Their game designs, however, lacked entertainment value. Their first toy they made was a lever that players could pump furiously to change the color of a box in the television screen from red to blue. Though Baer would later prove to be an excellent electronic toy and game designer, in the beginning his work was more about engineering than game design. When he first presented his invention to the executive board, including the company founder Royden Sanders, most of the executives felt that Baer was wasting the company's time. Some suggested that Baer shelve the project. Others wanted to pull the plug on it entirely. My boss came out to play with our rifle. We had a plastic rifle by then, and then he used to shoot the screen at a target spot from the hip. He was pretty good at it, and that kind of got his attention. We got more friendly, and it kept the project alive. I'm actually not sure if in the first meeting they had the rifle.
It seems more like an anecdote of a bunch of different moments that sort of blurred together, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, we have the dates on all the meetings that he had with these executives. Like, so there was an initial one just to like say, can we continue the project? Then there was one when they kind of had something better together. Then we had one before they were going to go out and try and find someone to build it. There was a stop order, and then they tried again, and so the timeline is very complicated, but I feel like he does tend to stick to these stories pretty rigidly, so I'm putting a question mark on whether or not that was the very first time that they actually,
right?
Whether they had the rifle at the first meeting, because I can't remember. I've looked at so many Odyssey things because I have a we'll see if he goes into this, but I have a very divergent theory on the early stages of the Odyssey. In 1967, Baer added another member to the team, Bill Rush, who brought a needed understanding of fun and games. Bill Rush was an engineer who worked for Herb Campman, the corporate IR&D director. I needed an engineer to work alongside Harrison. I wanted two guys to work the problem, and Rush came mostly because his boss didn't want him. Yeah, Baer really hates Rush. My biggest problem that summer was motivating Rush. He'd come in about at 10 or 11 a.m. and spend an hour talking. He was lazy and frustrated as hell. Rush was an extremely creative and also lazy, hard to motivate guy. Brilliant. He also played really hep guitar. Hep? What does this mean? I assume that means like hip, but it's just the way that he says it as a New Yorker. But it's a good thing we had him, because he helped put us on the map. Yeah, this is part of the thing.
Yeah, it's old-fashioned for hip.
well, yeah, the HEP part, but yeah, this part, we'll talk about it afterwards. But to keep Rush productive, Baer allowed him to continue working on the project that involved playing guitar chords through a box that dropped the sounds an octave, changing the notes to the pitch of a bass guitar. So if you guys like White Stripes, thank Mr. Rush over here. I don't believe that what he was doing actually went anywhere. I'd be honestly surprised if an octave pedal wasn't invented by 1967, because they seem to have everything. But I honestly don't know. But as far as I know, this had nothing.
I would just presume that it wasn't that popular until White Stripes, I guess.
I mean, there were definitely.
Why would you? You got bass guitars. I mean, why would you want to octave down a guitar unless it was, something that you had?
I'm sure, I'm trying to remember where I've heard it before, but definitely there was octave pedals before White Stripes. I am absolutely certain of that.
Yeah, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah. Though the Smithsonian has Rush's notebook, and it actually has all these things with his experiments with the octave pedal. So that was kind of interesting to see. Rush made a game in which one player chases another. With Rush on the board, the games began to take shape. Rush made a game in which one player chases another player around the maze. And now here's the thing about the theory here. And actually, this is starting to make me think that they didn't have the gun yet. So when Baer made his initial proposals, he never really outlined this idea of player characters, these two dots moving around, which is, all the Odyssey is. So he only had this idea of splitting the screen, and one side would be one color, and the other side would be another color. And that's and you could change between the colors. And that's kind of what the pumping game was. But he never really had this idea that these two specks moving around on the screen as their own kind of player characters. That doesn't appear in the early documents until he brings Rush in, initially just as a brainstorming partner, and then he becomes an actual engineer on the project. That they actually start thinking of how can we make games in which each person can move independently and has just kind of one spot. So before Rush, there was no conception of that. So that's why I think it's interesting what Baer said in terms of putting us on the map, because I don't think they were anywhere near what the Odyssey actually became until Rush came on. So I'll elaborate on that more when I get my series out. The first ones were all two-person games. Baer's game machine was not powerful enough to control objects or run any form of artificial intelligence. In May or June of 1976, Rush suggested a new game in which a hardwired logic circuit created a spot flying across the screen. Well, actually, we do know when this was. This game with a ball is in... I can't remember exactly what the date was, but it wasn't May. I know that because the May memo doesn't have those conceptions. But I'll return to this. But I have all the documentation laid out, so I will be able to answer this question. Originally, the object of the game was for players to catch the spot with manually controlled dots. Well, actually, there were a number of concepts. One was even a boxing theme, where your little player controller was a hand to punch the other guy in a boxing match. Over time, the player's dots evolved into paddles, and the game became ping pong. They didn't really evolve into paddles. They're just dots, but it's just that they were conceived as paddles in this sense for this game. The dots didn't evolve. So here or Jacob, you take this one.
So here we had a respectable ping pong game going, and it wasn't long before we called it a hockey game. We removed the center bar, which we put up there to emulate the net, and now it's a hockey game. We put a blue overlay for blue ice on top of the screen, so it looked more like hockey. We later added a chroma signal to electronically generate the blue background. We always had three controls: vertical control for moving the paddles up and down, a horizontal control for moving paddles from left to right so that you could move close to the net if you wanted to, and what we called an English control, which allowed us to put English on the ball while in flight.
Ah, yes, the rigid English control. And also the color generating stuff. They didn't give up on that until mid-71. That's the last time that they were, like, trying desperately to, like, add color to the Odyssey. Like, they were in the product stage. They were testing it already. And Bill Harrison kept drawing up these chroma things. But it was just too expensive, so they never put it in. Sanders Associates had a rough time in late 1960s, downsizing from 11,000 to 4,000 employees. As a military contractor, Sanders couldn't suddenly go into the toy business, so Baer had to find a customer for his invention. He nearly licensed it to a cable company. That cable company was Teleprompter. I don't know why it doesn't say that. But the depressed state of the cable industry prevented the deal from ever taking shape. And also they were ordered to stop the like they were in negotiations, and then they were just told to stop. As a last resort, Baer urged his bosses to notify television manufacturers about the project. He had come up with the right audience. General Electric, the first TV manufacturer to evaluate Baer's toy, showed some interest. Then came Zenith and Sylvania. Actually, I know the order of these things too, so actually, both GE and Sylvania returned for second evaluations. I don't think Sylvania did, because I have the dates of all these meetings, so... And yeah, I don't believe GE was the first one to examine it. GE to examine response? Question mark. No, Sylvania didn't have a second showing. RCA almost bought into the project, true. Contracts were written, but never signed. Baer doesn't know why, because he's not involved at that level. In 1961, Magnavox hired a member of the RCA team that had nearly purchased the project. Actually, two errors here. First, I'm trying to remember his name. Jerry Martin. Jerry Martin was hired in 1970. Martin was not part of the official team at General Electric that was shown the device. Because it's described in the court records as he kind of informally viewed it. He was not invited to come look at the demonstration, but he managed to see it, and that's why he told Magnavox that they should reevaluate it. He then told other Magnavox executives about the television game he had seen at Sanders. Magnavox arranged a demonstration of the television game and immediately saw merit in the idea. After months of the team working out the details, negotiations completed and the contract was signed by the end of the year. Contract was signed in January 1971, but of course he got the dates wrong, so. And then they exercised, or actually it was signed in March 1971, and then they executed it in January 1972. And production started in the fall. No, it couldn't have started in the fall. So, yeah. Let's see. Didn't start in fall 1971. Yeah, I'm not sure that they entered production until they had already started showing it, because they weren't certain up until the last second that they were going to do this. Production started in the fall, and early units shown at Magnavox dealerships in 1972. Magnavox called the finished product Odyssey. Ooh, Odyssey. Magnavox did a really lousy engineering job there. Love you. Rest in peace. They over-engineered the machine. They upped the price phenomenally so that damn thing sold for $100. Here's the thing. I wanted to sell it for $19.95 coming out of $100. Then in their advertisement, they showed it hooked up to Magnavox TV sets and gave everyone the impression that this thing only worked on Magnavox TV sets. Okay, couple problems here. So the Baer's cost, the last cost sheet that he wrote up was about $15. So you couldn't have sold this for $19.95 anyway, Baer. So, calling you out on that one. Secondly, the final costs for the Odyssey were $32 in terms of the console, and the board games and stuff only cost $5 extra. So, yeah, so $32 in final costs just on the box. So, you know, obviously things were gonna up. You know, you need an engineer, you need a case molded and all this stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure how you could over-engineer something like that. I think it was actually probably harder to get the components because Baer finished it in 1968. So I think it was actually hard to get the components to make the Odyssey in 1972. So I'm gonna put that one on Baer too. And then the advertising thing about misleading, that may have been the case. Just in terms of it accidentally misleading customers, but it was not their intention to do such. That becomes rather clear from their subsequent actions in the advertisement. So I am calling out Mr. Rudolf Heinrich Baer.
And that's like the main part of a story that gets, shouted everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah, in other tellings he says deliberately Magnavox made it look like you could only play it on the Magnavox television. Like all the advertisement does show it played on a Magnavox television, but that was not their intention. They wanted you to purchase a Magnavox television. That's the real reason that they took the machine. But there was never a policy that they went around and said, you have to make sure that customers think this. Before the end of 72, they already had advertisements that said works with any 18 or 25-inch television. So there was probably an impression created, but that was not deliberate. Baer. Yeah, he was already an outsider. Like, he kept getting consulted on stuff that they could do, but it's a very interesting story. Once Magnavox decides to do the product, and what their initial plan is versus what they end up doing, it's rather interesting. And again, this is something I'll cover in my series. Like, all the information is there in Ralph Baer's book, but nobody has actually looked at it. Nobody actually put their eyes to it and be like, oh, this is, a story in itself right here. Also supplemented with the court records, because there's some kind of needed context with that. While waiting for the Magnavox negotiations to finalize, Baer slipped into a deep depression. I don't think he even talks about this, but the military contracting industry was undergoing difficult times, burdened by all Sanders Associates' troubled financial states and doubts about the value of his invention. Baer wondered if perhaps his bosses at Sanders were correct and he had wasted the company's time and resources. After helping Magnavox set up an Odyssey engineering group, Baer returned to New Hampshire. He went back to working on military projects. This was after the layoffs, and few of Baer's friends remained with Sanders. During this period, he checked into a local hospital for an operation he had been putting off. Jacob.
So I decided I was going to have my back operated on. I just wanted to get away from things. I went to the hospital. While I'm in the hospital, the first 100,000 comes in from the Magnavox license, and it was like somebody sticking the key in my motor and turning on the engine. My depression disappeared overnight.
Yeah, to clarify, The 10,000 was not for him. It was for Sanders.
100,000.
Yeah, the 100,000 was for Sanders, and it came before they were actually building Odyssey, because this happened in 1971. So like he was setting up the engineering group, and they were going to go into their test market, but because they had signed this, this deal to license the technology, the money comes in from that. So it had nothing to do with the actual release of the Odyssey. I think that's how it's getting portrayed here, but so not necessarily an error on Stephen Kent's part, but I will call this out as something that is not exactly well placed, at the very least. Ralph Baer and Steve Russell never met socially. Okay. They would, however, read on opposite sides of some very important litigation. They didn't meet. Yeah, Steve Russell had his deposition in Massachusetts, at least in the original things. So yeah, I'm gonna call it. Never actually met. Russell, who never filed for a copyright or patent, would become the symbol for those trying to break into the business. Baer, whose employers jealously guarded all of his patents, would become the spokesman for people trying to protect their intellectual property rights. The spokesman? What? This is a very strange... this is a scholarly level, depiction of these two men here. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to say about this. Russell and Baer are forgotten fathers of the industry. Because Steve Russell's game only ran on extremely expensive computers, it had no practical application. Outrageously priced and poorly advertised, Baer's game machine might also have gone unnoticed. Oh, no, it was not poorly advertised. In the 1970s, having a commercial was a big deal. So, and every newspaper has Odyssey ads running through 72, and a lot through 73 as well, as they were trying to get rid of the excess stock that they had. Maybe you could argue that the quality of the advertisements was not good, but yeah, the wording, not poorly advertised. But in 1972, the year Magnavox finally released Odyssey, another rather similar machine was about to change the way America played games. Dum dum dum. It's Atari. That's the secret. It's Atari. Up there it is. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Going to grab some water and maybe finish chapter 3. All right. Oh, I got a screen for that. Be right back.
While everyone's here, you may want to consider looking at some of the other projects that have been coming out of the Gaming Alexandria system, including mine, which is called Pop History. It's a series covering a bunch of different history topics in pop culture, well, beyond games. Go to pophistory.club. I have some articles on there already, including one fully laying out the story of Universal Interactive, and I have one coming up for a game that was mostly canceled from Disney Interactive.
Okay, we're back on track.
All right.
Alex said he'll be joining within like 30 to 40 minutes.
Well,
So I'm gonna have
considering
to
how
keep
long this
going.
has been lasting. Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep going till I get tired of this. No, I am actually hoping to try and finish this book. I mean, not today, but you know, in total, finish the entirety.
We're chipping away at it.
Yes.
It's like a marble. It's like
It's-
making a statue out of a giant block of marble.
Exactly.
You know.
So we're at chapter 3 of 30. All right, Mr. J. Rod, put on your best Tom Zito.
All right, let me get back here. Nolan at one point decided, as only Nolan can, that he wanted to run for the House of Representatives. And the way that Nolan's mind works, he decided that if he wanted to be a congressman, he'd better buy a house in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, that he never lived in. That's the funny part, but he never actually says that. Of course, he also bought the Folgers mansion, which he sold, I think, in the 2000s. I don't. Yeah, he definitely doesn't live there anymore. The son of a small-town cement contractor, he became a citizen of the world. Oh, God. Oh, we're already getting to this kind of language. All right. Yeah, that's about right. A critic once called him the smartest man who ever walked the earth. Oh, Jesus. All right. But a close friend describes him as having the attention span of a golden retriever. By the way, that friend is Al Alcorn. He is Nolan Bushnell, an electrical engineer and inventor whose only true invention is a $16 billion industry. I'm not even sure it was 16 billion by 2001. Yeah, I'm putting that one up. You know, even if you combined everything. 16 2001. Nolan was born a Mormon in Clearfield, Utah. Was it I can't remember if it was actually Clearfield or not, because there's actually some confusion on where Nolan was born. Like, wasn't it in Ogden?
Like if the hospital was in another city.
Well, it was like sometimes I think it. Sometimes they get the date wrong, and sometimes they get the place wrong. Because I think this is right. I think he was born in Clearfield, but he lived in Ogden, which was right next door, basically.
Right.
Though he left both Mormonism and Utah behind in early life, I'd really like to know, like, did he ever believe in any of that? Or he was just born into it? He still speaks warmly of both. But Bushnell has 8 children. The rest of the country would call this a large family, but in the intense Mormon town of Clearfield, Utah, the Bushnells would fit right in. Not that he has any intention of going back to Utah, but... Bushnell's father died in the summer of 1958, leaving behind several unfinished construction jobs. Whether driven by youthful bravado or a sense of responsibility, 15-year-old Nolan, who already stood over 6 feet tall, fulfilled the contracts himself. When you do something like that as a 15-year-old, you begin to believe you can do anything, says Bushnell. Throughout his life, Bushnell demonstrated his love of ideas. In high school, he was a champion debater and studied philosophy as a hobby. I'm sure everyone studies philosophy as a hobby. Because they just want to know...
You just choose a person and a book and off you go.
Exactly. There's not much to it. Oh, there was no music. Oh, okay, weird. The music is not playing properly. Let me go and fix that. Okay. He also demonstrated a deep-seated need for fun. As a teenager, he strung electrical lights along a kite and to fool his neighbors into thinking it was a UFO. He stopped college roommates from using his toiletries by putting a deodorant label on a can of green spray paint. According to Bushnell, one rather unaware student painted both underarms before he realizing he'd been duped. He was, in his high school yearbook, he was noted as the Playboy. So I very much believe this.
I get it.
It was meant as the
It's more of a hindsight, more of a hindsight thing.
Right. He was in a lot of clubs, like he was in chess and basketball and all this stuff. So he was definitely a guy who was very energetic and involved at a young age.
Mm-hmm.
And one story that's in Alex's book from one of his fraternity brothers is that he set up the fraternity area as a pinball machine where you kick a ball into an area and then somebody pops up and gives a word of wisdom. But they were all drunk, so nobody had anything nice to say. In 1962, Bushnell enrolled in the University of Utah. As a freshman, he wrote a term paper stating his philosophy for an interesting career. It expressed a constant need for change and a wanderlust that would punctuate his life. I don't know, would you have to write a term paper as an engineer in 1962? Just kind of stating that stuff? I don't know. That's Bushnell myth-making. Now put on your best Bushnell.
It's been forever since I've heard him.
He just has a deep voice.
I said that a bright person should be able to fundamentally master any discipline in 3 years, mastery meaning to hit the 90 percentile level. To become a truly immersed master, if you would, you could spend the rest of your life on the last 10%. But I felt that I wanted to be constantly on that 90% curve, which required me to keep changing venues. The way to have an interesting life is to stay on the steep part of the learning curve.
This is one of those things, like, he says that this was like a paper that he wrote. That this was something that he,
You wonder if he just, like, wrote it on a whim and then just called it a term paper.
I'm not... So he's trying to, like, build kind of a sophisticated philosophy for his early life. But, I mean, just some people are just interested and have a gift for catching on with things. So, it's like... I don't think you need, like, this philosophical idea. It's just that he had the opportunities in his life to get involved in engineering and to get involved with business. So I just think those two collided, and it turned out good for him. He still makes money. Bushnell describes himself as having received 2 educations. After losing tuition money in a poker game, he took a job running arcade games at Lagoon, an amusement park located north of Salt Lake City. He's told this story many times. I think he still tells it today, but the court records don't say anything about him not having money. It's just that it was an interesting opportunity that was by his college, because he transferred from the University of Utah to Utah State. I can't remember what the other college was called, but he transferred there, and then because he had to get serious because he got married, he moved back to the University of Utah to actually finish his engineering degree. But yeah, the poker game thing is complete crap.
Okay.
But I'm not putting that on Kent. That's just Bushnell spinning his yarn.
Well, this chapter seems to be very immersive.
This entire chapter is Bushnell spinning his yarn. Bushnell worked full-time during the summer. During the slower spring and fall seasons, he worked weekends. He began on the Midway, talking people into trying to knock down milk bottles with a baseball bat at $0.25 a shot. They knocked it with a baseball bat. Yeah, they must have went through a lot of bottles.
Just baseball. Just a baseball.
A baseball at $0.25 a shot. Okay, yeah. I have played this game many times, yes. According to Bushnell, stacking bottles was the least important part of the job. The real trick was attracting players. The job taught him lessons he used the rest of his life. Remember, I started on the Midway, selling balls to knock milk bottles over. So I'd say, come on over. You gotta take one of my baseballs and give me $0.25. I was doing my job. I always said that I was doing the same thing with Pong, only I was putting myself in the box. What does that mean? The things I had learned about getting you to spend a quarter on me in one of my Midway games, I put those sales pitches in my automated box. I'm sure that he didn't charge a quarter back in those days. Probably like a nickel.
You can imagine a man putting himself inside a box with a screen, but it's really just like a window with his face in there. It's just like, come on, let me tell you your secrets.
I'm Nolan Bushnell.
Actually, you can even hear him because there's no like air holes, so you just hear like.
Yeah, put a Pong thing on your head and just walk around trying to give wisdom.
Point to the coin slot.
That's a good image. Eventually, he moved from the Midway to an in-park pinball and electromechanical game arcade. There, he watched customers play games like Chicago Coin Speedway. Yeah, I can't remember if he actually ever says any other games that he watched people play. I remember I put that when Alex was collecting questions for the Smithsonian interview. I made sure to like put some things about his Utah arcade experience. Like, what was the first game you ever saw that charged a quarter? And things like that. Because I think that's kind of interesting in the background part of it. He helped maintain the machinery and learned how it worked. Most important, he further honed his understanding of how the game business operates. Though he majored in engineering, Bushnell divided his academic career among many interests, with special emphasis on philosophy. He eventually discovered the computer lab. By this time, the University of Utah had emerged as one of the top schools for computer science, led by Professor Dave Evans, who worked with ex-Harvard Professor Ivan Sutherland to build a head-mounted virtual reality display in 1968. The computer science department had some of the best equipment in the country. All right, we got some problems here. So, at the time, Bushnell was at the university at UOU. I'm sure this is not actually how you abbreviate it, but UOU was at UOU. It was not a computer science hotspot. They did have a computer.
Wait, hold up. Is this right? On the stream?
What's that?
Is it displaying everything?
Oh, jeez.
I was busy looking at the screen share on our end.
What's going on? Okay, we're back. Apologize for the last however long that was. I have no idea why
you want to start over
like that.
Do you want to start over?
No, it's fine. I was reading the whole time. The audio was still coming through.
We'll pretend that didn't happen.
Yeah. So sorry for the VOD watchers. I apologize for that. But yeah, I have no idea why that happened, because I definitely switched back to the proper scene. Anyways, we are continuing on. So in the first place, the University of Utah was not a science hotspot, and of course Bushnell's going to get into how he played Spacewar there, and he didn't. I can't remember the head-mounted virtual display. I can't remember when it was actually built. It's called the Sword of Damocles. Built in ? So it might have been 1968. I remember there was a paper that preceded it, and then they eventually built it. But I can't remember exactly when that was. And it's a weird thing to bring up when you're about to say that Bushnell predated all of that. Because, yeah, he predated all of the interesting stuff that happened at the University of Utah. He was not involved with it. Even though he likes to say that he was, like, best friends with Dave Evans. In the late 1960s, if you wanted to connect a computer up to a telephone or to a video screen, you did it. You only did it 4 places in the world, or in the known universe: University of Utah, MIT, a college in Minnesota, or Stanford. Okay, so Nolan adds this college in Minnesota, but for some reason it was redacted when Kent said it. So. It's still wrong, though. And it was just serendipity that I went to school there. Yes, of course, Nolan. But yeah, they did have a display at the very end of the time that he was at the University of Utah, but he probably never used it for anything because it was being used for the computer graphics work by Dave Evans. As an undergraduate, Bushnell only had limited access to the computer lab. He was determined to explore, however, and eventually befriended some of his teaching assistants. In the end, Bushnell would become a regular, spending many nights in the lab. He learned to program in Fortran and Gotran, two of the earliest computer languages. I have never heard of Gotran. Gotran? Even Google's confused. Okay, so it's for the IBM 1620. Okay, so yeah, but they didn't have a 1620. They had a later model. Let me see if it actually says if Gotran. Okay, so it's just a simplified version of Fortran. Simplified in gigantic air quotes.
Right.
Because there's no such thing as a simplified version of Fortran.
Well, if you have a dialect, you can always try.
Bushnell also learned about computer games. His favorite was Spacewar, Steve Russell's pioneering two-man combat game. Nope, nope, nope. Bushnell played it incessantly. Nope, nope, nope. He also created games of his own. Nope, nope, nope. We're into the Nolan Bushnell myth-making. So at least one thing I can say is Nolan Bushnell never made computer games. You know, unless you count Computer Space as a computer game, but you know, we're counting these as different things. But he I think it will be in the next quote. Yeah, he talked about these games that when he talked about in his deposition, he didn't make them. He just saw them. Naturally charismatic, Bushnell talked senior students into helping him. He made computerized tic-tac-toe and 3D tic-tac-toe, but his best creation was a game called Fox and Geese. Fox and Geese was a rather primitive game in which there were, it was either 4 or 6 X's, which represented the geese, and 1 O, which was the fox, and if the geese completely surrounded the fox, they could kill it. But if the fox got any of the geese off by himself, he could kill the geese. So the idea was to have 3 geese touch the fox at the same time, and they were actually run by the computer. They had a very simple algorithm. They looked to see whether the fox was to the left or to the right. They'd click one space towards that side in both X and Y. So they'd both be converging on him. You were driving the fox around, trying to go after the goose and isolate it. So yeah, this was a game that was at Utah, but he did not make it. I mean, it's just an adaptation of an old board game anyways, so there's that part of it. Though the students at University of Utah teamed up to write 7 computer games. Yeah, exactly 7. He's remembering the total amount. Spacewar remained Bushnell's favorite. He continued his late-night Spacewar sessions all the way through the school. By the time he graduated in 1968, he had committed the game and its many nuances to memory. Yeah, might as well put it here. Spacewar was never at Utah. I'm putting it down as the mostly definitive fact based on all the evidence that we have collected over the years. He is using this opportunity to try and usurp Ralph Baer, even though in the patent terms it didn't matter anyway. In 1969, a Northern California engineering firm, Ampex Corporation, hired Bushnell. Nope, it was... I forget if I said this already. Let me double check. Bushnell.
Let's hit search.
1968. Well, it's just a quick check. There's only 5 pages on this. Yeah, so we're on 5 pages of errors, and we're just a little bit into chapter 3. Hired Bushnell as a research design engineer for an annual salary of $10,000. He describes his first project as a high-speed digital type recording system, which is called Video File. It's kind of important to the story of Atari. He worked on the system for 18 months before his wanderlust struck. For his life to be interesting a game, he needed to slip back into the steep part of the learning curve. Yeah, not really. I'm sure that he got a little bored with what he was doing, but initially he offered the computer space to Ampex. He went to Ampex, so he would have kept working with them if they did it. They probably weren't going to do it. I'm sure that he knew that. But yeah, it was not his deep entrepreneurial need that he would never consider working with a big corporation on his brilliant new ideas. So, restless though he may be, was willing to work in Olympics if they did his game. Bushnell saw himself as a stifled entrepreneur. Not that that was really a thing back then. As Ted Dabney used to put it, is like it was a big deal to go off. You have an established job and just go and start a company. That wasn't a thing in the 60s. Only once you get to the 70s does it become like a thing. He had both ideas. He had ideas, talent, and ambition. Looking back on both of his educations, he decided to combine engineering and arcade games. In his typically strong entrepreneurial fashion, he turned his daughter's bedroom into a workshop. For the next few months, 2-year-old Britta Bushnell slept in the living room while her father made a coin-operated version of Steve Russell's computer game Spacewar. Not Bushnell's daughter's bedroom. The just stealing everything from Ted Dabney. Rest in peace, Ted. Bushnell originally tried to build his game using new and expensive Texas Instruments mini computer. Nope, not a Texas Instruments one. It was a Data General Nova mini computer. But found that it was too costly and lacked the processing power to run a compelling game. It didn't lack the processing power to run the game. He was trying to run many versions of the game at once. It was to run the game, not timeshare it. Because he was trying to split up the cost of the computer across all the the various he would have terminals, so he would take the $10,000 cost of the computer, put in 4 or 6 terminals, and then an arcade owner might be able to justify that. The spaceships were shapeless and the game moved too slowly. That he never got to the point of actually putting it on the mini computer. Undaunted, Bushnell found a way to improvise. Instead of building a general-purpose computer, he designed a specialized device capable of only one thing, playing his game. I mean, a device, it was 3 circuit boards that he had to kind of cobble together. I mean, it was, this is new stuff, so you had to figure out where he was going as he was going along. The specific thing that they built that allowed them to not use the computer was a thing called an exerciser, which allowed them to replicate a lot of the display functionality of the computer that they didn't have as a piece of hardware. As an Ampex engineer, Bushnell was able to get most of the parts he needed for free. Take it away.
Ampex had a policy that for hobbies, they'd give you the parts. Everybody called them G jobs. As long as it wasn't excessive, they were just 15 or 20-cent items. And the ones Ampex didn't have, I got from Marshall Electronics. Every engineer ends up having friends who are salespeople. Salespeople all have samples. So you just work your friend network and say, "Can you give me some of these? I'm working a new thing and I'll give you the order if it works."
The order? I'm not sure. What, were they gonna buy a computer space cabinet? It worked, though it lacked the crisp graphics Russell had created on the $12,000 PDP-1. Nolan Bushnell's computer space retained all the basic play value. Nope. This is one of the ones that Alex gets really salty over. Computer space did not have all the features of Spacewar. Let's skip this. And okay. It had the star and gravity field, nope. The hyperspace jump, nope. And the same outer space physics. No, it's not even anywhere near the same physics, other than the fact that you keep moving in a direction, despite the fact, you need to slow down by thrusting the other direction. Even Steve Russell would have appreciated Bushnell's brilliant hack. Maybe. I mean, they've met, so maybe.
That's what we call projection.
You could have asked him. You interviewed him. What did you think? Once he created the circuit board, Bushnell found other ways to save money. He went to Goodwill and bought an old black and white television for a monitor. Yeah, because you couldn't really buy monitors back then unless you had like $800 a pop on them. So like that was just gonna happen. They just had to modify the television to make it a monitor of some sort. The coin drop empty quarters into an empty paint thinner can, not as it shipped. That's definitely not what the box in computer space is. But maybe the prototype had that. I don't know. Since the coin-operated video game industry did not exist, and most of the electromechanical amusement industry was faraway Chicago, Bushnell had to invent solutions constantly. Having created a working prototype of his game, Bushnell now looked for a partner to help manufacture it. Well, he didn't finish it yet, so he had kind of he had like spaceships going around and stuff, but like he finished the game at Nutting. But I guess that's not technically an error. He found that partner in Bill Nutting, founder of Nutting Associates. Nutting, who had already begun dabbling in the coin-op business, hired Bushnell and licensed his game. I'm not sure about dabbling, like, he wasn't super good at it, but I wouldn't call it dabbling. He'd been in it for, let's see, since in the general industry, he had been in since 1963, so 8 years. His company had existed for 5 years. And I'm taking issue with that. Nutting did not dabble in coin-op. We got computer space going and got a deal with Nutting. Nutting said they built it for us, but they had no expertise. They wanted me to join the company as chief engineer. Well, it's not because they didn't have expertise, it's because the other chief engineer left before then. And I agreed because Nutting had a couple of projects that they needed me to do. So I worked on their projects during the day and finished up computer space at night and on weekends. That's actually how I maintained rights to things. And they actually later tried to litigate and said they had shopyright and video game patents. Yeah, it's a complicated situation. But they did later sue to try and say that Bushnell was in some kind of violation of his agreement. That court case may not exist anymore. We just kind of have like one deposition from Nolan. Maybe it does. We'll see eventually. But basically, what he claimed in these depositions is that the technology which he had discovered during the creation of computer space is not actually the so he discovered something different that he did not put into the game in terms of how to display things on the screen. So that's what he patented. So even though the computer space was the first example of his work, the work described in the patent doesn't have anything to do with computer space, which is a very complicated legal question, which I don't know the full extent of, because all we have is this one deposition to go off of. All right. Nutting Associates was owned by Bill Nutting, who had a successful machine called Computer Quiz. It was one of the first, if not the first, solid-state amusement machines ever developed. It came out probably in 1970. Computer Quiz was a trivia game, simple as that. Actually, Computer Quiz comes out in 1966 or 1967. It depends on when he actually started calling his games Computer Space. 1967 was the official release, but he trademarked it before that, and he may have been using it for his other machine, which was the Knowledge Computer. Then the other part was, well, I guess it says one of the first, but it's not the first solid-state arcade machine. There were a couple others before it. Mainly, there were several different solid-state golf games, strangely enough. But that's But what's interesting is that Bill Nutting had a brother, Dave. They started out in the business together, but had an argument that ended with them splitting up. Bill Nutting had Nutting Associates, and Dave Nutting had Nutting Industries. Bill Nutting made Computer Space, and Dave Nutting made IQ Computer Quiz. It's just called IQ. Just IQ Computer. I'm surprised Eddie actually knows that, though. I guess he became friends with Dave Nutting later, but yeah, I think later on we get Dave Nutting, so we'll talk about his complicated story then. But what he said was pretty much correct. So good on you, Eddie. Thanks for that. Always aware of the importance of presentation, Bushnell put special emphasis on creating an elaborate futuristic cabinet to hold his game. In his mind, the cabinet would be the huckster, convincing people that they wanted to play the game. The same job he'd performed on the Midway at the amusement park. Yeah, and then, there's... Oh, hey, what's up, Noah? How you doing? I will definitely never read the Doom novels, because I don't hate myself. Maybe Masters of Doom, but then you already have Will Wheaton, so why do you need me? But yeah, that's an interesting idea, but it was proven completely invalid by Pong being the most boring-looking game in existence, but still somehow making money. He ended up sculpting a cabinet with rounded corners out of modeling clay. Engineers at Mudding molded the final version out of fiberglass. Actually, they had to go to a pool manufacturer for that. I would hope there are no Pong novels. No.
Yeah, no, that would just be a waste.
I mean, there were kind of like these radio plays of like asteroids and stuff in the 80s. So they definitely went to a stretch sometimes. I'm also ordering food while I'm in the middle of this, so at some point I'll cut out for a bit, but I'm feeling better than I was last time. I was really exhausted last time, but I'm feeling good. Because of its complex gameplay, Computer Space had pages of instructions explaining how to maneuver ships, steer gravity steer clear of gravity and jump into hyperspace. All of this is wrong. There were no pages of instructions. I believe that it does actually have instructions on the cabinet, but it's not pages. Like, the only thing that has pages of instructions is how to fix the damn thing, because it was fairly complicated. Yeah, there's some radio play of Asteroids. It's online somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. It's like it's like 10-20 minutes or something. Radio book, something like that. Asteroids, Atari. Yeah, the story of Atari Asteroids is what it's called. And it's just like, you know, this is how it feels to be in the game. And they have a couple other ones. I think Centipede is definitely one of them. Hey, Hellgate London is actually a pretty good game. So I wouldn't put that down too much. They did keep it running for quite a while, so. Nutting used the Dutch Goose, a bar off of the Stanford University campus, as a test site. No one in the bar had ever seen such a thing. Although computer space attracted some curious stares, it did not attract many players. This is different from, I can't remember if Hellgate London is actually still up. We played it a couple years ago. But, yeah, in the normal tellings, they say the Dutch Goose is actually where they got a really good response, because the Stanford students there actually knew what Spacewar was. And then when they put in a pizza parlor, everybody was like, what the heck is this? So this is a complete reversal. You know, we can't really prove one way or the other, but I'm going to call this an error because I hate Kent. I don't hate you, Mr. Kent. I appreciate what you tried to do. You just could have done it a bit more vigorously. It was the good location. Whether he had succumbed to Bushnell's salesmanship or simply believed in the project, Bill Nutting went on to make 1,500 computer-spaced machines. Bushnell personally demonstrated the game to coin-op distributors at the 1971 Music Operators Association convention in Chicago. It's the Music Operators of America. America. Hell yeah. Music Operators Association was later renamed to the Amusement and Music Operators of America to reflect the importance of video games to the industry. And games in general. Actually, video games weren't... Like, they changed the name in 1976. Video games still weren't very big yet. Jacob, take it away.
It was called Computer Space, and I saw it in 1971 at the MOA show in Chicago. As a reporter for Cashbox, a vending machine trade publication, I was strolling up and down the aisles where the machines were exhibited with my camera and notepad. I ran into a great big, long, skinny hiker individual who appeared summarily to be known as Nolan Bushnell, who worked for a company called Nutting Associates. Nolan was hired on at Nutting Associates to fool around developing a game that had a television monitor in it. In those days, the general public didn't call them monitors, they called them TV tubes. Nolan came up with a game called Computer Space. It was a wonderful try that went absolutely nowhere. It had a bizarre sculpted fiberglass cabinet, hourglass shape, lots of curves. I never played the game. All I can remember is that Nolan Bushnell was about the most excited person I've ever seen over the age of 6 when it came to describing a new game, describing it so much that I was backing up, trying to get away while he was talking.
Yeah, and in another telling, Adlam says that he was walking away and Bushnell was still, and he came back later and Bushnell was still talking.
I made it. I'm here.
Oh, it is Mr. Alex Smith of the They Create Worlds podcast and book and other things.
Media empire.
Yes. It
Or
is a
something
trademark
like
for the ages.
that.
One thing to correct here, Cashbox was not a vending machine publication. In part, you could say it was a vending machine publication. A very, very insignificantly small part, but...
Yeah, even less than Billboard.
Exactly. They were way more devoted to coin-op generally.
Well, in jukeboxes specifically, by this period of time,
Right.
not earlier in their history.
And I think, and obviously Cashbox did put a large emphasis on that. Like through the 70s, they would always showcase the jukeboxes to try and tie into their music artist part of their annual issues and everything. So there is definitely a lot to that. But yeah. So how has your day been, Mr. Smith?
It's been fun. I recorded a lot of podcasts early in the day because we need a bit of a buffer because I'm on the road soon.
Oh yes. Tell us about where you're headed.
I am headed to lovely Atlanta, Georgia.
Is it lovely? I've never been there.
I mean, nature tries to kill you there every single day. It's a struggle, but as long as you don't let it win, it's all right.
Right on. So how many ahead did you record?
Well, we recorded 2 today, and we're recording another one later this week, and so that'll give us a month and a half worth of buffer while I move.
Mm-hmm. So next one is another revisions and updates, and then what's after that?
Yeah, so all of the next 3 are going to be not our usual kind of content because it was all stuff that we could prepare really, really quickly. So the next one after that will be another book reading. We chose your favorite chapter on Activision.
Yes.
And then the next one after that is going to be way, way back near the beginning of the podcast. We did an episode on other good things happening in video game history that aren't us.
Yeah.
And we are going to do that again. So obviously, you will be a part of that, and also
Aww.
Kate's great work and Kevin's great work, Gaming Alexandria, all sorts of stuff.
I remember that episode.
Yep, I think you were mentioned. Yeah, you were mentioning that one too, and you've done so much more since then. So
I try. It is hard to get things out consistently.
Yep.
Even when you got no job.
So those will be the next 3, and I have no idea what we're doing after that, but it'll be back to more typical episodes after that again.
Beautiful.
All right, so
Nice.
we're all nutting it up. We're nutting it up.
Yep. Yeah, we are getting through Nolan Bushnell's most favorite partner in the whole wide world, Mr. Bill Nutting, who did everything that he could to make Nolan Bushnell a success, and they still are friends today.
William Gilbert Nutting of
Yes.
the River Forest Nuttings.
The music operators at the convention saw little potential in computer space, and very few of them bought machines at the show. 0, according to one person. Well, according to 2 people.
Yes. Well,
One.
according to one person all the time, and another person only some of the time. That's Nolan for you.
Ah, yes. Nolan. You make our lives more entertaining. Yes, the one person all of the time is Mr. Rodney Guyman, who I interviewed in 2016 when I asked him did you take any orders at the show, and he said he believed that they did not. When Nolan Bushnell did his deposition in 1976, he was asked that question. He said no. Subsequently, he said they did take a couple orders, but that might be just wanting to seem like he was more ahead of his time than he was.
That's right.
So I'm going to put it as an error, just because we do arbitrary errors here. So.
Yay!
Space did not take orders at the show. Well, nutting, but As long as I can read these errors, it's fine.
Wait, the computer space was sentient? Oh my god!
Well, you should have heard Jacob earlier talking about the man in the man inside the arcade machine.
Yeah, we were riffing on a quote that was made of him saying that, you know, basically
the man inside the box.
I was inside the machine this time.
Like the Turkish chess player.
Just holding up the paddles. Dunk, dunk, dunk.
Well, what I was saying was, like, you know, you just have him like inside the box, and the screen's sort of semi-transparent, like one of those dark rooms next to a, you know, interrogation.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But he'd have if someone come up, he'd have his face pressed up against the screen, but you couldn't hear him because there were no air holes. He'd be like, he'd be like pointing to the coin slot.
In the end, the game turned into a marginally expensive gamble for Nutting. The company didn't sell all of the original 1500 machines and never built more. Probably. Possibly. Arcade...
Possibly. I mean, I think he's riffing on, you know, Video Invaders, which is the only real source that said that where Nutting said, you know, 1500 and we had to sell some of them by force. But yeah, they
were still selling it into 1979. They still have some, or some distributors had that.
So I think it's close enough. I think we'll let that one go.
Yeah. Arcade, and then this tantalizing thing. Arcade historian Keith Feinstein located sales and shipping documents proving that Nutting Associates began shipping Computer Space in 1971. Where?
Oh, right.
Where are these?
Right, I remember that. Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah, So, yeah, and, you know, we have the debate on whether it's November or December, but it's really splitting hairs.
Yeah.
All right, Alex, give a Nolan a read here.
Computer Space pulled in huge amounts of quarters at the Dutch Goose.
Even though earlier in this chapter, he said the opposite.
But it would earn almost no money in a working man's bar. The Dutch Goose is really a Stanford University hangout. Computer Space obeys the first law, maintenance of momentum. Bushnell is probably referring to Sir Isaac Newton's first law. Objects maintain constant velocity unless acted upon by an external force. And so that was really hard for people who didn't understand that.
What? What is that footnote? Don't put that in the middle of the quote.
That is rather odd.
Yeah. I mean, and then sometimes he'll, like, do a partial quote in the middle of a paragraph, even though later on he has, like, quotes that are, like, 3 words. So, someone did not edit this book thoroughly. Bushnell admits that the instructions were too complex. Nobody wants to read an encyclopedia to play a game. Yeah, they literally says that it has pages of instructions. Yes. Like, what?
Yeah.
The instructions are on the machine, right? Like, just kind of a general instruction.
That's a good question. I don't know if they're there or not. There's not much room for instructions.
Right. I know it's a small thing, but just like a general...
I mean, I have seen computer spaces in the flesh, but I don't recall.
Okay, so it does not... Yeah, there are no instructions, you know, other than just, you know, what everything does and all that. So,
right.
So
the controls are labeled.
Yeah. So, yeah, there are no instructions. There are not pages of instructions. There are 0.
Well, unless they provided printed instructions, which is what the implication is. I'm not saying they did, but I think
just
that's
printed out some documents that they happen to have, and
I think that's the
out.
implication of the quote, is that they actually literally had pages of instructions. But who knows?
Well, it wasn't made by them. It's probably made by someone else who helped them out.
Yeah, maybe the bar owners put pages of instructions.
Did the Japanese invader boom have any
influence
on the U.S. market this early in its history? I mean, in the sense that it made Japan big and provided them with the opportunity to, you know, take over the U.S. I mean, that's a pretty big influence. But, like, are you talking? If you mean in terms of, did the people who hoarded quarter, 100 yen to play Space Invaders have an effect in the rest of the world? No. I don't know. I'm not sure how I was supposed to approach that question. But
you answered it.
This was in the chat.
Boldly. Yes, I figured.
On the instructions thing, like in my line of restaurant work, occasionally I would write stuff down or print stuff out myself if some of the instructions that I've been seeing were lax in terms of procedures, or if there was something we had to do that no one was really keen on keeping standardized, even though this was technically a chain, and you would think that kind of stuff would be codified. I ended up having to write a lot of stuff myself, and no one's going to give me credit for that.
We give you credit for it. We have no influence on your future life and career, but we credit you.
He also blames Nutting for marketing the game badly. Jacob.
Nutting was literally about to go bankrupt. I mean, they really had some problems, and it did okay, but it really didn't do nearly as well as it could have. Companies that are in trouble, when you get inside them, you figure out why they're in trouble. In some ways, it was a blessing to have worked for Nutting. It didn't take long to figure out I couldn't possibly screw things up more than these guys had. Seeing their mistakes gave me a lot of confidence in my ability to do better on my own.
Not really sure they were about to go bankrupt, but they were just kind of aimless. They didn't really know what they were doing. And
yeah, but I mean, they did eventually go bankrupt.
Yeah,
a
5
couple
years
years
later.
Yeah.
So, I get that there were on-the-ground problems, but in 71, were they about to go bankrupt? Not sure about that. I just think that everybody left. That was kind of the feeling that he had.
Nolan's definitely contemptuous of Nutting, though. When I asked Nolan about Nutting, he said, yeah, he was just back there tinkering with his airplanes all the time. Which reads true based on other things.
Poor Ralston. We never got to talk to him.
Yeah, he did.
After the failure of Computer Space, Bushnell decided to start his own company. He formed a three-way partnership with Ted Dabney, an Ampex engineer he'd brought to Nutting Associates, and Larry Bryan, also from Ampex. Everybody
timeline!
Yeah, the timeline, like, I've seen this in so many sources where it's like, okay, so he goes to Nutting, and then he forms a partnership, which if you looked at the control panel for Computer Space, you would be able to very much tell that, no, there was already a syzygy.
And we have two internal documents. One says December 1970, the other says January 1971. But either way, that's before this.
So, most of it stems from that one Atari Connection article where they interviewed Ted. So I think they all mix it up from there.
That would make sense.
Each part, and then, okay, this is the part where Alex freaks out.
Yeah, this is going to break the whole error in coding system right through here.
Each partner agreed to contribute $250. Brian later dropped out of the partnership before contributing his money. All right, Alex, take it away, because I don't even remember half of this.
Well, yeah, so there are a couple of different stories that seem to make sense. Ted Dabney remembers the initial being $100, and that they were all three supposed to contribute $100. And we actually have the first financial statement for Syzygy, and at that time they had $350. So the logical conclusion, which is extrapolating on the evidence, is that they contributed $100 initially, and then after Brian backed out and it was just the two of them and they knew what they had needed more stuff, that they contributed another $250 each because their contributions were $350 each by the end of the year. But all of that is Syzygy when Syzygy was formed. Everyone says Atari was founded with $250, and that is nonsense. They had around $4,000 or $5,000.
No, they had more than that. The financial statement in June says that their assets cover $32,000.
There you go. Yeah, like $32,000. A lot of that being Computer Space royalty.
Yeah.
They did not found Atari with $250 each.
That wouldn't even been enough to rent out the building.
That's right.
Yeah, so it says 32,000, and that's assets. So a lot of that was probably not money that they
Some of it,
had readily available. Like some of it is marked on there like furniture and stuff.
yeah, and some of it's probably inventory. I mean, they had their coin op games and whatnot. So
Yeah,
you
that
know.
might be the furniture.
It might be. Yeah. So
I haven't
yeah,
looked
the
at that
whole,
too closely, other than to like verify that is like okay, this is the money they had at the start of Atari because it's dated June 30th, 1972, right as they're
exactly.
putting together Atari.
Documents, they matter, Kent.
Yes.
They matter.
I mean, not that he could have accessed those
No,
documents in
no.
particular,
Kent did what he could at the time, but
but we're still going to criticize.
exactly.
The company's first setup was to select a name. Looking through the dictionary, Brian came up with a word.
Atari.
A word describing the straight line configuration of three celestial bodies. A solar eclipse is the syzygy of the Earth, Moon, and Sun. When Bushnell applied for the name, the state of California responded that it was already in use. A candle company already had it. They were sort of a hippie commune in Mendocino.
Mendocino, yeah.
Mendocino. We subsequently tried to find it out of curiosity. I think it had gone defunct by that time. I never did find it. So
It was next door. It was right next door.
The candle company was next door. So syzygy was not the candle company. Dale was asking if it was like a pool company or something.
I did. Yeah, he did. I watched that part of the stream later. I think he was probably getting confused with the fact that a pool company made the fiberglass.
Yeah, I noted that earlier when talking about the cabinet. But yeah, I can't remember if we actually figured out what the other two syzygies were, because there are three syzygies that had been founded before this. Only one of them was actually still running at the time. I don't know what they did. So
I believe the other story that gets told, which could be just as wrong as the candle company, is that it was a roofing company, right? Because there are two stories that the Atari people have told at various times. The other might have been a roofing company, but it might not have been two.
Whatever it was, it was probably not candles.
Yes.
That was the people right next to them. I don't know why you would set up a candle company in Sunnyvale, but whatever.
And I also have to get really nerdy, stupid, corporate technical. Because Syzygy was not renamed Atari. What they did is they founded a corporation that they had to call Atari because they couldn't call it Syzygy. And then the existing partnership was rolled into the corporation, basically.
Well, see what he actually says in the book.
Got Atari stock, which was a new company.
I don't know what he actually says in regards to this, but because he cannot use the name Syzygy, Bushnell turned to a word for the Japanese strategy game Go. He used the rough equivalent of the chess term check, naming his company Atari. As I noted before, it was, that's his understanding of what the term means, and vaguely it is true. So
yeah.
that is not incorrect.
We'll let him slide. That's right. We got to be benevolent occasionally.
All right, Alex, read us some Eddie.
There were perhaps only 5 important game manufacturers, and 5 pool table manufacturers, and 4 jukebox manufacturers, and for all intents and purposes, that was the manufacturing side of the amusement machine business. It stayed that way for quite some time, until 1972. In 1972, Nolan Bushnell, a rather clever electronics engineer from Northern California, adapted Ralph Baer's Magnavox toy for playing ping pong on the television screen into a coin machine. As the world knows, he called it Pong.
I'm sorry, gotta change all those pictures.
It was actually something that came up. Alex earlier today was asking for some information from someone I had interviewed, and he actually remembered the ping thing.
Yeah.
When Bushnell said, like, so for the UK, when they exported it, Pong was a slang term. When Bushnell remembers it, he remembers it was shit. So it was a real bad word. But then when this other guy told me, he said that it was a term for fart or a bad smell.
Yeah.
Jacob, read some Al Alcorn.
My kid came home from school one day and said that Nolan Bushnell's daughter told the teacher that her father invented Pong. Well, I told him to go to Nolan's daughter and say, if your daddy invented Pong, how come he had to ask my daddy to come fix his machine when it broke down?
Burn. Yeah, so now we get into the context. The context
Oh my
of ping pong.
gosh.
In 1972, President Richard Nixon, hooroo, had all but locked up his re-election by visiting the People's Republic of China and the Soviet Union. The Supreme Court deemed the death penalty cruel and unusual punishment and ruled it unconstitutional. Okay. And an investigation
They did. That really did happen. And
I know, but
Death
why
Penalty
is this being
was
told
reinstated.
in this?
Because people needed a new outlet for their aggression because they couldn't kill people with the state anymore. So video games.
And an investigation by White House counsel John Dean found the Nixon administration innocent of any involvement in the attempted burglary of the Democratic Party headquarters in the Watergate apartment complex. Oopsie. The Dow Jones Industrial Average hit 1,000 points for the first time on November 14th, 1972, and the economy looked brighter than it had been in 5 years. Along with a healthy economy came thousands of startup companies.
Sure.
On June 27th...
This is about as relevant as him helping found PBS to basically create a punching bag for public broadcasting.
On June 27th, 1972, Nolan Bushnell and Ted Dabney applied to have Atari Incorporated. Actually, none of them applied for it.
No.
It was a lawyer.
And they applied for incorporation earlier in June, so that is an error.
Okay. So,
I forget the date, but we have the date.
Yeah, it's the 9th.
Okay.
I was looking at it recently.
Yeah, so that is an error.
Apply for the incorporation, technically. Just putting that one in there. And the application was on June 9th for Atari.
That's right.
And also incorporated should be capitalized. But that might be a problem with the
no, in this case, it's incorporated as in Atari was
okay, yeah, I see. They founded the company with an initial investment of $250 each. Within 10 years, Atari would grow to a $2 billion a year entertainment giant. Well, a year in 1 year.
Yes, yes, but that's how they measure these things, so
I
that's acceptable.
Making it the fastest growing company in U.S. history at the time.
Yes.
Atari's first office was located in a Santa Clara industrial zone, a crude 10,000 or 1,000 square foot space in an inexpensive concrete building made to house startup companies. These were lean times for the company. It existed on a few contracts, the limited royalties Bushnell received from Computer Space, and a coin-op route.
Yes, I do believe he mentions the coin-op route later, though. Okay. So we may forbear on that.
All right. Bally, now a very successful pinball and slot machine manufacturer, became one of Atari's first customers, signing a limited contract for Bushnell to develop new extra-wide pinball machines. No, not extra-wide.
No! You're getting... Kent often gets confused on timing. When Atari had its own pinball division that they founded in the mid-'70s, they decided at that time to make extra-wide pinball machines to stand out, which had nothing to do with their pinball work.
Well, actually, they did. I mean, they chose to go with that concept, but it was actually brought to them by that one group that later worked for Bally, that was founded from the
Arcade Engineering.
Yeah, Arcade Engineering.
Yeah.
They came up with Bigfoot and Bigfoot, which becomes Hercules.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I think that's where Kent is getting confused,
Right.
though, is because they had extra wide machines later.
But what they wanted to do was multi-layer pinball.
Yeah. And of course, the contract was not just for a pinball machine; it was for a pinball machine and a video game explicitly.
Well, but Bushnell also continued working on the multiplayer version of Spacewar. He hoped to sell this to his old employees at Nutting Associates. No, he was contracted.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but that is the other area you have to put in here, though. The limited contract was not just for a pinball machine; it was also for a video game.
I was trying to see if he was gonna say this later.
He might, but it's still an error at that point because he says the contract was for pinball.
Okay. The contract was not just for pinball. Bushnell already had an agreement for 2P computer space. All right. Go ahead, Alex.
We had a 2,000 square foot facility. This was the original garage shop, one of those places with a roll-up door, one office, and a bathroom. It had sort of a little reception area, and part of our requirement to the landlords was that they put in another office. That was Ted's lab. Incubator facilities like that are unique to California. They're cheap and they're made cheap because what they really want you to do, and what Cole Properties, the ones that were running the building, wanted, was to sign us for a long lease. 80% of the companies that sign up don't grow or stay there for a long time until the lease is out. But some companies get really big quickly, and they'll say, "Oh, we'll let you out of the lease. You can just roll it into one of our other properties." That's probably true, and is one of the more interesting quotes from Nolan in this book that doesn't get talked about a lot of places.
Yeah, the general idea of kind of the entrepreneurial atmosphere in Silicon Valley. The circumstances were right for him to be able to do this. There was a place you could just kind of move into and then start up something.
Exactly.
Question from the chat. Did Atari have holdings in real estate or other industries? Not really. Like they had certain distribution routes, and they owned, the land that their factories were on and everything. But they didn't go into casinos like Williams or Bally or anything.
Yeah, and they went into arcades some, but they didn't own the property. They were leasing space for those.
To create a steadier income base, Bushnell and Dabney started a pinball route that included a local bar, some coffee shops, and the student union building at Stanford University. Letting this one slide because pinball route is just kind of the colloquial term for a coin-op route.
That's true.
Yeah. He uses some of those terms throughout the book. I'm looking over a Williams shareholder briefing book. They actually talk more about their property holdings and their games. Yeah, that's the direction that they wanted to go. That's why it's WMS and not Williams after a while.
Yeah.
Hope they keep that building, though. Because they knew they could buy the pinball machines cheaply and know how to maintain them, the route became a profitable asset. It eventually became so lucrative, in fact, that when Dabney left the company, he accepted the route as part of his settlement. Technically, yes. Not willingly, but
yeah, that was way more complicated, but that's fine.
Yeah. The first full-time employee of Atari Corporation was Cynthia Villanueva or Villanueva.
Probably Villanueva. Also, I didn't know Jack Trammell hired Cynthia.
Oh, Corporation. Atari Corporation. A 17-year-old who used to babysit Nolan's children. She needed a summer job, so Bushnell hired her as a receptionist. He instructed her to put on a show, giving callers the impression that Atari was an established organization rather than a startup company with more owners than employees. Jacob.
Nolan didn't want to answer the phone. He wanted to have somebody else answer it. So he hired a secretary, Cynthia, and when someone would call She would make them wait and yell. It's for you, Nolan. We wait a certain amount of time to make it sound like it was a bigger company. It would take a lot. It would take longer to go get him.
That's what That's one of those cute little details that I like.
Yep.
That you can completely, fake it till you make it from the chat.
Yar.
Pretty much. Villanueva's responsibilities did not stop with answering telephones. Because of the company's limited budget, she was called to do everything from running errands to building electronic components and placing parts in the cabinets. I mean, she was hired as a secretary. They do more than answer the phones.
And also, and we won't put this as an error because the details could be weird, but she actually was a secretary for only a very little bit. When she was building electronic components and placing parts in cabinets, that was like actually her job at that time. She was no longer a secretary.
Yeah, I remember. I forget who told me, but remember her as like she was good at her electronic engineering, or not engineering, but she was in the engineering department. Weirdly enough, in 1974.
Yeah, she was a good tech. Yeah,
she was a technician. But in the organizational chart we have from early 1974, she's listed as an engineer rather than a technician. I would like to talk to her, but
yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah. She stayed with Atari for more than a decade, remaining long after Bushnell and Dabney left. True. Was it more than a decade, though?
I don't think we know exactly when she left, but she was definitely still there, in like 82, 83. So, I mean, I think that's probably accurate. Accurate.
Atari's second employee was a young engineer named Al Alcorn. Where does Dabney's brother fit into this? Justice for Dabney's brother.
I'm not sure if he was ever an employee. I mean, I know he helped out, but I wonder if he was ever actually on the payroll.
His obituary says he was, but, I don't think Ted ever said that he actually was.
Yeah.
Whom Ted Dabney first met while working at Ampex. Both of them met.
Yeah, I mean, that's a weird statement, yeah.
But not an error. It just says Ted Dabney.
No, it's not an error. It's not an error. It's just kind of weird.
Alcorn had just completed a work-study program that allowed him to work summers at Ampex while finishing his engineering degree at Cal Berkeley.
So I don't think I don't think that's quite accurate, because I think the work-study was like you did 6 months of class, 6 months of work. It wasn't like a summer program. Like, actually, during part of the regular school year, you did tours with the companies. I'm pretty sure that's how it's been described.
So what is the error?
It wasn't working summers.
Oh yeah, he said it was 6 months out of the year, so obviously.
Yeah, exactly. It's like 6 months on, 6 months off kind of deal. It's nitpicky, but that's what we're here for.
Yeah, exactly. This is the entire purpose of what we're doing here. Short and sturdy. No, Alcorn was not short. Look at the famous
sturdy.
photo. Yes, he's very sturdy. But so Ted and Nolan are both 6 feet. He's not that much shorter than them.
Yeah.
Alcorn is not short. Alcorn was once a member of the same all-city high school football team as O.J. Simpson. He wasn't on the same team, right? He was.
Well, no.
He played against him.
He was named right. Well, he was named all-city. So that's not an actual team of players that play together. It's like an honorary team of the best players.
Okay. He was naturally gifted when it came to electronics and had learned how to repair televisions by taking an RCA correspondence course in high school. When he got to college, Alcorn paid for his education by working in a television repair shop. When Alcorn finished his degree, he found the job market weakening and was hired by Ampex. The company was going through rough times and had a round of layoffs when Nolan Bushnell offered him a job working for Atari. Alcorn agreed to the move. Alex.
Nolan hired me when Ampex was going through some setbacks. He offered me a job as the VP of engineering, or sort of VP of R&D or whatever title it was of this company called Syzygy. He offered me $1,000 a month and a chance to own stock in the company. The stock was worthless. Most startup companies fail anyway. I had actually been making a little bit more than that, but I figured, what the heck? Nolan had a company car. This was a concept I'd never thought of before or conceived of. It was an Oldsmobile station wagon, but like, wow, you can drive a car that isn't, you don't have to pay for it. What a concept!
Sorry. Another cute detail.
Yep.
Gotta make sure I know when my food shows up.
The block quotes are so good, and then he has to ruin it.
Well,
lack of fact.
all of this section is actually from the Next Generation magazine. So if you want to read it without this, you can just read the Next Generation magazine take on this. I assume Kent did the interviews for that, but
probably, yeah, but I don't know that for sure.
Because it doesn't have an author on it. Because I looked, because I was like, okay, but yep, these are the same quotes. So what should I do about this?
I bet it was him. I do.
Shortly after hiring Alcorn, Bushnell gave him his first project. Bushnell revealed that he had just signed a contract with General Electric to design a home electronic game based on ping pong. The game should be very simple to play: 1 ball, 2 paddles, and a score. Nothing else on the screen. This is something that I'm going to be contentious on in my my upcoming series, just to present a potential alternative point of view.
Yep.
I had to make these giant footnotes to try and explain it, but basically, there's some evidence that Nolan did not want the simplest thing possible, that he wanted something more complex, and it just, like, they made something simple to start with, and it just happened to be good. But that, I won't go all the way into this, but, like, this is my radical theory. That there's been a conspiracy all along.
Man, really raising the red flag of revolution there.
Bushnell had made up the entire story. He had not signed a contract or even entered into any discussions with General Electric.
And yet Stephen Kent, and yet Stephen Kent did not assume that Bushnell made up the entire story that he told him for this book.
Hucksterism. In truth, Bushnell wanted to get Alcorn familiar with the process of making games, while he designed a more substantial project. Designed a more substantial project? No. I'm counting that as an error, because it seems like that was, he already knew what he was thinking of.
Yeah,
whether or not that was a driving game, or was a hockey game, or a tennis game, I'm gonna say that he was not thinking it up.
Yeah, because we have the letter. We have the famous letter.
Alright. Bushnell had recently sold Bally executives on a concept for an outer space game that combined the true life physics of computer space with a racetrack. Jacob.
No! Bad Kent, no cookie.
Yeah, that, oh yeah, so he had this Asteroids game, which would later be Space Race, but that's not this.
Yes.
Or, the description of this is not that.
That may be what he's trying to describe, but the racetrack part just makes it fall apart.
Yeah.
There is no racetrack.
Go ahead, Jacob.
Alright. I found out later that this was simply an exercise that Nolan gave me because it was the simplest game that he could think of. He didn't think it had any play value. He believed that the next Winnie game was going to be something more complex than computer space, not something simpler. Nolan didn't want to tell me that because it wouldn't motivate me to try hard. He was just going to dispose of it anyway.
And whether or not they were going to upgrade it to the hockey game or the tennis game that he described in the deposition is a question.
Yeah, there's competing stories, though. The documentary evidence would it follows with the documentary evidence, but we don't know. We truly
Well, if he, dispose probably in the sense of, the specific thing that you quote unquote finalized is not what we're gonna put out.
Right, exactly.
But the work in itself didn't necessarily have to go away.
Right.
So, next page. From his tenure at Ampex, Alcorn was already familiar with transistor-to-transistor logic involved in creating electronic games. He tried to work from the schematic drawings that Bushnell had drawn while designing Computer Space, but found them illegible. In the end, Alcorn had to create his own design based on what he knew about Bushnell's inventions and his own understanding of tattle.
Tittila.
Or oh, Alex, why do you do this?
Am I not allowed to say that on Twitch?
Wait, was Pong a I can't believe people are this stupid sort of game? Not really. It was just like it was simplified.
Yeah, he just assumed that they would need something complex to be interesting, and then when they played it, they realized it was fun. They didn't just think, "Oh, the rubes won't know the difference." They genuinely found it fun when they played it.
And then also another thing for TTL is T²L, which is how it was referred in some 70s things that I looked at. As he worked, Alcorn added enhancements that Bushnell had never envisioned. Though sometimes Alcorn says that he had envisioned all of it. He replaced the expensive components with much less expensive parts. Okay, I'll give you that. Bushnell's original vision included paddles that simply batted the ball in the direction it had come from. Feeling that this was inadequate, Alcorn devised a way to add English to the game and aim the ball with the paddles. Okay, that's also fair enough.
Yep.
Unless you go by his deposition, in which he did have the idea of altering the trajectory.
Yeah, exactly.
With the tennis rackets swinging in a particular direction. But again, that's my radical theory part of it. Instead of using solid lines to represent paddles, Alcorn broke the paddles into 8 segments.
This is just a dumb sentence. We don't have to call it an error, but the 8-segment paddle is still a solid line. That makes it sound like you can see these divisions on the screen.
If the ball hit 2 center segments of the paddle, it flew straight back in a 180-degree angle. Yeah, I really have to look at this to see if that's true, or if just like one of them actually fits it, but whatever the case.
Yeah, sure.
If the ball hit the next segments, it ricocheted at a shallow angle. Hitting the ball at the outer edges of the ball would send it back at a 45-degree angle. It feels more like more than 45 degrees when you play it. But I'm not gonna try to work this out with a freaking
get out your protractors, everybody. It's time.
Alcorn also added ball acceleration. The original game simply buzzed along at the same speed until someone finally missed the ball. Alcorn found the game dull and thought that speeding up the ball during extended rallies might lend some excitement. He wrote the game so that after the ball had been hit a certain number of times, it would automatically fly faster. In the deposition, Nolan says that they both tried it, just like making it slower so that you could hit it, and then making it faster, and then you couldn't hit it, so they found the even ground of doing a steady acceleration. If Pong was the gaming application of KIS, keep it simple, stupid, I assume, Steel Battalion must be the Rube Goldberg.
Ha! Yes.
There are other complex games. Steel Battalion is not the most complex game ever created. Let me tell you.
But it is one of the most complex control schemes ever created.
True.
Which I think is the point of the comment.
A certain mythology has risen around the creation of Pong. People have written about the meticulous effort that went into creating the resonant Pong sound that occurred whenever the ball struck a paddle. Where have these comments come from? I don't know.
And can we take a moment to appreciate the irony of Stephen Kent saying that a certain mythology has arisen?
Exactly.
According to Alcorn, that sound was a lucky accident. J-Rod.
Here I was developing this thing and feeling kind of frustrated because it already had too many parts in it to be a successful consumer product. So I felt like I was failing, and Nolan didn't mention that the game had come off better than he'd expected. Now the issue of sounds, people have talked about the sound, and I've seen articles written about how intelligently the sound was done and how appropriate the sound was. And the truth is, I was running out of parts on the board. Nolan wanted the roar of a crowd of thousands, the approving roar of cheering people when you made a point. Ted Dabney told me to make a boo and a hiss when you lost a point because for every winner, there's a loser. I said, screw it. I don't know how to make any one of these sounds. I don't have enough parts anyhow. Since I had the wire wrapped on the scope, I poked around the sync generator to find an appropriate frequency or tone. So those were half done in half a day. They were the sounds that were already in the machine.
The Pong ball sound itself is considered iconic. Yeah.
Yeah.
that boop, is pretty.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's a fair statement.
Pong played more like squash than ping pong. Kinda.
I guess it just means because it can bounce off the sides of the screen.
But
yeah.
I mean, what kind of squash are you playing where you're using the whole room?
Yeah, but it's an imperfect metaphor, not an error.
Yeah.
No, that'd be like real tennis, like one of those ones that you had a very specific, weirdly shaped court to play in.
And it's more like hockey, really, which makes it even more, likely that he was looking at hockey games that were already in the arcade when he was kind of coming up with the conception.
Yep.
Because Baer's game didn't have side barriers. Pong played more like... thanks to Alcorn's segmented paddle, it had become a game of angles, in which banking shots against the walls was an important strategy. Players controlled inch-long white lines that represented rackets. Now I have to go into the Pong screen over the curvature of the monitor and put a ruler to it to see if it's an inch long, just to disprove Stephen Kent.
So this is not something to put down as an error, but if this is supposed to be a table tennis game, then they represent paddles. If it's supposed to be a tennis game, they represent rackets.
Which they used to bat the small white square that represented the ball. The background was black. None more black. The game was streamed through a $75 Hitachi black and white television set that Alcorn picked up at a nearby Payless store. Not Payless, it was not free. Payless. He set the television in a 4-foot-tall wooden cabinet that looked vaguely like a mailbox. Since the printed circuit boards hadn't been made, Alcorn had to hardwire everything himself. This is true. You can see the wires on the underside of the board that's in there. The inside of the cabinet had hundreds of wires soldered into small boards that looked like the back of a telephone operator's switchboard. It took Alcorn nearly 3 months to build a working prototype. Okay, the question of timing, something we might get on. His finished project surprised Bushnell and Dabney. Instead of giving them an interesting exercise, Alcorn had created a fun game that became their flagship product. Flagship product?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't sell anything. They didn't make anything that sold as well as Pong for a bit after that.
But we're talking at the time, they didn't really have a flagship product. They were fulfilling contracts.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll let it stand. Alex has saved you this time, Kent. You better feel lucky. Bushnell named the game Pong and made a few changes, including adding a bread pan for collecting quarters. Nope. Oh, this fun. And an instruction card that simply that read simply avoid missing ball for high score. So in full production units of Pong, they do use a bread pan. But what he's talking about right now is the prototype. And there's no space for a fucking bread pan inside that machine.
And there were no instructions on the prototype.
Yes. So, the prototype didn't have instructions or a bread pan.
Ethan almost caused a civil war in the Atari Facebook group, proving that there was no bread pan.
One person gave me a nice internal shot of an actual Pong machine. Very beautiful look. But there's the prototype does not have any way. We'll get on this in a sec. I'll hold off.
We will.
Yes. To test the game's marketability, Bushnell and Alcorn installed it in a location along the Atari pinball route. So now it's just Bushnell and Alcorn, and Dabney has nothing to do with this, I guess?
I guess. Bye, Dabney. No.
Our initial idea was to go into business as a contract design Alex, you read this.
Yes. Our initial idea was to go into business as a contract design firm and sell our ideas to others for licensing. We had a contract with Bally to design a video game for them, and we saw it as being a big, pretty long project.
Yeah, not a pinball. Well, a pinball too, but...
Yes. So I had Al do this ping pong game, and damn it, it was fun. We tweaked it a little, and it was more fun, and we thought to ourselves, we'll get Bally to take this. We'll complete our contract way, way, way ahead of schedule, and life will be happy in the valley.
Oh, this is funny because in the deposition he uses kind of similar language where he says that peace will reign in California.
Yeah.
It's really
so
funny.
I took Pong and offered it to Bally. I said, "Hey, we contracted to do a driving game.
Nope.
Probably not, but that's not an error because it's the guy saying it.
We correct people's quotes too."
Okay,
but we already corrected it earlier.
Fair. But we got this game instead. Do you want this instead? Will this fill our contract for you? They played it and said, this is kind of fun, but it requires 2 players, and if the guy's there all by himself, he can't play it. And I said, well, we could probably put a 1-player version in. I sold them pretty hard.
I mean, originally on the hockey game he wanted to do that. Just a sec. Getting a call for food.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna be right back. So a couple minutes, gonna get my food, go to the bathroom, and all that stuff. Have a nice screen for that too. Nice.
That's simply because you like to take your time on this.
All right, we are back into the depths and horrors that are Andy Capp's Tavern. Whatever it really looked like. Because all we have are photos from the 80s in which it already changed.
Sir, this is an Arby's.
All right, Alex. You're our designated Nolan.
Andy Capp's was a peanut shell on the floor beer bar, Sunnyvale, California. It was nothing special, other than it had a game room in the back that was larger than any you would see in a bar at that point in time.
Yeah, it never really describes it that way, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
I said it's in the back? Why is there a beer barrel back there? Remember they had to drag it over. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah, I don't.
Once, when feeling particularly generous, Bushnell described Andy Capp's Tavern, the location where Atari first tested Pong, as a rustic location. It was a shabby bar located in Sunnyvale, a much smaller town in the pre-high technology days of the early 1970s. Bushnell, who visited the bar while running the pinball, or Alcorn, who visited the bar while running the pinball route, remembers it having 4 or 5 pinball machines, a jukebox, and a computer space machine. They installed the prototype in late September 1972. Alex.
We put it, the Pong prototype, on a barrel. He had old wine barrels to use as table, just put it on top of the table. It wasn't even a full size.
J-Rod.
Nolan and I sat there the first night and watched people play, and here's the scene. We're sitting there with a couple of beers, and a young man goes up and plays computer space while his friend plays Pong. While we're watching, the first guy goes over and tries Pong with his friend. We went over to him afterward and asked, well, what do you think of the machine? And the guy says, oh, it's a great machine, you know. I know the guys who designed it. Really? What are they like? So he tells us this whole bullshit story. I think he was practicing a line for picking up babes.
Babes.
Hey, it was West Coast 1970s. They said that.
I've seen Bill and Ted.
One of the legends of video games that is that 2 days after installing Pong in Andy Capp's Tavern, Alcorn got an angry late-night call from Bill Gaddis. Gaddis, who? What is it?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
The tavern manager. According to the story, the machine had stopped working, and Gaddis wanted it hauled out of his bar. It is variably told, I have seen from several times in the first night to a month later that they have to deal with the coin situation. I don't even bother.
Exactly.
On the thing of September, that is very possible, because Nolan was in Chicago for the MOA show when he was showing his Pong prototype around. And then it's my contention that he actually did not, they didn't actually have the prototype on test yet at the time that he went there. So he got back, and then later they put the unit out on test. And if you go with 2 weeks, that's the standard telling now, then that would have been by the end of September that the event happened.
Yep.
In truth, Alcorn received the call from Gaddis 2 weeks later after installing the machine. It was
Let's just take a moment to appreciate the irony of Kent using the words "in truth."
The myth maker unmakes the myth. It was a friendly call in which the bartender suggested that they fix the machine quickly, since it had developed quite a following. Alcorn visited Andy Capp's while making maintenance runs on Atari's pinball route, because Bushnell had selected the bar as a good test site because Gaddis had always been cooperative. Jacob.
He said to me, Al, this is the weirdest thing. When I opened the bar this morning, there were 2 or 3 people at the door waiting to get in. They walked in and played that machine. They didn't buy anything. I'd never seen anything like this before. I went to fix the machine, not knowing what to expect. I opened the coin box to give myself a free game, and lo and behold, this money gushed out. I grabbed handfuls of it, put it in my pockets, gave the manager my business card, and said, "Next time this happens, you can call me at home right away. I can always fix this one."
Yeah,
Yes.
so here it's very interesting to see, because here, this jives with what the prototype actually looks like. Not coins overflowing onto the circuit board, but opening the coin box, which was on the side of the machine. It was like a kiddie ride coin box, and then having everything gut. This telling fits better with the geography of the unit.
The geography.
The geography, the topography of the unit.
Yeah, so the question was, so there's 3 different tellings of this. One is that it stopped working because nobody could put another coin in the coin box. Second one was that the coins had spilled onto the circuit board, and so the machine just went blank. The third one is that the potentiometers weren't working right, so they called Alcorn over, and then he just happened to discover this coin thing. The second one is 100% false, because the prototype does not actually have any way to get from the coin box into the machine. And, you know...
But Ethan, there is a hole where the wire comes through.
Yes,
Coins
but that
go
hole
through the
doesn't actually
hole,
go into
Ethan.
the coin box.
Yes, I am being facetious, playing the other side.
I know.
No.
I kind of think of those stories as coming from like the speculation that would have happened at that moment. Just be like some people huddling around being like, what is going on? Is it this? Is it that?
Yeah, I mean, that's historians' work. And, you know, this is just an instance where I ruled out one of the stories. It could not possibly have been.
So you're effectively doing Al Alcorn's work right now. What, 30, 40 years
well,
after
you know,
the fact?
he tells it different way. Like, the thing is, in business is fun, he tells it the way of the circuit board.
Yeah.
And that's why Marty is just, like, so insistent. Like, we have solved the myth. We have disproved everybody else because we got a different story this one time.
Exactly, but Al told it this way too, and yeah, it is impossible with the original cabinet.
Right.
Unless they modified it, which is a weird thing to do for.
Yeah, I
never
mean,
intended to put out.
It's something you have to take into consideration, but it's very unlikely.
I want more shots of the machine, though. Nolan Bushnell left for Chicago to visit a couple of pinball manufacturers a few days before Alcorn received the call from Andy Capp's Tavern. A couple of pinball manufacturers? There was one pinball manufacturer he met with. So, yeah, I'm counting that as an error right there. The rest is just, you know, the myths being made and all that. But, Nolan didn't visit pinball manufacturers. Just one. He talked with Nutting too, but he didn't want the game. He brought a portable Pong to demonstrate to executives at Bally and Midway. True. They put it inside a metal chassis so that he could hook it up to a TV over there, rather than, you know, shipping the whole thing up via plane. Though Bushnell already had an inkling that Pong was doing good business at the test site, he had no idea how well it had done. When he returned, an excited Al Alcorn told him that the machine at Andy Capp's Tavern had stopped working because the quarters had overflowed. The news struck Bushnell like a revelation. In Zap, The Rise and Fall of Atari, Bushnell says that this happened on the phone. That he was just, you know, Alcorn told him over the phone, and then this happened. But I have reason to suspect that this thing did not occur when he was in Chicago. It's a kind of complicated explanation, but I have it in my notes for my script. Surprised by Pong's success, Bushnell decided that he should manufacture the game himself. rather than sell it to an established game maker. The problem was he had discussed the game with executives at Bally and Midway and stirred up some interest. No, he did not.
Yeah.
They
we
explicitly said they did not give a crap about it.
passed it by. That was John Britt's word on Midway President Iggy Wolverton's response. He passed it by.
And of course, we're getting into another incorrect part of this. Now he had to find a way to steer them away from Pong while keeping the door open for future projects. In the end, Bushnell played one side against each other. Jacob.
Nolan decided he didn't really want Bally to take Pong because he knew it was too good. So he met with Bally and Midway and decided to tell Bally that the Midway guys didn't want it, and so the Bally guys decided they didn't want it. Then he told the Midway guys that the Bally guys didn't want it. He got them convinced that it was no good. Once they heard Bally didn't want it, it didn't take much convincing.
Why is there it? Why is this here?
Oh no, that's where a comma would go in between.
Yeah. Once they heard Bally didn't want it, comma, it didn't take much convincing. Yeah, the missing thing is punctuation.
So this is crap because the thing is in the depositions they make it clear that they never thought of Pong as fulfilling the contract anyway.
Yeah, but here's the thing. This one comes down to point of view because of course we have Bushnell, Dabney, and Alcorn all saying some version of this happened. So I think in their minds, they had to play a game with Bally. But I think on the Bally Midway side, like, they didn't care.
I feel like this is just a conflation of what, when he went to Chicago, that Bally didn't want it, so then he went to Midway, and Midway didn't want it, and he just kind of, he hucks this up. The only person who would have known is Bushnell, and I feel like,
right.
He wants to make himself seem like he's clever.
Right. And the thing is, they didn't have to do anything anyway, regardless of what they tried to do, because, the playing against each other part isn't told by Dabney, but, Dabney tells about writing the letter to have them formally reject the game. But they didn't need that, because we know from the depositions that Bally never considered this to be part of the contract. Ever.
Yeah, so I'm skeptical on the playing against each other part, but
that part I'm skeptical. I agree.
All right, do we want to put it as an error then?
I think it kind of falls under the same error as Bally and Midway both did not show interest and never interest. It's kind of the same error that we've already noted.
Didn't need to play them against each other. I'm putting it here anyway. The more the better, right?
Absolutely. That's what we're
All right, the big debate.
Uh-oh.
All right. Time to get your gloves out, everybody. Are you Team Baer or are you Team Bushnell? Put your votes in now. There are unanswered questions in the history of video games. True. One question involves Ralph Baer, the designer of the Magnavox Odyssey, and Nolan Bushnell. It is a question of ownership. Yeah, not really.
That is not the question.
In 1972, while Nutting Associates tried to market Computer Space as the beginning of a new generation of arcade games, Magnavox quietly circulated the Odyssey television game around the country in special demonstration for dealers and distributors. I mean,
Couldn't have been too quiet if Nutting heard about
around
it.
the country.
Yeah, it was around the country. They did like a whole thing. It was called the Magnavox Profit Caravan. They went to lots of different cities, New York, and maybe even like Tulsa or something.
A lot of
Cincinnati, all those places. And they just happened to come to Burlingame. Really weird city to go to. Most demonstrations took place in private showings, but the new device was also displayed at a few trade shows. The first show began on May 3rd, 1972 in Phoenix, Arizona. No, I don't think it's May 3rd.
Baer's book says when the first one was. It was sometime in May.
Yeah, it was May, but I don't think it was May 3rd.
But they weren't trade shows that they were showing it at. It was still their dealer showings. It's just that they let people like, it wasn't invitation only. But I don't think they were trade shows.
First was not May 3rd. It was not at trade shows. Could view Odyssey. You see, when I have to scroll down, this is the good part. The good part of the episode. 3 weeks later, Odyssey came to San Francisco Bay Area in a large trade show held in the town of Burlingame. Same error as above.
Yeah, I don't think it was a trade.
According to Magnavox, a Nutting Associates employee named Nolan Bushnell attended the show on May 24th, and 2 others. One named Charles Fibian, who wrote Nutting Associates down, but he was not actually part of Nutting Associates. According to the other guy who was there, Rod Guyman, who we talked about
Yes,
earlier.
he was a guest at Nutting. That's why he put it down simpler.
But Nolan Bushnell did not put his affiliation as Nutting Associates, which led me to a comment war with somebody who was trying to prove that Nolan had actually left Nutting Associates before this demonstration happened.
Exactly, but we know that's not true because Nolan in his deposition testimony said that he knew about the show because Rod Guyman told everybody it was happening. In other words, he was still at Nutting, still communicating.
And of course, there's the affidavit.
Yes. Well, Marty believes that they didn't actually use the actual date when they were specifically no longer employed, that they just picked a date. And I don't think so, because you're supposed to tell the truth in affidavits. The information in the affidavit is supposed to be factual. So if they say as of such and such a date they're no longer employed, that is probably really when they left. And you could argue that, well, maybe they just chose the day they went in, except the day they chose as the as of date was not the day they executed the affidavit.
Yeah, because it's written right below it.
Exactly. So presumably they chose the real date when they left. Otherwise, what's the point?
And then Marty tries to make a deal about, then he went and did 2-player computer space for Nutting. But the thing is that the contract doesn't actually say that you can't affiliate with Nutting Associates anymore. It just said, I am no longer part of them, pretty much.
Exactly.
Some depositions taken from Magnavox witnesses claim that while at the show, Bushnell tested Odyssey. No, actually, nothing in the depositions would have pointed to this fact. They had the evidence, and then they asked Nolan about it.
Exactly.
Because no one else was there.
They had the guest book, signed it. Presumably because everyone had to sign the guest book, because it wasn't like a full public showing.
He wanted to sneak in, and that's why he didn't put Nutting Associates on there.
Probably. Thought he was being sneaky. Sly dog.
Sometime after Atari began marketing Pong in 1972, Magnavox took the California startup to court. I already corrected this in the timeline. Yeah,
I saw that part. Yeah, he had the year wrong. Yep.
Well, not. The year. Magnavox argued, violated several of Baer's patents. It infringed upon his patents for projecting electronic games on a television screen, and more important, it infringed upon his concept of electronic ping pong.
No, the electronic ping pong cat patent belongs to one Mr. William Rush. That is not Baer's patent.
Mr. Nolan, go ahead.
You have to.
I'm putting it down. I'm just waiting for you to read.
Okay, cool. What they have always alleged was that there was a meeting or a distributor show somewhere in the valley, and I should have, would have, could have been there. So it's one of those pissing matches. Sure, Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan, you've never ever denied that you were at that showing.
Yes, later on he would give interviews. It's like, yeah, I saw it. I never tried to hide it. I never made a secret of it. I signed the guest book. I wasn't trying to deny it. It's like, the problem with giving interviews, Nolan, is we'll record them. We have them forever.
It is now on the public record.
Atari was up against a stacked deck. First of all, the methodical Ralph Baer considered filing for patents an integral part of the invention process. During his life, Baer was awarded more than 70 patents and was once named Inventor of the Year by the state of New York. New York? True. I'm putting a question mark on that because I don't know if it was New York. It would have been New Hampshire, I would think.
No, yeah, I mean, I don't have enough information to say either way myself.
By comparison, Bushnell, with his haphazard style, allowed mundane details of invention and legal filing to escape him. Oh yeah, except for the fact that he filed a patent.
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, and I talked about earlier in the stream how it's kind of unclear what the patent is for, but they definitely did use it to try and bully companies around. But it didn't hold much water. Even when he created schematics, like the ones he had made for computer space, they were often illegible. Kent likes to smack people around in this book.
Now we're smacking him around.
More important, whether Bushnell attended the Magnavox show or missed it, there had been a show. What?
It's because... Oh.
Yeah. In later litigation, it was revealed that Bushnell not only attended the Berlin Game Show, but also played the tennis game on Odyssey. Right.
And yet you still let Nolan tell his side of the story.
Magnavox could prove that it had demonstrated Odyssey and Burlingame prior to the creation of Pong, and even prior to the incorporation of Atari. Yeah, why are you saying this after that footnote? Why is that footnote there? Why does it exist? I know. Magnavox also had Baer's patents and notes, all of which clearly predated Pong and computer space. Bushnell considered his options. Magnavox had more lawyers and resources than Atari could ever hope to afford. I mean, unless you're counting way in the future. His attorney urged him to take the matter to court, claiming they would win, but when Bushnell asked how much it would cost, the lawyer thought the expenses could be as much as $1.5 million, more than Atari had to spend. No. Atari settled because they wanted to be purchased by Warner. And how much did they have to pay, Alex?
About 1.5 million, I believe, when all was added up. Yeah.
I don't remember if Bushnell in this one says that it was only 550 million. Yeah.
That's coming, I believe.
Okay. Atari could not afford to fight, even if it won. In order for his company to survive, Bushnell had to find another alternative. It came in the form of a settlement. Magnavox offered Bushnell a very inexpensive settlement proposal. Bushnell followed up by asking for specific terms in the agreement. Alex?
It was all settled outside.
Oh, no, this is actually Alan Corn.
So...
Ralph Baer.
It's Baer.
Jacob.
It was all settled outside, and Nolan and Atari got extremely favorable terms. They paid very little. He got away with a very, very, very small licensing fee up front. Atari became a licensee under a prepaid arrangement. It paid some fixed sum, some ridiculous number, like a few $100,000. I don't remember the details, but he had an extremely advantageous, non-burdensome license from us, and as far as we were concerned, that was the end of our problems with Atari. If anyone had had any inkling of what was going to happen to this business at Atari, they would have never gotten those terms.
Oh, this is so crap. But normally Baer would
Ralph,
be
baby.
a bit more knowledgeable. But yeah, I mean, 1.5 million is not a pittance for one. And in terms of burden, they had that thing where they had to tell Magnavox what they were doing for a whole year.
Yep. But they did not have to pay a royalty and everything, which was different from the term they offered pretty much everyone. So that much is.
You know, it was funny. I was looking at some of the earliest documents. So when the Magnavox lawyer was contacting Bally, the terms he offered were like, oh my god, they were like 100, upfront payment of like 4,000, and then like 500 a year for like 3 years or something like that.
Okay.
They could have gotten away so easy, but of course they didn't know. They didn't know the judge was going to be stupid.
Yep.
Bushnell played the legal action like a chess game.
Okay, Boomer.
In exchange for settling, Atari became Magnavox's sole licensee.
Yeah, what the hell is this? They became the sole licensee along with dozens of their closest friends and competitors.
Wow. By this time, other companies had begun making similar games. Yeah, by this time, 1976, when they settled.
Yes, well, he thinks this all happened in
I
like
know.
1969 or something. God, Kent is everywhere on the.
While Atari had already paid its licensing fees, future competitors would have to pay stiff royalties to Magnavox.
They weren't that stiff. They were like 10% of net on the first like 100,000 or something, in the sliding scale after that, or like 5% of net. They were. It was a typical royalty. It wasn't stiff.
Yeah, I remember like Capcom had to pay like 500,000 for years with things within like a 2-year period. So it's not like the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
You'd rather not have to pay it, but
yeah, the only company that really had to pay through the nose was Activision. That was for very different reasons.
right. As talked about in your Activision second part episode.
Exactly.
So let's see. So yeah, I'm gonna call it out on stiff royalties. In several later litigations, Magnavox zealously prosecuted all violators. Not all, but
yeah, and like some of them did settle. Like Midway eventually settled too. I mean, they accepted settlements.
Jacob, Alaucorin.
From the top?
Yep.
Magnavox said, for 700,000, we'll give you a paid-up license. And Nolan said, wisely, you got it. And so he had a paid license, and everyone else had to pay royalties. That was negotiated in June of 1976, a very key date. It was a week before the Consumer Electronics Show opened, and one of the caveats of that agreement was that Magnavox got the rights to any product we came up with in the next 365 days. Anything we released. So we said at one point, we're not going to release any consumer products for a year, we'll release them at the next CES. That was the only time we ever kept our mouths shut about a product, and it was funny because when the Magnavox attorneys came by to analyze our stuff, we had Steve Bristow show them around. Bristow knew nothing about the consumer stuff, the stuff that Magnavox wanted.
2 things. One, Bristow was paged, or he was CC'd in all the letters about the VCS. I know this because I've been given access to said letters from the main hardware. Well, not. I guess he's not the main hardware engineer, but Mr. Oh shit! I'm trying to remember his name.
Larry Wagner.
Yeah, Larry Wagner. I was about to say Kaplan. Yeah, Mr. Larry Wagner sent me documents that he had preserved, and Steve Bristow is CC'd in them. So yes, he would have known exactly what was going on in consumer. And then the other part of this is that, you know, you got to take some of what Marty says with a grain of salt. But he said he had a lawyer look at this contract, because we do actually have the contract.
Right.
And
Settlement.
it is not clear that they would have given the technology of the VCS to Magnavox if they had released it in that time period.
Right.
And they definitely released other consoles.
And a third point is that in the Activision patent trial, we have a trial transcript of Magnavox's patent attorney. And he said during his testimony that Atari did share details of the VCS with Magnavox under this settlement.
All right. So, first up, the release product. I don't know. The release product point is not as strict as Alcorn makes it out to be. And then Steve Bristow knew all about the consumer engineering. Maybe he would attempt to deliberately mislead them on some set, but again, like, it doesn't seem like the agreement actually says, like, we give to you anything that we release within this time period. And if they did, then why didn't Magnavox exercise any of that on anything, especially because their dedicated consoles sucked?
Reading the agreement, as someone who's not a practicing lawyer but does have a law degree, it seems to me that they had to keep them apprised. They had to inform them of what they were working on. And I think that was less about Magnavox wanting to use their technology as it was allowing them to keep an eye and see if they were being infringed on it.
Right. All right.
They're
Mr.
like,
Nolan,
we're giving you this sweetheart deal, but if you infringe again, we may sue again. Kind of the unwritten threat of that.
All right, Mr. Nolan.
I helped negotiate that deal.
Right.
We paid so little money, and yet we agreed that they would go after, as part of the settlement, all our other competitors. It's like, okay, we have the settlement document, and that's bullshit. But aside from that, they were going after everybody anyway. They didn't need Atari to be like, you should go after those guys, because they were suing everybody in sight. Well, we were the dominant people, and all of a sudden Magnavox said, we'll help, we'll give you a sweetheart deal, and we'll beat up on everybody else. They were already beating up on everybody else. They had already sued, like, a half dozen companies by this point, and they sued, like, a dozen more, like, right after this. Oh, good lord. Nolan. That's some hucksterism right there.
And if you're talking about, like, your big competitors, so you're talking like 1976, Exidy's a big competitor. They never sued Exidy.
Right. Exidy probably paid a license or didn't have anything that infringed together.
I mean, they did have those flipper games.
They did. Pinball. You're right, they did. So they may have taken a license. Because some companies actually did.
Well, I mean, it doesn't seem like they were doing a comprehensive search of the industry. They were just going after the big players. You know, Atari wasn't big, but they were the source of it, so they had to go after them.
I mean, they started by going after big players, but when they started suing the home companies, they sued some pretty minuscule home companies, like 1977.
Well, it does seem like another thing that I found in the court documents is that they were considering contacting a lot of these smaller companies. Like, actually something that came up in the chat, JRW Electronics. They were considering contacting them because they made Pong kits. But they never actually sent the letter. Because it would have been too, like, you know, I would assume this is the case. It's just, it would have been too much hassle to sue a small company like that.
Exactly. You don't sue somebody if you don't think you'll get money from them, because then you've just paid a bunch of legal fees to win a moral victory. And law is not about morals.
And
So.
when they listed that list of companies who had taken the license, which we can see Nintendo on there, Exity's not on there. I can tell you that.
Right. No, they're not. Yeah, most of the companies took licenses were actually foreign companies. It was European and Japanese that took license.
So I think in the majority of cases where it just wasn't worth bothering, they just didn't even look into it really.
I think you're right. I agree.
With the settlement signed, the case never went to court. Wrong! Well, okay, so... Well, yeah, I get... Okay, so there was a case filed in California, which is where Atari comes in. Then that case got folded into the case in Chicago. So yeah, that case did go to court.
Yeah,
Okay.
because not everybody settled.
That's probably
Really?
the best way to put it. The case is its own number, and it did have Atari in it, but then they never went to court.
That's
Bushnell and Baer met in Chicago on the steps of the courthouse the day that the settlement was sealed. Baer remembers being introduced to Bushnell and then shaking hands. They explained pleasantries, then went in different directions. Over the years, Bushnell became a national celebrity as the father of video games. In the late 1970s, as he prepared to retire... What?
yeah, he wasn't retiring in the late 90s.
Ralph Baer finally told his story to the press. Jacob.
I finally got tired of being a shrinking lily, and I started tooting my horn a little bit. But it didn't have any financial effect because it was all over by then. I also didn't open my mouth, didn't make any loud press for myself, because guys like Nolan were clients. He was a licensee. He put the business on the map. In fact, without him, there would never have been any money in the till. If Nolan wants to say he was the great inventor, hooray, Nolan. You're a nice guy, you made a lot of money for us, say anything you want to.
He changed his mind on that later in life. But there's also a little bit of BS here, because pretty much every newspaper article I have seen going all the way back to 1972 that is talking about like video games generally, like being, oh my god, there's this new thing called video games. Every one of them mentions the Odyssey, and Ralph Baer is quoted in every single one of them. So, yeah, dude, you were making loud press for yourself.
Or at least Magnavox was.
Right, but I mean, he's quoted in everything, going back to 1972. I mean, he does vanish like in the 80s. People forget he exists. But in the 70s, he was in every article.
Yeah, he was busy doing work because he didn't retire.
Exactly.
Years later, Baer ran into Nolan Bushnell and Gene Lipkin, Atari's director of marketing. Was he the director of marketing?
For a very brief period of time,
Okay.
which means it couldn't have been years later if Gene Lipkin was director of marketing, because he was only director of marketing like until 1976. Like in 75 and 76 is when Lipkin was head of marketing. But that could just be Kent putting the title on.
Yeah. That's probably what it is. According to Baer, Bushnell introduced him as the father of video games. Baer smiled and said, "I wish I could have said that to the press."
Wish you would have said.
Did.
No, I wish. No, he said, "I wish you would have said that."
I wish you would have said that to the press. Oh, so Lipkin introduced Baer. Okay, it was a weird kind of sentence there. All right, Jacob, Al.
We had vendor credit from Kramer Electronics. Banks wouldn't talk to us because we were obviously in the mafia if we weren't coin-op.
It's true. Every single word of it.
It is known.
It is known. More than 30 years had passed since Fiorello... I always have trouble with this name. Fiorello LaGuardia's crusade successfully shut down pinball in New York City. But the stigma of organized crime still plagued the coin-operated amusement business, probably because they were actually in it. At the operator level.
Right.
Politicians and bankers remembered bingo and payout machines. When Joel Hochberg was assaulted by thugs while repairing a game in a Brooklyn bar, local authorities assumed it was the mob. It was mob action and refused to believe that it was a case of mistaken identity. Conscious of their bad image, amusement operators tried to change the public's perception of the industry. Alex.
Jukebox was considered within our industry to be a dirty word. We called them game pack. It was a word associated with organized crime that would bring up images of racketeering, and we bent over backward to call it anything but a jukebox. My favorite was coin-activated musical device. Of course, even people in the industry would call it a jukebox when no one was listening.
Oh yeah, and all your trade publications said jukebox too?
Yes, they did. Well, who reads those?
Certainly not Mr. Adler. As an all-cash business, the amusement industry naturally attracted suspicion, and some members undoubtedly engaged in money laundering activities. Most of them did.
Yes.
But most of the stories about the mafia controlling the industry were exaggerations or myths. The truth was less interesting. There isn't enough money in the business to attract that kind of people, according to Eddie Adlam, who began covering the coin-operated amusement industry in 1964. Alex.
It's like a piece of ancient history that we'll grin and giggle about today. It's a sad thing when a little kid would go home and ask his daddy, "Daddy, are you a crook?" Daddy had to say, "No, why?" And the kid would say, "Because my friend Joey says that all people who own jukeboxes are crooks."
Well, your friend Joey needs to learn some tact.
Well, I've got
that dang New York music industry.
Well,
it's all payola from the top down.
Yeah. Well, let's just say I've got some friends. Joey's about to get a visit, and then he's going to stop shutting up. Then he's going to shut up about jukeboxes and crooks.
Even though Nolan Bushnell was quickly developing an understanding of the coin-operated machine market, yeah, we'll see about that, had an attractive high-technology gadget that seemed like a sure hit and had strong presentation skills, all necessary ingredients for financial backing, he found banks unwilling to lend him money. Lenders saw his machine.
This is not, hold on, that is not in any way true, so we got to make that an error.
Okay.
I mean, Wells Fargo gave them a big old loan to start the business, and when they were having their difficulties, Ron Gordon co-signed a big old loan from Bank of America to keep them in business. Their problems weren't because it was crime, their problems were because they didn't have a lot of collateral to use for traditional bank.
Lenders saw his machine as a new form of pinball. He might just as well have approached them about opening a casino or a racetrack.
Oh no.
Even if his ideas did not scare people, Bushnell's appearance did. He was tall and gangly with unruly long hair. He looked more like a banker or a hippie than a gangster. But
he did not
look like a biker.
He did not look anything like a biker. He looked like some... Yeah. He looked like something, but it wasn't a biker.
Yeah, what kind of biker wears pink polka dot shirts?
Exactly.
I remember, on the Atari Museum group, someone told me that Alcorn rode his... apparently he had a motorcycle. They said bike.
Al himself has told that story about how he rode it in the Continental Ballroom, but the floor was all dusty and slick, and so he skidded and fell off. That's an Al story he's told him.
Okay.
And Al would have looked a little like a biker because he was built like a biker, and he had the long beard, more of a biker kind of.
And kind of shaggier hair,
Yeah.
Bikers don't tend to have curly hair, not to discriminate against bikers.
Right.
But bankers were not impressed by bikers or hippies either. In the end, only Wells Fargo... Okay, so he says banks weren't willing to lend to them, but Wells Fargo did.
Yeah,
Should we delete this?
So you could say he extends it too far.
Yeah. You can take it out if you want.
Yeah, I
win
feel like
this
it's
one.
qualified properly. It's like they
You-
didn't, but there's this one exception.
Yeah, you
in the
win
early
this one,
days.
Kent. Next time, Kent. Next time, Kent.
There will be a next time.
time.
Was willing to take a chance on Atari, extending the company a $50,000 credit line. Was it 50,000?
It was 50,000.
Dabney said it was like 4,000 or something, right?
Yeah, Dabney is wrong in this case because we have Wells Fargo's own internal publication.
Yeah, how did
says
we
they
find
gave him
that again?
50,000.
Or how did you find
There
that?
was Wells Fargo has an archive, pretty extensive, and somebody there did a blog post highlighting their Atari connection, and it included a quote from the newsletter. So then I actually contacted the Wells Fargo archives, and a person there gave me a scan of the entire article quoted in the blog.
What a nice person.
Yep.
For Atari to compete with such established coin-operated amusement companies as Bally and Midway... Bally and Midway?
Yes. I don't think Kent realizes they're the same company.
Bushnell needed to expand his facilities. By removing the concrete wall separating his space from an adjacent space in the building, Bushnell doubled Atari's size to 2,000 square feet.
I don't believe it was a concrete wall.
Dabney says he sawed through it.
Yeah, he used like a power saw. That would not have worked, I don't think, with a concrete wall.
I'm skeptical about his story about just like telling the landlord the thing, but it's a fun story at least.
It's a fun story anyway.
Bushnell leased another space that had the wall separating the two facilities. Bushnell leased another space and had the wall separated the two facilities torn down, doubling his space again to 4,000 square feet. Has this ever been told? Like there's a place before the roller rink?
I don't think so. So I don't know what to that.
Yeah, this is where we need the Sunnyvale paper, goddammit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like call that an error. I'm like, huh?
It is possibly true, just something that is told only in Kent.
Yes.
It wasn't enough. A few months later, Bushnell tried to get out of his lease with Cole Properties. Instead, he ended up moving operations to another Cole location, a defunct roller rink a few blocks away. Why did he want to get out of his lease?
Well, they needed a bigger facility, and they couldn't afford. Presumably, they were worried they couldn't afford to pay.
Okay.
Both leases.
While Atari's administrative offices remained at the Scott Boulevard address, the new Martin Avenue facility served as the assembly plant. They're not mentioning that it is in another city.
Yes.
The next step...
One whose paper is online.
Yes. And has some nice early Atari profiles. The next step was hiring workers, trusting the more technical issues of design and quality assurance to Al Alcorn. Bushnell and Ted Dabney decided to risk hiring untrained workers to assemble Pong machines. They went to local unemployment office and hired nearly every prospect the office had sent them. Jacob.
No, this is Nolan. This is me.
It's Nolan.
I thought you were getting tired of reading all the stuff.
No, I wasn't getting tired.
Okay, go ahead.
I like reading. That's when we started bringing in these guys that we got at the unemployment office. There were members of motorcycle gang, people who found that they could fence the television, buy heroin. We didn't think that any of that existed here. I mean, this was San Jose, California. Really a very pristine community. Oh, you.
I mean, it was
summer
high. It
child.
was high scale. Not denying that. In the beginning, Atari offered a fun atmosphere, but less than generous wages. New line workers made slightly above minimum wage, $1.75 per hour, plus benefits, whatever that means. I mean, it does actually in the newsletter. It does actually explain some of the benefits. I forget if dental was one of them, but that's a good benefit for an entry-level job. One of the more popular benefits was Friday night beer busts on the loading dock. Employees also got to play free games. Yeah, like they're so enthused every day going in and repairing a Pong and then playing Pong.
That's right.
That's all they had for like a year. So I mean, does anyone really want to play Gotcha? Really?
Bib.
As Pong orders mounted, however, it became impossible to keep up with demand. Bushnell hired nearly anyone who came in the door. Line personnel sometimes worked 16-hour shifts. Well, then how could you have a night shift? And yes, there was a night shift, Nolan, because it is actually, I think in one of the newspaper profiles, it actually says Atari has a night shift.
Yeah, any manufacturing company will have 3 shifts.
Tensions mounted, and there was a failed attempt to unionize the company. I don't remember this.
No, that's been mentioned in other sources. 1 second, I have to switch the battery in my head.
A rift grew between management and the rank and file. Atari also became a notorious mecca of drug abuse. I mean, depends on how you define abuse. The Martin Avenue roller rink facility smelled of marijuana. One ex-employee later quipped that you could just get stoned by breathing the air coming out of the building. Steve Bristow, who later became a vice president of the company, remembered the facility in a less extreme light. Parts of the building smelled like pot, but I don't remember getting stoned just walking through. Yeah,
So
thanks for ruining the effect.
How would you know whether you were or not unless you were actually doing it yourself?
That's what I was about to say. It's like, why? If you did get stoned walking through, then wouldn't you?
It's like,
not
how
remember?
It's like, how do you know when you start getting drunk if you're not a regular drinker?
Former Atari executives described the people manning the assembly line as long-haired bikers, junkies, and hippies. What about all those women? That we have tons of photos of manning the assembly line.
They had long hair too.
Well, they definitely did have long hair, but I wouldn't describe them as
No,
hippies.
I know.
It didn't take long. Oh, wait. Even Bushnell admitted they made him nervous. I don't know why everyone thinks that he's like a hippie. Like he certainly had a lefty kind of worldview, but I would never call Nolan a hippie.
I mean, he's he came from Utah and the Mormon. He's what the Mormons think is a hippie.
It didn't take long for some enterprising assembly line workers to discover that they could supplement their low wages by stealing televisions and parts, selling them at local pawn shops. Nolan.
There was about a 6-week period when employee theft was rampant. We figured out what was going on and tightened things down, and that went away. The theft was incredible until we woke up and fixed it. We fired a lot of people, and there was still a lot of marijuana use. One of the kids set up a jar and took donations to help other employees with unwanted pregnancy. It was never an official Atari thing, but we didn't hide it, the jar, from Vin.
There's definitely some weird stuff that they did. The newsletters are very interesting.
Yes.
Just to look through and see like some of the cultural aspects of everything. But we need more of those newsletters. God damn it, Marty.
Yeah. Yes, we do. We need the early one.
I want all of them.
Well, I want all of them too, but I mean, a lot of the missing ones are like after 72 and before 77, whatever.
I know it was going on in 74 as well. So
yeah.
It might have been all through that period.
Well, right, I think there were, and we don't have most of them.
Right. Other employees remembered the drug use as an ongoing problem. When the entire research and development team... Research and development team? What? You'll need Alcorn?
This is later. This is later in all
was asked to work on the line, and they last... Okay, so this is that event where...
Yeah.
Actually, this was probably 78. But anyways. And development team was asked to work on the line in a last-minute effort to meet deadlines for the 1977 holiday season. A newly hired designer named Roger Hector nervously took his place among the regulars. When he went to use the bathroom, he found empty syringes on the bathroom floor. I was amazed with what went on, said Hector. There are some photos from the Christmas of 1978 where Bushnell is actually on the line producing Atari VCSs. he probably wasn't doing that much, but like that. I think that's
Right,
probably the year that actually happened.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I mean they overdid it in 75 and 77.
Yep.
Jacob.
We were getting cash up front for Pong machines. I think we were selling them for $1,200 upfront cash, and it cost us about $300 or $400 to build them. So we had positive cash flow from the get-go, and we were doing it without any venture capital or anything.
He's wrong about the price,
Yeah.
but he said that he wasn't positive about the price, so that's fine.
Yeah, it was around 900 that they would ship
Yeah.
them out, according to an early catalog. They say it was from
With-
72, but I'm not sure.
with-
it might be 73.
And it was even cheaper if you bought in bulk. They
Right.
capped the bulk purchase.
But just talking about each, meaning one each.
Yep.
It was not 900. I have seen some newspaper
910.
reports that say that it was nearer to 1,200.
Yeah.
So I put that as I say 900 in my script, but I put a note in there too. Though Atari's game production eventually evolved into a sophisticated assembly line, it began as a haphazard dash. Workers wheeled empty Pong cabinets to the center of the production facility, and employees took turns installing the various components until the machines were finished. The process was slow and undisciplined, and resulted in the production of about 10 machines a day, many of which did not pass quality testing. Alex.
Nolan? Yeah. The first order was for 10 units for advanced automatic sales in San Francisco. These were guys that I knew from my days at Nutting. Portal, I don't know how you pronounce his name. Automatic was down in Los Angeles, and that was my second order. They ordered 10. By that time, the word had gotten out. Advanced Automatic had heard about what had gone on with handicaps.
I'm not sure who would have told them.
I mean, they
One
probably
of the
kept
random people.
they probably kept their ear to the ground. I mean, they were local.
Also, with the number that was initially produced, there's several different stories on that. I have another very long footnote about this.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think the first couple of orders 10 each. I think Bushnell's misremembering that. I trust more Dabney's account that he sold 100 and 150. Because this is not the first units they put on location. Those they're very clear they put out themselves. They didn't go through a distributor.
That seems like it was just kind of like at the same time that they were just building the rest too. Like I did an honest to god calculation of this. Like if Pong cost $500 to make, because Alcorn said $500 in another source, and their capital was $32,000, then how many Pong machines could they actually produce?
Right.
So maybe I went a little overboard on that. I'm very inclined to believe that they pretty much sold the 300 or so. They did it all in at the same time. And maybe they were building them beforehand, but Bushnell remembers 13, Dabney remembers 12, and I don't care. Bushnell began using Pong at other locations on the Atari amusement route, as he drummed up business from other distributors. Word spread quickly. Pong had become one of the most profitable coin-operated games in history. Other machines collected $40 or $50 a week. In those early days, Pong frequently brought in 4 times as much as other machines, often topping out $200 a week. As the route's profits expanded, Bushnell hired this is earlier, I think. Oh, hi, Dale.
Hey.
As the route's profits expanded, Bushnell hired Steve Bristow, the engineering student at Cal Berkeley who replaced Alcorn in the Ampex work-study program, to collect quarters along the route. Since Atari had just opened a game room in Berkeley, the route was a convenient way for Bristow to earn some income, and he received 1% of the receipts. I can't.
We had the. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
We had the game route operation giving us cash flow. And he, Steve Bristow, was setting up the route in the summer, along with doing the other things, because we needed to do everything we could do to build cash flow. We ran the first game room in Berkeley. It was Steve's job to maintain that game room and collect the money and bring it down to us. So while he was still in college at Berkeley that fall, this was his shtick.
Was he
Steve
still in
usually,
college?
yes, he was.
Okay.
So, because he did this before he joined as a full-time engineer
Right,
in
I know that.
'73. Yeah, he joined Atari upon graduation, so that's correct.
Okay.
Steve usually took his wife on the route. When they'd go to collect, his wife would carry a hatchet. They were afraid because they were carrying hundreds of dollars worth of quarters, and they couldn't carry a gun.
See, what was the thing?
Oh, by that time, the word. Oh, wait, that you.
No, I'm
Yeah,
I'm
that's it.
looking. Yeah, there's something that I had a question about. Just open a game. So yeah, so it was about the timing on Bristow. I forget if that deposition from the
Yeah,
Bally
so
Williams case actually says like exactly when he
so
joined Atari.
so I think what happened is he was doing the work study thing.
Hmm.
So he did a work study stint. He went to Nutting as part of one of his work study
Right.
stints. So he was with Nutting through the MOA show in '72, and and that period. And then after that, he left Nutting and he was doing his full-time schoolwork again, and that's when he was doing the coin route. I think the thing about it being in the summer is that Bushnell says here is incorrect. So I'm pretty sure he was collecting the coins on the route like January to June of '73, and then he graduated in '73 and was hired as an engineer by Atari. I'm pretty sure that's the timeline.
I guess not work for Atari, work with Atari. All right. Word traveled quickly in the amusement industry.
Oh no, we need someone to read Bristow.
Oh, Bristow. Wait, I skipped the thing. Wait, no. So carry gun. Okay, Jacob.
Yeah.
Or Dale, are you here?
Dale, let the new guy read.
Oh, I'm not. Okay, well, I'll need to join the stream.
Okay, Jacob, you read it.
Okay. We tried to get a permit to carry a gun, and they wouldn't let us have one. So we asked if there were any laws against carrying a hatchet. There weren't, so we took one along.
Just going up to the law office and be like, "Can we carry a gun? No. Can I carry a hatchet? Yes."
Who's the they here?
Yeah, that's the real question.
Right.
Word traveled quickly in the amusement industry. Though the orders were small, they mounted. By the end of 1973, Atari had filled orders for 2,500 Pong machines. By the end of 1974, that number grew to more than 8,000. It became more popular than the best pinball machines of the day.
Okay, so there's some lies here, and these lies we can actually trace all the way back. These numbers, 2,500 by the end of '73, 8,000 by the end of '74, they come from Zap. Zap got its figures from a Wii magazine profile in 1974. And what that profile said is that Atari at that time, 1974, started their runs at 2,500. And also in that article, Pat Karn says that they had sold at that time 8,000 Pong machines. So that's where the 2,500 figure comes from. It has nothing to do with Pong units sold by the end of 1973, whether you do the fiscal year in June or the calendar. That number's complete BS. The 8,000 is correct, though it's not by the end of '74, because the article was from September of '70.
8,000. Though they were probably pretty much done.
No, they were pretty much done at that point. It probably didn't sell any more than that because they weren't even in production probably at that point. But I'm just saying this telling of it is wrong, and but we have the complete chain from Kent back to Zap back to Wii magazine.
Yeah. Interestingly, another company benefited from Atari's mounting success, though the Magnavox Odyssey attracted very little attention when it was first released. The home entertainment market became increasingly more popular as Pong expanded into new markets. Okay? I don't know where this is going. Atari's success spread quickly, and Odyssey rode in its solid-state wake, selling 100,000 units in its first year. Nope, not 100,000.
No! Sold 69,000 first.
Dale, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Can you read Baer?
It clears through it. What do we got? And I think if it hadn't been for Nolan showing up that summer with Pong and heightening the sensitivity to playing games on a television set, Magnavox's Odyssey wouldn't have sold as well as it did. It was definitely a complimentary effect.
It was like Baer was in the room with us right now.
Wow.
Rest in peace.
Which was very scary because that means zombie.
The king, the queen, and the 5 princes. Oh yeah, we had to like figure out who the 5 princes were, didn't we?
We know who they are.
As Atari grew, Bushnell surrounded himself with the people he knew and trusted. He suddenly foresaw greater success than he had ever imagined, and no longer had time for people who did not share his vision. All right, yep, here we're getting into this. Ted Dabney, Bushnell's longtime friend and co-founder of Atari, was the first casualty. According to Bushnell, at least he's putting it in these terms.
Yes.
Dabney still had a small shop engineer's mentality. He wasn't ready to be a part owner of an international company and slowed Atari's progress. He just skipped to the international part. They never even touched on how they became international. At first, Dabney refused to leave, and he and Bushnell traded accusations. In the end, however, Dabney took over operation of the profitable amusement route. Well, it's not profitable by the time he got it.
Yeah.
So, I'll put that down. Atari route was not profitable, and Dabney was forced to take it. And received several shares in the company. No, he had to sell all his shares,
He had
didn't
to sell all of his shares. He did not have any shares at that point. He had a promissory note.
For a value of his shares.
Uh-huh.
Years later, Dabney sold his stock at a great profit. No.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
No, he did not
No.
live fabulously. And
There was
happily
no
ever
great
after.
profit. Profit.
Yeah, profit.
Look, but it gets better. Keep reading.
In exchange for his original investment in the $250, Dabney became a millionaire.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Somebody's studying their canas.
It burns.
All right, and now you get to throw on some Nolan BS.
I bought him out 2 years into the business. What happened was that the business outgrew Ted, and he knew it. I mean, he was an engineer's engineer, and he liked being in the company, but all of a sudden it got too big for him. Ted ended up running the coin. It was a very positive cash flow operation. When we sold off, Bushnell later sold Atari, he ended up with a large note for his shares in the operation, which he ran successfully for many years thereafter. I think probably all totaled it was worth about $1 million.
Oh no, he did not.
Yeah. So Nolan, I mean the part about it being worth $1 million is BS, but we can see where Kent is insufficient to the task because the sold off is not what he thought it was. It wasn't Bushnell later selling Atari, it was selling the shares. He ended up with a note for his shares, which is true. He ended up with a promissory note. So Kent took some of what Nolan said and completely misinterpreted it and made things worse. Good job.
But Nolan does kind of confuse the issue. He says the note was worth, he said the note was worth about $1 million. Maybe he means like if he kept the note.
No, I think he means everything. The operations from running the business plus the note for his shares.
But, he didn't run the operations. Like, he also says ran for many years thereafter. Not true.
Right, which is also not true. Exactly.
So, the Atari route was sold back to Atari. Dabney didn't run it for years.
But Kent screwed up because he misinterpreted the sold off thing as Bushnell saying that he got compensation for his shares when they sold to Warner, but that's not what Bushnell was telling Kent.
Right.
Kent just screwed that up.
In Dabney's place, Bushnell assembled a crew of Ampex expatriates and young gun executives.
Pew, 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 pew.
No, it's young guns. Pew, pew, pew.
Right.
Oh, there's Dale in chat. Good on Dale. They became known around Atari as the King, the Queen, and the Five Princes. What is this a reference to? It has to be a reference to something.
Just think that it's because they had 5 vice presidents, president and a chairman, and so the VPs were the princes. You know, I think that's all, but who knows?
The group included Al Alcorn, who led Atari's research and development, Steve Bristow, who eventually became the vice president of engineering, Bill White, the chief financial officer, Gil Williams, head of manufacturing, Joe Keenan, one of Bushnell's next-door neighbors who would later be president of both Atari and Aki Games. Just like pressing all of that together real quick.
Yeah.
And Gene Lipkin, president of sales. Keenan, a married heterosexual, was referred to as the Queen because he was second in command, not because of his sexual orientation. What? Why did you need to clarify this?
And Lipkin was VP of marketing.
Yeah, he was never sales, right?
Right. So that's an error.
Keenan,
VP of marketing.
or not Keenan.
Yeah.
Lipkin.
Now, the director of sales did report into him, but his title was...
Yeah. Of the members of Bushnell's team, Lipkin stands out as the only executive with a background in coin-operated amusement industry. Before going to Atari, Lipkin worked at Allied Leisure Industries, a Florida game manufacturer.
And he worked for a distributor before that.
Right. I'm just trying to run through my head as like, did there happen to be somebody else? No.
Yeah, no, not amongst the top managers there.
Yeah. Lipkin brought experience and savvy to the group. He quickly rose at Atari and proved to be a valuable asset. Alex.
Allied Leisure was started by an old-timer in our business named Dave Braun, basically to give his son Bobby something to do. Bobby was severely crippled.
Can't say that nowadays.
Say it like that. That's right. He had cerebral palsy. They had a factory in Hialeah, Florida, and they made a couple of pretty good motorcycle games. That's where Gene Lipkin got his start, working as the sales manager for Dave Braun and Bobby Braun. Technically got his start with... Okay, Eddie. That motorcycle game was a good game, but it broke down a lot, and Gene ran around the country apologizing for the game as often as he was selling it. That game being Wild Cycle.
Indeed. But Kent would have never looked that up.
No.
Bushnell still preferred working smart and fun to working hard, and made sure that the men around him agreed with his philosophy. They held meetings in hot tubs. Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Drank heavily, experimented with drugs, and named projects after sexy female employees.
Quickly rescind any and all awards.
Sometimes Atari board meetings seemed more like fraternity parties than business meetings. Nolan.
It's an accurate part of the mythology that we played around with pot at our planning sessions, things like that. And it's actually, I think, a very interesting documentable piece of society that most of us played around. I mean, this is the late 1960s, early 1970s. But then very quickly most of us said, hey, this isn't really effective, this isn't good. But by that time, some of us had already destroyed our lives.
Yeah, destroyed it with pot.
Yeah.
Dale.
Gamers against weed.
Still there? Dale?
Dale
Okay, no, he's not there.
I guess we've reached the Dale end of this talk.
Do you want to read it, Becca?
No.
Okay.
All right, I'm your reader then.
No, I'll do this one.
Okay.
I'll be Alcorn. I'll be the
Okay.
chunky man.
Okay.
Chunky man.
The chunky man. I remember this board meeting. Nolan Bushnell lived in Los Gatos in a very nice house on the hilltop with a hot tub out back. We had a board meeting in his tub. Nolan was saying how much money we were going to be worth. All these millions. And I thought to myself, I'll believe it when I see it. Nolan needed some papers and documents, so he called up the office and said, "Have Miss So-and-so bring them up." So we were in this tub when she arrived, so he proceeded to try and get her in the tub during the board meeting. Nolan's attorney was miffed because we got his papers wet. He was not in the hot tub, and he was not amused by any of this. That was the sort of fun we had. You know, of course, he gets in it for the female employees, but there is actually a picture of him just sitting there with one of his compatriots. I don't think it was Joe, but it was someone with a very striking mustache. I could tell you that. So, you know, I presume that these things also did happen.
Yes.
In 1974, Bushnell added a final asset to Atari's arsenal. Steve Meyer and Larry Emmons, two of his former associates at Ampex, starting a consulting company in Grass Valley, a small community near the California-Nevada border. Yeah, I guess in 1974 he technically added it. So
yeah, that's when they bought the company. So that's accurate, even though they did work before that.
Oh, Dale was reading, but he was muted.
Oh no! We thought you muted yourself because you were taking yourself out of the conversation.
Right.
I was in no position to do the live read, so that was accurate, but I jumped in and started to go for it until Ethan Roberts. Oh, yeah.
Wonderful.
Oh no.
It was good. It was golden.
Bushnell respected Emmons's. He does this again.
Yeah. That is, to be a grammar nerd for a second.
Eh.
That is actually correct. Like, even though today the modern usage is to not put the S after the apostrophe, for technically in the Chicago Manual of Style, it is still proper if it's a proper name to put the S after the apostrophe.
Fine, I'll have to delete a thing later. And respected Emmons's and Mayer's abilities and immediately began an exclusive relationship. No, it was not exclusive. They were working for some other stuff in the beginning.
I mean, when they finally bought them, it was exclusive, obvious. And I don't think he ever calls them Cyan Engineering in the book, like Kent. I don't think he ever uses that term.
Yeah, I'm not sure how well it was known at the time. I'm sure that Joe DeCure gave some interviews by that point, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of early sources only refer to them as Grass Valley.
Right.
Grass Valley became Atari's think tank, the place Bushnell and his board went when they needed to plan a strategic move or devise some new and highly technical invention. What?
I don't think that's quite right.
The board to Grass Valley. I mean, like, you know, in the Midway v. Williams thing, like, Bristow lays out, like, how often he actually went to Cyan Engineering, and it was not super often.
Unless Grass Valley was also the euphemistic name of the Atari boardroom.
Yeah, so I don't think they went down very often. I would imagine per board that Bushnell ever had, he only ever went there once with Grass Valley.
Right.
You know, with the whole crew. I assume he went down there more than it's just, you know.
Yeah, and Joe Keenan had a pilot's license, so he would fly there sometimes. I think Al had a pilot's license, so he would fly there sometimes.
Yeah, Mayer did too, as I recall.
Yeah.
So he would fly the other way.
But it was not like whole groups. It was like one or.
I have no idea where you'd land in Grass Valley. I've been there.
I mean, they probably have an airstrip somewhere.
Yeah.
Must.
Mayer and Emmons became the prime architects of many projects. Grass Valley would build the technical stuff that people said couldn't be built, according to Bushnell. So it goes from a Bushnell quote to a Bushnell quote.
Yay! They, Baer and him, both worked with me at Ampex, and so I knew they were good. So we had this little group up in Grass Valley, California. We had kind of a reputation, for smoking pot and things like that. And I think a lot of it came from the fact that we had a think tank in Grass Valley, and people thought, what is that? Grass Valley in California can only mean one thing. The reputation also came from the fact that you all smoked a lot of pot, Nolan.
Well, you preempted his joke, so good job.
No, I read the whole quote for
Grass Valley was located deep in the Sierra Nevada mountains near the Nevada border. Yeah, let me tell you, driving, even today, driving over the Nevada border to Grass Valley is not fun. It was beautiful. The scenery out there is amazing. But, yeah, it was tough. That was not a pleasant driving experience for me.
Yeah.
It was a naturally scenic location near towns that had once boomed during the Silver Rush. Atari executives adopted the Grass Valley facility as their company retreat. No, they didn't!
They went to Pajaro Dunes for company retreats.
Yeah, I'm gonna addendum this.
Yes.
Yeah. Bushnell and his board drove up for weekend. You can't drive up to Grass Valley for the weekend from Sunnyvale.
Everybody who I've ever talked to that made trips to Grass Valley flew. They were either pilots themselves or they hitched a ride.
Yeah, I don't know when the highway was constructed, but driving on that highway to Southern California took me 2 days.
Yeah, no, when they came, they flew. They didn't drive. He's confusing this with Pajaro Dunes is what he's doing right now.
Trips to Grass Valley have developed an important part of the Atari culture. In the end, Grass Valley facility became so important that Bushnell bought it outright. I do wonder where they actually got the money to buy out Grass Valley, but there's not enough details on that, really.
Yeah.
With Atari, unknown territory. With Atari's growing success, Bushnell settled into the role of manager and lead promoter. Yeah, not manager.
You're right.
Executive and lead promoter.
He was never the manager, that's right.
Should I put that as an error? Nolan Bushnell was not a manager.
Yeah.
He left the technical wizardry in the hands of Baer and Emmons, while Alcorn and Bristow handled the practical matters of engineering. And creating stuff, too.
Yes. And, in Don Lang and Larry Leppert.
We don't talk about Larry Leppert.
We do.
Explain the story, Alex.
He left to a competitor that ended up stealing Atari property in order to make games.
Rip-offs of Atari games.
Yes.
Sounds like fun.
But Bushnell, yes, it's very fun.
It was very fun until the lawsuit.
Bushnell now focused his attention on the future, though he dedicated some of his time to inventing new products. No, he invented nothing.
Yeah.
Bushnell didn't invent products. Oh, okay, new products. He invented one product. It was called Computer Space, and that's it.
Right.
He spent most days trying to divine new paths for Atari's future. Yeah, with the crystal ball just on the floor. He's sitting in the middle of the factory room. Everybody's stepping around him. Al Alcorn comes up. Nolan, move your fucking ass.
We're streaming live. You can't say that.
This stream is not for kids. There you go.
Don't think that's how it works.
His steady inclination was toward unbridled growth. If there was an increase in orders, Bushnell wanted more workers. He implicitly believed that Atari would continue to grow as long as his research and development teams came up with new ideas. I mean, that checks out.
Yeah.
This is a problem with a lot of growing companies, that they always try and grow ahead of what they actually have at the moment.
Yep.
One of Bushnell's first tasks was to apply for patents to protect Atari's products. One patent. One singular patent he applied for. And they had some like design patents later on, but like.
And he did it before he was sued by Magnavox, so that's an error.
He remembered the lessons that he had learned from the at the hands of Magnavox and wanted to avoid future problems. Bushnell's patent was prior to the Magnavox suits. He filed for it in 72, and then it was granted in 74, but it never became like a something that they could actually use properly. Just threaten people with. The solid-state technology behind Pong was completely original, and Bushnell hoped to fend off imitators. Unfortunately, by the time the patent came through, it had no teeth. Countless competitors had already built and shipped imitations. No, it didn't have any teeth, because the Magnavox already existed.
Exactly. It's a bad patent.
Dale. No. Are you're still mute? Okay, no, you're.
Nolan filed for a patent on a motion circuit with a guy who was a patent attorney on the low end of the totem pole. We were a very small company. The guy was fundamentally incompetent. The patent was flawed because it was filed too late.
No.
What's that?
No, go ahead.
We told him that, but it didn't make any difference. It was patently wrong. Pun intended.
That's a good one.
They should have hired Aldo Test.
But
He was like
it was
13
not too late. It was filed in 72, very shortly after Atari was incorporated.
It was too late in the sense that Magnavox already did it.
Right.
But that's not what he meant, I know.
By the middle of 1974, computerized ping pong machines were in every bar and bowling alley across the United States. Hyperbole. But Atari had made less than 1/3 of them. Bushnell called his competitors the Jackals because they had an unfair advantage.
Besides, I think by the middle of 1974, they were in the process of being thrown out of every bar and bowling alley across the United States.
All right, gonna take another break here. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
And let us resume with our exciting reading of The Ultimate History of Video Games by Stephen L. Kent, published in 2001. We are in Chapter 6, The Jackals, a title which an author in this stream may or may not have taken for himself.
Actually, I did a pun on the Jackal, because I called it Chapter Day of the Jackal, which is a book about a fictional assassination against Charles de Gaulle. All
right, Nolan, give it a read.
Hold on 1 second. I'm away from the computer. I'm coming. I will read.
Oh, are you?
In those days, it just took a long time to get patents. That was a problem. We tried to be fast and to out-innovate the competition.
There were a handful of companies like...
Thank God patents are fast nowadays.
Oh, so fast. There were a handful of companies that came in to develop games like Pong. Nolan applied for a patent, but of course that patent wasn't awarded until many years later. They're really harping on this patent thing. I was there, by the way, when he got it, and at the time Nolan looked at the document and said, well, great, but he decided not to do anything about it legally. He only decided to do something about it illegally. Success has its problems. The biggest... alright, there's Nolan.
Biggest accusation, Atari, caused radio interference at the exact frequency used by the Nevada Highway Patrol. It was absolutely true.
Oh,
It probably happened everywhere, but they figured it out in Nevada because everything is far apart. They'd get close to a bar, and all of a sudden they couldn't communicate with headquarters. Then someone noticed that after 2 a.m., when the bars would shut down, it would be okay. So they knew it was something in the bars. They went around unplugging stuff, and finally they unplugged video game interference away. So the Highway Patrol almost shut us down throughout Nevada. We had to create these big wire mesh shields that shielded the computer and cut down the radio interference. We really tried to keep that puppy quiet because we didn't know if we were doing the same thing in New York, and the local authorities would never ever be able to track it down there.
Lies! Horrible lies!
Dale, will you explain to
What
our
is
video
this?
audience exactly what is the problem?
We're gonna need a few hours here.
Oh, God. Why did you
get
give him the
shut down. Okay. It all goes back to the Civil War. They got busted in New York, I think, for asteroids later on. But this is I'd love to know more about these mesh cages that were apparently custom built. We know that Norman did work closely with the federal regulator in the 70s in order to save the Keysters. But that's where the trouble starts, right there, in somewhere on a Nevada highway.
I remember I found like an actual contemporaneous reference to interference. I need to find it again, but yeah,
Yeah, you do. Now I'll nag you about it.
yeah, and yeah. So Dale, Mr. Dale, Mr. Quarterpast, is the expert on the FCC and video games, as much as he believes himself to be an expert. And so whenever the opportunity comes, we turn our eyes to Dale for an explanation. Now that Atari had established television games as an arcade phenomenon, though people weren't calling them television games anymore by 1973, because the term video games had been invented by Mr. Eddie Adler.
Yay!
A number of factors conspired against the company's ability to preserve the phenomenon for itself. The first problem was that Nolan Bushnell couldn't promote his machines without competitors trying to steal his ideas. It's like every single other industry in existence.
Those wascally wabbits.
No sooner had Pong become the hottest innovation in amusement machines than dozens of potential competitors began studying it. According to Al Alcorn, engineers from rival game companies started visiting Andy Capp's taverns shortly after he installed the first Pong prototype.
Technically, he tells the story of Ramtech going to see it, which is not a rival game company at that time.
Right.
But I suppose we'll let that slide.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That's super semantics. We only go for normal semantics.
Aw.
More important, unlike Ralph Baer, the exact opposite of Ralph Baer in every way. Bushnell had no way to protect his solid-state game technology. He filed for... Why do we keep coming back to this? He filed for a patent, but patent took so long to arrive that other companies had already manufactured and sold games using similar architecture. Yeah, but you're not patenting architecture.
Yeah, and here's the fun thing about patent. Like, once you get them, they're considered to have taken effect from the moment they were filed, and so you can go back and sue people that made stuff after you filed your patent. You're still allowed to do that.
Yeah. Bushnell had entered into an industry in which success spawned imitation, and everybody considered Pong a success, with Pong machines earning up to $200 per week. All right, what is this footnote? Stop, it's because it's referencing Zap. He didn't reference Zap earlier when there were specific numbers coming from Zap.
Yes. He uses Zap a lot for this. Zap and Game Over very prominently.
Yes. There was no ways to stop companies from copying it. Just as pinball Was that?
Oh, I said, oh, boo.
Just as pinball manufacturers stole Williams' tilt mechanism and Gottlieb's flipper. Okay, yeah.
Williams did not invent the tilt!
Yeah, he didn't invent the tilt, and flippers were never patented. I don't know why, but they didn't patent them. They began making electronic ping pong games. And, like, was Williams ever upset about people using the tilt? I don't know.
I doubt it.
Within 3 months of Pong's release, competitors with names like Electronic Paddleball started to surface. Wait.
So
I don't think Electronic Paddleball.
That's a game.
Yeah.
There's Computer Spaceball. There's Paddle Battle. I don't think there's Electronic Paddleball.
Yeah. Ramtech, Meadows Games, and Nutting, the company that made Computer Space, manufactured? Is that what you mean?
That's super semantic. Fine.
We're among the first companies to make their own versions of Pong.
No.
Actually, no.
Stop. Hold everything. Meadows Games did not start making these things until 1974.
Early Pong manufacturer, and Midway was an early one. Because it says, in the next few years, established manufacturers like Midway and National Semiconductor followed. You're jumping from
And Midway was licensed.
Yeah.
And National Semiconductor only made a home version. What a mess. Though I'm sure he got all his Midway stuff from Al Alcorn, who always said it was unlicensed. And then I was like, Al, I was told that it was licensed. And then he was like, yeah, probably. We had a good relation. Like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, all it says is own versions of Pong. Technically, a license is a version of Pong.
Uh-huh.
Dale, you there?
What do we got? Who am I?
This one.
Curiously, Atari did not build the number of Pong machines the world would think. I don't know the actual number, because the video game industry generally begins with Pong, even though Computer Space predated it as an actual video game. Pong was the beginning of the video era. It was a new idea in those days. People ripped it off. There were some companies who just came out of nowhere, saw what was happening with Pong, and said, I want to get a part of that action. This action.
Whatever. It's fine. Forgeries flooded arcades all over the world. Forgeries?
I mean, yeah, they're not forged. Yeah, clones, because they didn't claim to be Atari Pong. They were clones.
I mean, Pong wasn't a clone. It was an idea inspired by something that was seen.
Well, no. What I'm saying is...
No. I'm responding to a comment.
Gotcha.
In the Discord chat.
Yeah,
it covers the whole Magnavox Odyssey thing. But, Pong was not a clone of the Odyssey table tennis game. So, forgeries flooded arcades all over the world. As Atari expanded to overseas markets, its success attracted international attention. Because a clone is literally just taking something and just, like, extracting all the elements of it. You know, in the case of when we talk about Pong clones, we're talking about all these different features that were copied directly, either by stealing a circuit board and producing it part for part, or by examining it. You know, it's like there's many differences between the Odyssey table tennis and Pong. So that's why I wouldn't call it a clone. It was inspired by the Odyssey table tennis. Possibly. In 1975, an Italian manufacturer began imitating Atari's breakout. Nope.
That's quite a feat. I wonder if they still have their time machine.
And I assume this is Zaccaria, but I I don't recall them ever seeing them do it.
Yeah, yeah, I've never heard of this.
No,
Have to
it's
hear it
not
again.
identical in terms of gameplay because Pong has the ability to ricochet. It has walls on the top and the bottom of the screen. It has the ball can speed up. Just because it's simple doesn't mean it's the same thing.
And of course the control scheme's different. It's one knob
and
does
scoring
everything.
as well.
Yeah, they're actually very different. The thing that's the same and got them into trouble is the technical thing that you have two objects that collide and one of them changes the vector. That's what the patent covered. Got them in trouble.
Just as you can all these games are sports games. And a sports game is always going to bear some resemblance to another sports game that's imitating the same thing. But on the pure gameplay terms, Pong and Odyssey Table Tennis are just so different. Its forgeries were so well made that the only way to spot them was to check the address on the back of the machine. I don't think they ever would have tried to sell it like that, but
yeah,
I don't know.
It seems to me like they're not very good forgers if they put their own address on it. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it was a license.
Right?
And then
Might have been.
It was forgery.
When you see it has Pong with an umlaut, you know it's fake.
Ping.
Ping.
By this time, Atari had moved to San Jose.
What? Atari was never in San Jose.
Oh yeah,
ever.
that was weird.
They were in Sunnyvale. They were in Los Gatos. We're never in San Jose.
The Italians used the current correct address, while Atari-made machines still had the company's old Santa Clara address. So he's thinking Los Gatos.
They were. Yeah, or Sunnyvale. I mean, they were in Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, and Los Gatos at various times. They were never in San Jose proper.
Bushnell developed a grave dislike for his imitators. He called them jackals, and believed that the only way to stay ahead of them was constantly to generate new games and ideas. He considered his imitators less creative, and believed they would be unable to develop games on their own. And of course, he was totally right, and Atari is the only name in games today.
That's right.
In an effort to stay ahead, Atari entered 1974, producing a new game every other month. Nope. I don't think that's true. 1974, every month?
Every other month.
Every other month. Okay, they probably released about 6 games a year, but...
Yeah, but, I mean, so was any other bigger factory, right? I mean, that's not that special. Now, if they were releasing 20 games a year, then I'd be impressed.
Bushnell's new strategy allowed the competition to copy games, and Atari retaliated by coming out with new ones.
And the thing is, they did reduce copying through other technological methods. Grand Track was not copied. Tank, other than by the people.
There are ripoffs of Grand Track, I believe. I've seen, just looking at flyers and stuff, I believe that there are actual ripoffs of Grand Track.
I have not seen that. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I have not seen. But yeah, there was less copying of their games as time went on.
Right.
I mean, Ball and Paddle
was a general
trend. Really easy. Yeah, Ball and Paddle's just really easy to copy.
Yeah. The problem was that, like everyone else, Atari was still basing its entire library on remakes of Pong.
In 1974?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. This is vague.
Yeah, but even in 1973, their entire library wasn't clone Pong. They did Gotcha and Space Race and.
Every given year wasn't totally Pong.
Yeah.
Other company, well, I guess 1972. But,
sure.
other companies made paddleball games based on sports. Handball, Pong, and a 3-walled court. How many? A 3-walled court?
Yeah, I don't think there was ever a like a handball variant like that. I mean, the closest thing would be games like Leader and Elimination, are not handball, but at least there's more ricochet. You know, yeah, that.
And hockey, pong with small goals and 2 paddles.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Atari released ping pong, Dr. Pong. Dr. Pong is just pong. Pong,
Yes.
Pong doubles and quadra pong. Dale. Under the comedy category. It's all unlisted, so I'm not bothering.
Early on in the history of Atari, I went to a meeting for distributors. Nolan and I and several other people sat around a lunch table, and after we were done eating and shooting the breeze, Nolan came up with the unforgettable statement/question, "I wonder what else we can do with a video game that play tennis and hockey." He answered his own question with driving games like Track 10 and Grand Tack. Very visionary guy.
Actually, interesting point. Assuming that Eddie is remembering this correctly, that is another mark against the whole they were thinking of a driving game thing. Because tennis and hockey, those were the things that he was thinking of doing.
Yeah, I don't know how early he would have known about Atari. You know, Cashbox doesn't report on Atari till May 73.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, you know, maybe it was when they did the story in May or in April.
Yeah.
So that I meant March before, but
that's definitely a sign he wasn't thinking driving game early on. Of course, you know, all the documentary evidence shows tennis and hockey were the things that he had on his brain. Oh yeah.
Track 10. Yeah, it's track.
So there was a version called Track 10. That
was the post version. But
the smaller
he
version.
said Grand Track.
Yes.
Grand Track 10.
Fair enough.
It's 2 words. You know, at least if, you know, you could say Grand Track is kind of the name of the series.
Right,
then,
right.
You know, at least you got to separate it into 2 words.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus, this is a long quote from the guy who opens the book. This is actually the first quote in the book from this guy. In the end, Grass Valley think tank came up with the solution. In 1974, Mayer and Emmons began designing the first racing game, later named Track 10. I mean, it was later named Track 10.
But it was a different version of it. It was the smaller version of it.
But it was later named Track 10.
Fine, whatever.
The racing simulation was every bit as primitive as Pong. No.
I would say no. It had a ROM. Pong didn't.
I haven't played it yet, but...
No, I'll sign that affidavit.
Yeah, I mean I don't consider it primitive, but I mean it looks like it plays good.
It had a ROM and it had interlaced videos, so it was not as primitive as Pong. That's science.
Science. Players used a wobbly steering control to control a boxy-looking car as it sped over an oval track.
Was it wobbly?
Dale, yeah, was it wobbly? You would know.
No, it was absolutely not wobbly. That thing was in industry grade strong. What it did do though was it had no stop. It wasn't like a real steering wheel. You could spin it infinitely in any given direction.
Yes.
And part of the gameplay was to figure out how to gear shift the pedal, and fire that steering wheel really hard in one direction in order to get a centrifugal spin.
You know, Stephen Kent, when he was writing this book, probably found some sketchy arcade someplace that had one sitting in a corner that hadn't been repaired in 30 years. And, like, the steering wheel was wobbly on it because it was, like, ancient.
You know, I would say that Grand Track 10 represents racing better than Pong represents table tennis.
Yeah.
Although Track 10 had a very basic graphics, it opened the gates for a flood of creative new ideas. One of Atari's next titles was Gotcha. Nope.
No. No, Kent, we got you. Oh
A
god.
game in which a player with a box chased with a box, with a box.
Yeah, it was a plus sign. It wasn't like a square.
No, but no,
Getting-
he's not saying the player is a box. He's saying a player with a box.
I don't know. Well, but then he says chased a player with an X. I think what he's trying to say is they were represented by a box and an
Okay.
X, but it wasn't a box. It was a plus sign, so it's still wrong.
It does have some sources that are cited in here. It's not thoroughly cited. It's just like once the chapter, he'll like say, "Oh, I got some information from this book."
And he does have a small bibliography at the back that
Right.
indicates some of the sources he used.
Chase a player with an X through a maze. Gotcha received only lukewarm reception from arcade owners, though. In later years, maze chases have become one of the most popular themes in video. Like, are you talking like now or like in later years?
No.
Okay, fine. Yeah, whatever.
It's foreshadowing Pac-Man.
Yeah,
Give the man his moment.
Even though it proved unsuccessful in the arcades, Bushnell was always sentimental about Gotcha, especially those boob controllers.
Bibs.
His role in the company quickly shifted after that, as Bushnell became more involved in management. I guess management, as a broader term,
Right.
than game design.
I mean, he didn't design Gotcha.
More than a year passed
So-
before he came up with another design. Yeah.
He didn't design Gotcha. It was Alcorn's idea.
Though Alcorn also claims that he came up with Space Race, and he didn't. Dale, take it.
Sorry, man. I'm who am I? The CNN guy.
Yes.
Atari made the first sports game, Pong. They had the first maze game, Gotcha, and the first racing game, Track 10. Imagine what would have happened if Bushnell had somehow managed to patent those ideas. You couldn't have had Pac-Man or pole position. The whole industry would have been different.
You can't patent ideas.
That's right. You can only patent technology.
Can you imagine if he could have? Oh, my goodness. It would have been so different.
That's right.
Thanks,
I mean,
Steve
it's true
Baxter,
enough.
former producer of I don't remember CNN's.
I mean, Namco would have never been able to do pole position without releasing it through Atari. Oh, wait a
Can
minute.
you imagine if they had just patented video games? Why didn't they just copyright video games? What were they thinking?
That's right.
It was all because they had bad patent lawyers. That's why.
Right. They pulled a Trammell and went with the cheapest lawyers they could find.
An Atari tradition.
Numbskulls have failed to copyright my video games.
While other companies remained bogged down with electronic ping pong and tennis, Atari came out with its second. What is this timeline? Its second game, Space Race.
It's not so much a timeline as it is a time blob. Yes.
A wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey ball.
Wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey, yes. Kent is a Time Lord. That's what we're learning.
Space Race, a game in which players dodged asteroids as they flew tiny spaceships across the screen. Okay, he finally described something correctly.
Yay!
Good. The game did poorly. Yes, I mean, it did worse than Gotcha, so yeah. And Bushnell decided to return to the safety of tennis games.
Except Gotcha was their next game after Space Race.
Well, I mean, Quadra-Pong was technically, or Pong Doubles was technically next.
Yes, Pong Doubles was in between, but they weren't returning to the safety of tennis.
Within a few years, however, Atari experimented with new themes. Steeplechase, one word. A multiplayer game in which games jumped horses over gates on a treadmill racetrack.
Yeah, that's the one where you
treadmill? I thought that was
churches.
just kind of the illusion of like moving forward, but
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but I'd put that down to silly description.
Yeah.
Outright error.
And Stunt Cycle, a game which player jumped buses, capitalizing on the real-life stuntman Evel Knievel's wave of popularity. Atari established itself as the most diverse and prolific coin-operated video game company in history. The company developed an unwritten manifesto that did not allow designers to make games that had been done before.
Except for the 50 different versions of Grand Track they did, the 500 different Ball and Paddle games they did, the 2 sequels they did to Asteroids. Yeah.
And the clone of a certain Ramtep game.
Right, right, exactly, and they did Domino, which was a clone of Blockade. I mean, good lord.
They would have shipped Color Gotcha if they could have figured it out.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Made games to cut for. Oh my god. Yes. They even copied other people.
This legacy of innovation lasted more than a decade. More than a decade? Okay, fine.
They were more original as Atari games than they were in the later years of Atari, practically.
Though Atari was the first company to look beyond Pong for inspiration. Oh wait. Well, I guess like if you're counting Gotcha, or counting Space Race.
Yeah.
Space Race, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
or do you want to count
foreplay ripping off computer space? I don't think it counts when the other person is ripping off something.
Other companies soon followed. In 1975, the movie Jaws, a story of a man eating great white shark, terrorizing a tourist town, set box office earnings records and launched the nation into a frenzy. The beach resorts reported that tourists were afraid to go swimming, and sometimes even in pools. The company project support engineering.
Yeah, that is a mistake.
Attempted to capitalize on shark mania with a game called Man Eater. Man Eater was a... so he's going to describe this game. All right. Man Eater was a shark hunting game housed in a fiberglass cabinet shaped like the head of a shark. The distinctive cabinet made the game expensive to manufacture. Though the idea of hunting sharks initially attracted players, the game's unexciting play did not attract repeat customers.
Ouch.
It did lead to a hit Hall & Oates single years later.
Dun, 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 dun. No, that's how it starts. That's the bass line. That's the bass line. Ethan knows this. He's a bass player.
Alex nailed the bass line to Maneater. I will attest to that.
In 1975, Midway, one of the companies that originally rejected Pong and then took Pong, emerged as Atari's closest competitor. Midway and Atari were very different organizations.
Hold on. Back up, though. In 1975, it emerged as Atari's closest competitor? I don't know about that. Like, they were before that.
Competitor. I don't know how to type, okay? Don't make fun of me.
They sold more ball and paddle games than Atari did in 73. You know? I mean,
while Atari had an established research and development department, Midway distributed games developed by other companies and themselves too.
Well, no. So it depends. Like, they developed their own electromechanical, but they didn't do anything in-house until later. So that's pretty valid over.
But all it says is games.
True. You just feeling like sticking it to them this time.
Yeah. Gunfight. I already corrected this earlier.
Yes.
2 words. Midway's first major video game hit was a shootout in which
Okay, I think that Winner selling 7,000 units in 1973 was a real winner of a game.
Oh, jeez. Who shot at each other at opposite sides of the screen. It was not an original concept. A Japanese firm had created the game. No, I already corrected this before. So
yeah.
Was it a secret that it was called Western Gun? Like, I don't know. Then licensed it to Midway for the U.S. market. When Midway's development teams first tested it, they found it less than entertaining. The graphics were quite blocky, and the gunfighter's movements were quite limited. To try and salvage the game, Midway hired an outside designer, Dave not hired.
Yeah. Contract.
Brother of Nutting Associates founder Bill Nutting, and no, it's not Nutting and Associates. You did it right. You did it right. And then you do this.
My name is that's that would be a great name for like a geeky chiptune band, Nutting and the Associates.
Nutting Associates went out of business shortly after the failure of Computer Space. Nope, not shortly.
No, it did not.
It's a Mike and the Mechanics cover band.
And I've got another one for you.
And Bill Nutting spent next few years flying missionary and relief supplies into impoverished African nations.
He did not. So he never flew for the organization. He moved to Kenya and he managed their operation in Kenya, but he did not fly supplies himself there. I have spoken to the family.
I think that it goes back to Video Invaders. I think they say that in there.
It does. That's where it goes back to, his Video Invaders,
Yeah.
But they got confused. I mean, they're right about the missionary work. He just didn't do the flying himself.
Right. Dave Nutting went on to create such classic games as Seawolf, Gorf, Wizard of War, and Baby Pac-Man.
Okay, Dave Nutting
nope.
did not create Gorf.
Yeah. And he didn't create Baby Pac-Man either. He created for Professor Pac-Man.
Yeah, I'm not sure how involved he was with Baby Pac-Man. His company obviously did them all.
And also, Baby Pac-Man is not a classic.
Well, yes. Also fair.
While improving gunfight, Nutting introduced new technology to the video game market. The original game simply featured two cowboys shooting at each other. Nutting not only sharpened the graphics, he placed objects between the fighters.
There were objects between the fighters in the original game. They were just different objects.
Object. Gun.
Next, he's going to tell us that Gunfight also implemented a central star in its gravity well.
Yes, we covered that already. Sometimes cactus or stagecoaches. I don't know, should that be cacti?
It should be cacti.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Cacti or stagecoaches appeared in the middle of the duel to add to the challenge. To power these changes, Nutting incorporated a microprocessor into the game's design. Nutting did not, making Gunfight the first game with a microprocessor.
Which it may be. I mean,
Questionable.
I mean, if you count prototypes on test, then you got to give it to Weisbecker.
Was there? Yeah, sure. Was there ever more than one cactus on screen at once, though?
Yes.
Yes, there were.
Okay.
I remember, like, in Alex's correction sheet, I corrected something about the way that the obstacles change between turns, because I played it for quite a while in the MAME just to get everything down and okay, this is how.
Yeah, that's my memory too. I was like, was there one cactus or were there two cacti? Maybe there are
only one stage. Yeah, it says stagecoaches. There's only one stagecoach.
Yeah. It does move, though. I mean, to be fair, it does progress up the playfield.
Yeah,
Yes.
I guess you could technically say that there's a different stagecoach that keeps coming down. All right. Gunfight opened the way for Japan to enter the American video game market.
I mean, he's not saying it was the first game.
Yeah, but it's opened the way for Japan, but they redid it.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
that's not an error. It's just a weird editorial thing. Gunfight was originally designed by Western Co. But I already did this. Was originally designed by a firm named Taito. Why did you say this earlier? I can't even get through this sentence, Alex. I'm so upset. Okay. The Japanese term for Far East. Taito and Midway worked together until 1979. I guess.
So, yeah. So obviously, I'm no Japanese expert, but Taito doesn't actually just mean Far East, right? It's actually a combination of two words that between them represent like the Far East and the Pacific Ocean. Like, there's no term Taito. I think I've got a footnote on this in my book.
It's especially hard to search because Taito-ku is a prefecture. Well, not a prefecture, but like a subdivision
in Tokyo.
Japan. Yeah.
Yeah, in Tokyo. Like, I'm sure. Okay, so yeah, that is wrong because Taito does not mean Far East. What it is, probably, because people don't know this for certain, it is probably a combination of the Japanese words for the Pacific Ocean, which is Taihayu, and the word for the Far East, which is Kyokuto. So Kyokuto is what means Far East.
I won't elaborate that whole thing in there, but just not.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Mean
no,
Far East.
Yeah, it does not simply mean Far East. That is not.
Their final project earned so much money that Taito abandoned Midway and opened his own U.S. operation. Just abandoned them, left them at the side of the street, crying.
Kicked them out of the truck, carrying all the cabinets, and then drove off on their own.
As Atari expanded its repertoire to include racing games, Nolan Bushnell and Gene Lipkin, Vice President of Sales, toured the country.
Vice President of Marketing.
Yeah, man, we already did it.
I know.
To find out what arcade owners and distributors thought about the future of video games. Lipkin, who had started in the business working for the Florida firm Allied Leisure, took Bushnell to have lunch with one of the most respected men in the amusement industry, Joel Hochberg. Yeah, he's back.
Good old Joel.
The New York City game technician who had moved to Philadelphia to manage an arcade restaurant in 1961. Yeah, it was interesting. He talked about the arcade restaurant that was in a mall, which I thought was interesting.
Have you ever looked that up in the newspapers?
I tried
in Philadelphia, the
today,
Cavalier.
But
yeah,
I'll keep it in mind.
I will too, because I have a subscription right now as well. That's something worth looking.
Yeah, I looked today because I didn't know, is it the Cavalier or just Cavalier or is it the Philadelphia Cavalier? I don't know.
Right.
So it seems like it'll be a bit hard to search, but I'll keep looking.
I agree.
Hochberg moved to Florida to take a job working with a large amusement arcade owned by Mervyn Siskin, the son of a man who had brought him into the industry. They worked together for 7 years, during which time Hochberg's knowledge of the industry earned him a national reputation. Did it? I don't remember ever seeing...
Where? Because, his name doesn't appear in Billboard or Cashbox. So...
Yeah.
I'm sure Hochberg told Stephen Kent that he earned a national reputation.
Yeah, Hochberg did not show up until the 80s when he did he work? Yeah. Did he work for Centauri before?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he came to Centauri.
So that's the reason that I have his number, because someone was calling him about Centauri. So
yeah,
I'll look at that context sometime.
Yeah.
When Hochberg and Siskin split under unpleasant circumstances. Wow, are you printing this? All right.
Siskin was probably dead, and Hochberg was like, whatever.
Hochberg opened an underfunded arcade of his own. Unable to afford help, he worked 14-hour days, 7 days a week. Despite the long hours, his debts mounted.
Hold on. Let's back up here. So he earned a national reputation, but he could get nobody to work with him at an arcade after he split with this guy Siskin.
It's just ruining your reputation, Despite the long hours, his debts mounted. Just as the look that he might have to close, the owners of Allied Leisure contacted him, suggesting an attractive partnership. Attractive. Hochberg moved from maintaining equipment to sales and design. It was during this time that Atari released Pong. Hochberg tried the new medium and was impressed. 2 years later, Gene Lipkin invited him to lunch to meet with Bushnell. Alex.
Nolan Bushnell came to visit here in South Florida when we had the game room at Nathan's popular restaurant. Gene was working for Atari at that time. Nolan, Pipe, and all made his way to South Florida to visit me at our game center. His question was, do you think video games are here to stay? The answer I gave him was, I don't think there's even a possibility of turning back. I think that the customer, the player, has gotten such a taste of technology utilized in a format that makes things appear to be so real, there's no chance of the industry turning back. I'm not quite sure why he asked that question, since he was the pioneer.
I'm not sure how much I can believe anything. I think Hochberg is as much a huckster as Bushnell.
I think he is, too.
You know, I would still like to interview him, though. Get his detailed relationships with the Stampers.
Right. Because Kent sure didn't.
Though Bushnell and Hochberg were in the same industry, they did not keep in touch with each other. Why? Why would he keep in touch with this random person in Florida? It's just like,
exactly.
Just like hitting him up. Bushnell continued his tour, meeting with arcade owners and trying to satisfy his insecurity about the industry's future. I'm so skeptical that this happened. This is something to ask Lipkin. Like, you know, it would be interesting to ask Lipkin, like, you know, did you ever... do you remember Nolan and Joel Hochberg ever meeting? I'm sure he knows who Joel is. You know.
Of course he would, yeah.
Hochberg continued with Allied Leisure for a while and eventually started his own business again. By this time, he had established international relationships, which soon fostered unique advantages in the amusement industry. Ooh. In another decade, Bushnell and Hochberg would trade places. Bushnell would become the established authority, while Hochberg became a famous maker of games.
No.
Why? What?
Because Hochberg programmed Donkey Kong Country all by himself. In a little room in Florida.
Yeah. Only the paranoid survive. Living with my woman, because he doesn't help me with my mind. I completely fucked that up. Atari's first years were filled with notable successes and important failures. When asked about the early years at Atari, Nolan Bushnell and those around him remembered the fun times, but they also recalled struggling to come up with new ideas. Bushnell's constant drive to expand the business depleted Atari's revenues, and growing competition cut into company profits. Even in stressful situations, however, Atari's corporate philosophy of smart work and hard partying continued. Oh, the cat's in the room now. So you will likely hear some meowing. He is quite loud. Hello, Dilly.
Hey, it's Dilly.
Hello.
Good. All right, we are half Canuck in this party tonight.
That's true.
Be here for long. Just thought I'd stop by and say hi.
Hello, you're on stream.
Okay, goodbye.
Atari, wait, where was I?
Even in stressful situations.
Even in stressful situations, I can't find it.
The beginning of the second paragraph.
Now, even in stressful situations, however, Atari's corporate philosophy of smart work and hard partying continued. I already read that sentence. That's why I was confused. Atari executives had hot tub meetings and Grass Valley parties, though the partying did not...
Clearly he thinks Grass Valley is Pajaro Dune. Like, this is very obvious now.
Though partying
they did not go to Grass Valley to party.
Though partying did not alleviate their concern for the future. Yeah, I think Steve Mayer would have thrown them out if they did that. He seems like a pretty serious guy.
I mean, like, he used to grow things in the back of his car, so...
Okay. Bushnell spoke publicly of long-term interest in computer games, but he privately questioned whether Atari's success had been the result of luck or skill. He knew he had outflanked the competition so far, but he wondered which company would pose the next serious threat.
So, point of order, didn't Kent just spend a lot of time talking about how Bushnell went around asking everybody whether video games would last? So, how is that, like, privately worrying? Anyway.
He needed a scheme to maintain his advantage. Keeping that advantage was
a scheme. I love a scheme. I love a good scheme.
The scheme.
Keeping that advantage was of dire
Twirls your
importance
mustache.
because of a unique set of dynamics within the amusement industry. In the early 1970s, most cities had 2 or 3 dominant vending machine companies competing to do business in every arcade and bowling alley. These companies inevitably controlled the bulk of the location-based amusement routes.
So, no, they weren't vending machine companies. They tended to be jukebox distributors, which did not distribute vending machines. That is wrong.
Let's see.
Not even semantics. That's just plain wrong.
Unless they're cigarette vending machines.
Yeah, but that's the only vending machine they carried.
In the early 1970s, the unstated rule within the industry mandated that vending companies serving the same area should not buy equipment from the same manufacturer. Yes, this is where we get into the complicated part. If, for instance, the largest distributor bought Bally pinball machines and Rockola jukeboxes, its competitors needed to carry products from other manufacturers. Bushnell's goal was to find some way to break that rule and sell equipment to competing distributors. Okay, so the way that I was told that, like, I was breaking this down with Eddie Adlam, and
Right.
let's see if he's okay. So he's not quoted in this section, but basically, so like when you say pinball machines, it kind of confuses the issue. So in any given territory, the distributor who covered that territory and the locations to those arcade owners, they would, like if they had a style of gun game, they would only buy one style of gun game from one manufacturer. And then if you had a style of shuffle alley, you would buy that from one manufacturer. If you had a pinball, you would buy that from one manufacturer. Their line would be your line. And then from there, you could, decide whether or not you were going to. I'm trying to figure out where I'm going with this. So those were your options were limited to the one manufacturer on a specific product. It wasn't that if all games had to come from one manufacturer.
Right.
You could choose between different product lines. But in video games, which was seen as kind of a singular product category, if people wanted to buy multiple, different games, like Pong-style games, you would only get that from one manufacturer. And this is where, we'll see where the story is going in a second, but, you would have a better deal if you could sell into every territory instead of just, these exclusive territories.
Right. And then Joe Keenan told me an interesting wrinkle that because Atari had gotten its start with primarily Bally distributors around the Bay Area, they built out from there through a network of Bally distributors. So they were locked in with Bally people, even in places where the Bally distributor might be the third best distributor in the region. They kind of pigeonholed themselves, which made it even worse.
Mm-hmm. In 1974, Atari met that formidable competitor, a startup company called Key Games. Founded by Joe Keenan, Bushnell's next-door neighbor, Key Games was supposed to have lured away two of Atari's 5 princes, Gil Williams of manufacturing and Steve Bristow of engineering. Oh no, the company's falling apart. And also, not 1974.
And also Bill White, who was also one of the 5 princes, so that would be 3 of Atari's 5.
A bitter rivalry soon began as Keenan announced his new company. In public, Bushnell tried to appear magnanimous, but confidentially, he floated rumors that Keenan and crew were renegades not to be trusted. This is a Nolan quote.
We used to complain about Key Games. Oh, those bastards, we'd badmouth them. They, the distributor, just loved it, because they thought we were all crooks anyway, and they loved the idea of being able to go around us. Sometimes we'd say Key stole our engineer, Bristow. We gave him to them. Oh,
At
that
one-
was Alcorn Act.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was Alcorn. At
Yeah.
one point, the rivalry became so bitter that Atari executives made accusations about industrial espionage. Dilly.
Oh, wait, shit, sorry.
Right here.
I was doing something. What? Hold on. One weekend, I drove around to the back of the Atari building while my wife talked with a security guard and kept him busy. I threw circuit boards and equipment through a window and loaded them in my car.
You know, the thing that's funny about
Like-
this is I can't imagine like the security guard was the slightest bit suspicious about this.
I picture it happening from the second story. Like,
There is
Like
no
out the
second
window.
story. It's the roller rink.
oh, I know, but I just picture like you're on the second story throwing it out a window into the top of your car.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that story always seemed funny to me because he would have they wouldn't have had to distract anybody because he worked there.
You're right.
For years, Bushnell refused to believe that Bristow would take such a risk with what amounted to little more than elaborate ruse. Risk. Everybody, like, I'm sure everybody was just kind of looking at him. It's like, Steve, you okay? Like, yeah,
Why are you carrying that hatchet, Steve? What are you gonna do?
No, his wife was holding up the security guard with the hatchet.
Steve, you haven't been blinking in a very long time. Are you okay?
Oh, I just walked in here and I got high. Key Games, as it turned out, was created by Atari, and Bushnell and Alcorn sat on its board of directors. No, actually, they didn't, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly
well,
don't
just-
know.
Yeah. There's not enough documentation of Key, so.
Yeah.
Rather than chance a real rivalry with established amusement manufacturer, Bushnell had created a controlled competitor. The stories of industrial espionage and bad feelings were an elaborate cover that had taken on a life of its own. When Bushnell had his wife distract the security guard and slipped into his old office. Yeah, his old office! He was allowed to go there! He simply added more reality to the myths about the competition between Key Games and Atari. Bushnell's plan was to compete with himself, selling Atari products to largest local distributors and Key products to his competitors. Alex.
Just like Andy Grove says, only the paranoid survive. I wanted to hijack the competition, so I created the number 2 guy. Joe Keenan was my next door neighbor. I told him, I'd like to hire you to set up a company and call it Key Game. We'll make it look like it's Key for Keenan, and it will look like you've come in and started up a new coin-op machine manufacturer. We gave him our number 2 man in manufacturing and our number 2 man in engineering, Bristow and William.
Dilly.
We made up a new company named after Joe Keenan, Key Games. We made it sound like it was full of rich. We made him Steve. I said renegades. Okay. To be the VP of engineering, gave him some designs to get started. Nolan and I were on their board. If any of their distributors wanted to check, they could see the corporate records that we were part of the company.
I wish we could see those corporate records.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only thing we have is the Key Incorporation document, and it actually doesn't name anybody that we know that was on the board of Key. Or anybody involved with Key.
Yeah, but I mean, in the incorporation, you list officers. Those aren't board members, you know.
Yeah, officers, yeah.
Yeah.
The strategy solidified Atari's hold on the market. The only problem was that Key Games became more dangerous than Bushnell had anticipated. Alright, we're getting into this.
That's
In
right.
1974, while Atari's research and development team was still focusing on Pong and racing games, not Pong anymore.
Yeah.
And we
yeah.
corrected that earlier.
Yeah.
Steve Bristow designed an innovative combat game named Tank. Tank had very primitive graphics. As primitive as Grand Track 10.
Okay, boomer.
Players controlled either a black or white tank that consisted of a square with a line sticking out of the front of the representing a turret. By December, the game had become a runaway hit. I mean, I'm not sure how you track these things. It came out in November, but I mean, I guess most of the sales would have happened in that time. So
Sure.
I'll believe it. While Key Games scored with Tank, Atari found itself falling behind. Grand Track 10, one of Atari's first driving games, had been very expensive to develop and even more expensive to distribute. The Grass Valley team designed the game, but after delivering it, Atari found that it was nearly unplayable. Alcorn fixed the game's control problems, but other complications arose. No, it wasn't control problems.
Yeah.
It cost $10.95 for Atari, or $1,095 for Atari to manufacture Grand Track 10, but because of an accounting error, the finished game was sold for $995. The company lost $100 on each unit sold, and Grand Track 10 became Atari's best-selling game of 1972. I don't remember
yes,
that.
Zap.
It is in Zap? I thought it
The
was...
accounting story first appears in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I had found it in Little Kingdom.
Yeah, no, it is in Zap.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what is our verdict at the moment on this story?
I believe it's true. Keenan brought it up to me unprompted. Now, he could have been tainted by reading all of the accounts that have happened since that have said this thing. But Keenan did bring it up unprompted. I'm believing it until I see evidence otherwise. We know they had a lot of problems, so why not?
Yeah, and we don't have the direct person who did this. I did talk to Holly Leroy, who was an industrial designer at the time. Says he doesn't remember that. I asked him specifically about this, and he didn't remember. I asked Ted Olson, who was one of the lower financial guys. He doesn't remember that. I think I asked Butani too, but yeah, he really wouldn't know. So
yeah,
he just knows how to sell.
Yeah, I mean, Alcorn's told the story, Keenan's told the story, but just being influenced by like other tellings of the story, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there was something wrong where they had to pull the game and re-release it because they released it in March 1974, and then they had to pull it, and then they released it again in May.
Yeah, I mean, we know about some of the technical stuff, and I mean, we've gotten that scoop.
Yeah, but part of the I'm not sure that they sold it all the way through 74 with this error.
I don't think they sold it. I don't think they sold it as long as that. No, I think this was corrected.
Dilly.
Wait, are we doing the alcohol?
Yeah, this part.
Yeah.
You cut out.
Are you, Carrick?
Dilly? Dilly? Dilly!
Hey,
Or Dale, you want to take his place? One Canadian's as good as another.
I tried asking in the voice chat, but I was wondering if later we could do a Jackbox.
I'm probably going to be too tired.
Okay.
I'm trying to go as far with this as I can, because it takes too long.
Canada.
Yeah.
The only animosity was that Atari was dying and Joe Keenan was a great president who had skills that Nolan didn't have. They wanted to cut the cord and watch Atari die, and they'd survive. And Nolan and I said, no way.
Okay, so we'll stop you there 1 second, because even though this is Alcorn's recollection, that is almost certainly not true. Joe Keenan categorically denies this and also points out that Atari owned 90% of Key Games. So how the hell could he, go off and let Atari die? I mean, he didn't own the company.
Well, I'll tell you. Ron Gordon, Swartzwell's vice president of international sales and marketing, came back and said, okay, look, here's what you do. Merge Key Games back in with Atari and put Alcorn back in engineering. Let Joe be the president of both companies. And that's exactly what happened. But there was a time when Nolan was just in tears. He saw his company dying.
What do you mean put Alcorn back in engineering? he was just on leave.
Well, yes, but they hired a replacement. it was he was basically gone. There was a lot of
and there is
understanding.
a possible implication that he wanted to go back to Ampex as well.
Yeah, there's good indication he was maybe not coming back. So yeah.
That is definitely something that we should needle Alcorn on if we can. Because I was told by a guy who went to Cyan Engineering that they I forget, did he work at yeah, he worked at Ampex, and he was looking for a job that was just in the area of Grass Valley, and so he hit up the guys at Cyan, and they said at the time they couldn't hire him because there was some kind of issue with Alcorn and Ampex, and they were agreeing not to take anyone from Ampex. But then when that got resolved, they finally hired this guy, Gregory Cox.
Yeah.
So, that was a very, very interesting thing that he said to me, that like there was some sort of situation, and like I should have asked Kurt Wallace about this, but I didn't really realize it at the time that this was a possible thing.
Yeah.
I do know that Al Alcorn and Kurt Wallace have remained friends through that whole time, so I can very much imagine that there was a strong possibility that he was going to go back to Ampex. All right, Bushnell's scheme had worked, yet it began having negative effects. Through key games, Bushnell had nearly doubled his distribution, well, depending. But he now had to merge both companies to keep Atari alive. Atari's lackluster year, combined with overhead costs of starting up and running a second company, had gouged deeply into Atari's profits. Historically, several companies have created controlled competition in the past. Bushnell's coup was that he actually fooled the entire amusement industry into believing that key games and Atari were bitter rivals. Even after the merger, when it became public knowledge that Bushnell had been a key board member all along, people had trouble believing it. The only one shrewd distributor had seen through the guise. That's Nolan. Okay, go ahead.
The thing about it is that nobody in the coin-op has figured out what we've done, except one guy, Joe Robbins.
Dun dun dun.
He was with Empire and later went to Bally. Technically, Empire was purchased by Bally. Anyway, I remember him coming up to me at a trade show and saying,
What is
Bushnell, you think you're pretty clever. I know your number, but I respect you. I knew what you were doing, and you did it really well.
You know what he really said.
Was it two words?
We probably can't.
Shit.
Yes.
A 20-year-old Ho Chi Minh. Dale.
Who am I here?
Al Alcorn.
The personnel lady came in with a young candidate who had showed up at our doorstep. He was this real scuzzy kid. She said, "What shall we do?" I think I said, "We should either call the cops or we should talk to him." So I talked to him. The kid was a dropout, real grungy. He was like 18 years old. He knew something. He had a spark of brilliance. Don Lang, one of my engineers, was working for tech, so I said, "Great, I'll give you a job working for a real engineer." The next day, Don came to me and said, "What did I do to deserve this?" I said, "What? You wanted a tech. You got a tech." He said, "This guy's filthy. He's just obnoxious. He doesn't know electronics." That kid worked out in the end. His name was Steve Jobs.
Oh, my.
Oh, man.
Here we go.
Cool story, bro.
Shortly after Atari reabsorbed key games. Oh, no. This is definitely not after that, because that was well into the period that Jobs would have been in India. So.
Yeah.
I feel dirty bringing these block quotes to life.
But in general, they're the best part. So it's
I read it. I'm thinking it's Mike Glass or something. Oh no, it's Sean.
Al Alcorn hired the man who would become the company's most distinguished alumnus, Steve Jobs. I mean, I guess. That's fine.
I think that's fair.
Distinguished in perhaps overblown ways, but you know.
I think he's created more billions of dollars of wealth than everyone else who worked at Atari combined.
Is that distinguished, though?
In America, it is.
Though he went on to found such companies as Apple Computers and Pixar Animation Studio. He doesn't technically found Pixar, did he?
That's a good question. I'd have to look. Well,
All right,
no,
I'll put this
here's
one
the
as a
thing.
question.
Well, because here's the thing. I mean, obviously, the LucasArts computer animation was a thing that already existed. But was the company technically founded when Steve Jobs bought it?
Yeah, that's the question that I have.
That's the question. Yeah.
So I'm just leaving that as a question mark. At the time, Jobs was a little more than a skinny kid with long hair and a wispy beard. Several people described him as looking like a 20-year-old Ho Chi Minh. What? Several people said that? I'm skeptical of that. Ho Chi Minh was the leader of the North Vietnam during the Vietnam War.
Point of order. Ho Chi Minh was the leader of North Vietnam during part of the Vietnam War because he died.
Yeah. I'm putting it.
He died in 1969, I think.
Right around there. Because he was old as hell.
Exactly.
Or at least he looked old as. I think it was only 60 something. But he, even in his 40s, he had that beard and everything.
I need to see him to complete the communist trifecta. I have seen the mummified corpse of Vladimir Lenin. I have seen the mummified corpse of Mao Zedong. I need to see the mummified corpse of Ho Chi Minh to complete the communist trifecta.
Why is that a thing with the communists?
Here's the funniest thing. I may have told you this.
Yeah, you did.
But I don't know if I told Dale this before. So I have seen Chairman Mao's mummified body. So did I tell you the story before, Dale?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so founder of Chinese Communist Party, yada yada yada. You file through, very solemn. Yep. Lying there in the case, guard next to him, very respectful. Yep. You exit out the other side, straight into the gift shop. I kid you not.
Oh man.
It's got to be the same for Lenin these days.
It wasn't when I was there. They didn't, but it may be now because I was there very early in the Putin thing, and so they were still kind of embarrassed by the whole Lenin thing. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a gift shop now that Putin's been there so long.
Like many luminaries in the computer industry, Jobs knew more about technology than social graces.
I think he knew just about as much about technology as he did about social graces.
Yeah, who is it on the Atari Museum that was saying Jobs didn't know shit? He was dismissed as a hippie by most of his fellow engineers. I mean, he was good enough to be a tech, for
right. Yeah, I mean, he had been in electronics classes in high school stuff, but yeah, that was about all he could do.
Yeah, he could check stuff. He couldn't invent anything.
And solder jumper.
According to Alcorn, Jobs once came to work with a jar of cranberry juice, and told his supervisor he was fasting. He said, "If I pass out, just lay me on the workbench. Don't call the police. Please, I'll be fine. I'm just a little weak right now."
That's usually when our coworkers pass out. That's the go-to.
Right.
I'm sure everyone here already knows this, but he did all of these extreme fruit diets back in the day, and what part of of your body does that tend to harm? The pancreas. And what did Steve Jobs die of? Oh no.
Some coworkers complained that Jobs smelled bad. Every coworker complained that Jobs smelled bad.
Probably, but that's not really an error.
He offended others by openly treating them like idiots. In the end, Jobs' genius helped him emerge as a valuable employee. What genius? What genius? But by that time, he had managed to make enemies throughout the company.
If he thought you were a dumb shit, he'd treat you like shit. That pissed certain people off. I liked him a lot. Still do, because I want to hang on to his coattails for as long as I can.
Yeah, because Nolan, you definitely never did anything important, like create the
I
circumstances.
mean, he wrote a
in which to
book, Finding the Next Steve
Yeah.
Jobs.
Didn't
It's
even
like,
hire him.
Nolan. Shameful even for you.
In 1975,
Oh.
Jobs decided to make a pilgrimage to India. Nope, not 1975.
Yeah. We hashed out this timeline, boy, did we.
Yes.
76, right?
74.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And then he'll come back and at the time, several tank machines had broken down in Germany. Alcorn offered Jobs a one-way ticket to Germany if he would fix the machines. Dale. Alcorn.
I said, fine, I've got a problem in Germany. The German distributors would take our boards and hook them up to 60-cycle monitors to make games, but they only had access to 50-cycle power, and they had bad ground loops. I gave Steve a quick course in ground loop power supply repair and a one-way ticket to Germany. I figured it'd be cheaper to get to India from Germany than it would be from here, California. I found out later it would have been cheaper to leave from here. He fixed their problems, but they were freaked because Steve Jobs is the antithesis of the Germans. They're meat and potatoes and beer. He's air and water and vegetables, maybe.
No. And he's air and water and vegetables. Maybe.
The same guy in the Atari Museum group said that he was actually the one who sent Jobs to India.
Which,
or
you know.
to Germany. Well, he said to India.
Yeah.
So, that's definitely something to ask him about. Jobs handled the problem without a hitch. Not what you just said, but when he returned from his pilgrimage several months later, Alcorn hired him back. Dale.
Okay, that's a good one. Steve came back around the time that we were starting up the consumer stuff. Steve was wearing saffron robes and a shaved head. Gave me a Baba Ram Das book. Apparently he had hepatitis or something and had to get out of India before he died. I put him to work again. That's where the famous story about Breakout took place. That's a big story that's often told wrong.
Oh, yes, it is.
And we're going to see more of that right here.
What the fuck? What kind of block quote is this? Gave me a Baba Ram Das book. Apparently he had hepatitis or something and had to go before he died. Hey, Steve, how was India? Oh, wow.
I think he did get, he got like...
Baba Ram Das book. I almost died from hepatitis. Bye, Al.
Didn't he get like dysentery or something? Like it wasn't hepatitis, but didn't he got dysentery or something in India.
Okay.
That made him real thin and weak.
Just the quote itself was
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Al Alcorn is a fun storyteller, that's for sure.
All right. Shortly after Jobs returned, work began on a game called Breakout, or Bricks, or what's the other one? I can't remember. From the start, or it was Breakthrough.
Yes, Breakthrough.
From the start, the game took on a special significance. Nolan Bushnell created the concept himself. Let's see. Years later, Chief Jobs claimed that he had developed the concept for Breakout. I'm not sure where he would have said this.
Yeah, because that has claim to my knowledge.
When asked about it, Nolan Bushnell simply responded, "Perhaps he did."
And it probably wasn't Nolan that came up with it either. It was a brainstorming session that Nolan probably wasn't even at.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, it was
as
like
described in my article.
Yeah.
The Breakout story.
Using in part documents unearthed by me. Yeah.
Yes, and it's all in the thing. It's all.
And now it's on the stream too.
Yes. So, So Alex dug up stuff at the Strong Museum of Play that indicated some things about Breakout. It's all in the article. But the brainstorming session, which only has Steve Bristow actually listed on there as someone who was there, says that they wanted to create a game in the style of... Oh, I'm forgetting the game. Clean Sweep.
Clean Sweep.
In the style of Clean Sweep. And very shortly thereafter, there is some evidence that they had created two different games, one called Breakthrough and one called Bricks. So that seems like a clear correlation. As things turned out, it was the last game Bushnell created at Atari. In fact, nearly 20 years passed before Bushnell designed another game. Okay, so I guess this answers Kevin's question of whether he designed any of the games at Axelon.
And actually, this isn't even quite accurate. I mean, obviously some of this is BS, but I seem to recall that Howie Delman gave Bushnell credit for the basic idea of Canyon Bomber, right? In his digital press interview. And I think some of the Super Breakout variations were his idea, according to Ed Logg, as well. Not that he fully designed either of those, but bringing up the Delman.
Yeah, bringing up the Delman. That should be a phrase.
Yeah, Canyon Bomber was a game suggested by Noel Bushnell. I was excited about the idea of working directly with him, and he accepted the game concept. So there you go. Even though he probably didn't design Breakout, the statement's not true even if he did design Breakout.
Breakout was a reiteration of Pong, in which the player used the ball to knock bricks out of a wall at the top of the screen. I guess that's a... Does it go all the way... No, it doesn't go to the top of the screen, does it? I don't think of the original.
Right, there is the gap. Because, of course,
I guess it's a relative top of the screen.
There.
It's halfway up, so whatever.
Yeah.
Though Bushnell knew consumers would love Breakout, he worried about the cost of manufacturing the game. What? Cost? I mean, I get the idea of less chips, but that doesn't necessarily equate to manufacturing cost.
But, I mean, it is production. The cost of manufacturing the game is the cost of all the components. So it checks.
In order to cut costs, Atari engineers tried to minimize the number of dedicated chips used in their games. Tightly designed games had around 75. In those days, Atari shipped approximately 10,000 copies of its most popular games. Nope, not in that time period.
Yeah, not really. It more in the 5,000 to 8,000 range, I would say, for the really popular ones. Like Grand Track was an outlier, and Tank
and Breakout, all outliers.
Yeah. By 76, you were looking more like 5,000 to 8,000.
Because of repair costs and reduced circuit board space, Atari saved approximately $100,000 for each chip removed before production. Bushnell wanted his engineers to reduce the number of chips in Breakout, but got a less than enthusiastic response when he asked for volunteers.
Wait. Go back and read those numbers.
Yes.
So, 10,000 copies of his most popular games, saved approximately $100,000 for each chip. So he's saying each chip costs $10.
Chip how much?
$10.
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I don't know enough to say it's strictly wrong.
I mean, specific TTL chips.
There's no way those TTL chips cost $10 a pop.
But
there are other specialized chips, possibly.
But he's implying that, he's about to imply, though, we're leading up to the whole, when then Steve Jobs removed 60 chips from Breakout and was a hero and went to,
Apple Farm.
The Apple Farm.
And he was the star of the next party at Grass Valley.
I just want to point out to the kids that these chips were generally not worth $100 a piece. That's a big price.
That's
10 was excessive, I would say, back then even.
We had this bidding process. Nobody wanted to do Breakout. I remember that I figured that Breakout was going to be about a 75 chip game, so I'd give a bonus for every chip they took out.
A bidding process? What does that mean?
Like an auction.
Yeah, on work, who got to work on what game.
It's like bridge, but in reverse.
I don't even know regular bridge.
It's your loss, Ethan. I'm sorry.
I even watched Kevin's video.
Whoever thought they could put the game together with the fewest chips would, I'm presuming, they would say, "Oh, I could do it in 70," and somebody else might say, "I can do it with 65." Oh, well, then you get it.
I don't know, but yeah, this is the only time this bidding process thing is ever mentioned.
Yeah, that's like
anything.
I
mean, it's Nolan saying it. Nolan says a lot of things.
Steve Jobs accepted the challenge.
Jobs said
what was the?
Oh
yeah, so the story from Keenan. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, so Keenan told the story to me, and just because he's the most untainted, because no one's been asked before, I think there may be some credence. The way he remembers it is that Jobs came to him and basically said, "I need some money to go see a guru up in Oregon," because he did make a lot of trips back. Keenan might not have mentioned the part about Oregon, but he did say the part about a guru. That Jobs came to him asking for money because he needed to go see a guru, and asked if there were any projects lying around that he could do. And Keenan says that he had just been shown the Breakout game concept and knew that nobody wanted to do it, so that then he took Jobs over to Bushnell and was like, "Hey, he can do the game for you." So I know everyone likes to make themselves the hero of the story, but that one feels credible.
It does.
What was the retail price, or what did the distributor sell a new Breakout for in 76?
It was definitely over 1,000. I've seen a price somewhere, but
I should have that. I can find it.
Between 1,000.
I'm thinking at least 1,200, right?
Yeah, around there.
Sure. Okay. Well, think of just in terms of that. If those chips were $100 a piece, and the game has 75 chips in it, as they suggest,
it said $10, Dale. $10.
All right.
Okay, here it is. I will have this for you in just a second. Find the game. It was 1,095.
It's not bad.
I'm skeptical. Like, I know that Atari internal document, but I'm a little skeptical of some of the numbers. But around there,
I could see that as a good low end price. You could start trying to get that onto street levels for like 1,200 and do your little 50% deal. All right, I'm satisfied. Carry on.
By this time, Jobs and his partner.
Ethan will never be satisfied. Never be satisfied.
I will never be satisfied. I still haven't seen that.
I know. You should. It's good.
By this time, Jobs and his partner, Steve Wozniak, they live together.
Yes, exactly.
Had begun developing the Apple II, generally regarded as the computer that launched the personal computer industry. Generally,
it's Adam and Eve, not Steve and Steve.
All right. Wozniak worked for Hewlett-Packard. He was a member of the Homebrew Computer Club, a group of early enthusiasts who built their own computers.
Some of them did, but we didn't all. Well, some of them built their own computers, but not all of them did. That wasn't the purpose of everybody built their own computer.
Was so. If it's your first time, you have to build your own computer.
Other homebrew members considered Wozniak, or Woz, to be the most brilliant member of the club. Jobs turned to Wozniak for help minimizing Breakout's circuitry. It is on Dale.
As Alcorn. You are Al Alcorn.
Embody the engineeringness.
Dude talks a lot. So meanwhile, Steve's friend Wozniak comes in the evenings. He'd be there during burn-in tests while these tank games were on the production line, and he'd play tank forever. I didn't think much of it. I didn't care. He was a cool guy. I found what really happened is Jobs never designed a lick of anything in his life. He had Woz do it, redesigned Breakout. Woz did it in like 72 hours non-stop, and all in his head. He got it down to 20 or 30 ICs. It was remarkable, a tour de force. It was so minimized, though, that nobody else could build it. Nobody could understand what Woz did, but Woz. It was this brilliant piece of engineering, but it was just unproducible, so the game sat around and languished in the lab.
20 or 30, yeah, I highly doubt that.
Yeah.
But, you know, the numbers change all the time. The standard is
30-ish,
50
maybe.
Is what they were trying to get
30-ish, maybe, but not 20. What's the final number on the board?
It's 70
yeah,
to 80, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, and the finished product. Okay.
Yeah. Wozniak was able to remove more than 50 chips from Breakout. Probably not. Well, I mean, how do you count what's being removed? Because there's no baseline.
Yeah.
It's not like he's
Right.
re-engineering something that's in front of him.
Yeah, he was able to get in below S. Better way to say it.
One would assume he's hanging off of this 75 number.
Right, but he didn't. But he didn't remove them because it's not like there was a design already completed, and then he was like, "I'll take this one out, and this one out, and this one out."
Oh, Steve, we've got this one done, but it's 248. What can you do?
Yeah, that would be removing.
Yep.
But his design was too tight. No one could figure out how he did it, and the manufacturing plant could not reproduce it. In the end, Alcorn had to assign another engineer to build a version of Breakout that was easily replicated. The final game had about 100 chips. Yeah, I don't think it was 100.
And he was not at Cyan.
And he's not what?
Gary, the engineer that did it
right.
instead, Gary Waters. Maybe at one point he was briefly there, but at this time he was not a Cyan engineer, and if he was ever at Cyan, he wasn't there long, because Steve Baer barely recognized We are not going to do a full read-through of Business is Fun, because that would not be fun.
It would be mostly business.
It would be mostly business without the fun.
Bushnell and Alcorn disagree on some details concerning Steve Jobs' bonus. Bushnell remembers offering Jobs $100 for each chip he removed. He claims Wozniak removed 50 chips, and Jobs received a $5,000 bonus. Alcorn says that Jobs was told to reduce the design to a maximum of 50 chips, then that he would receive $1,000 for each chip he removed beyond that mark. According to Alcorn, Jobs pocketed a $30,000 bonus.
I believe Bushnell on 30,000.
Yeah, that's
like an awful lot.
Yeah. I almost believe he didn't get even like 1,000. You know, I'm skeptical of the. I know that they both say it and all this, but like, it seems like a very specific thing. But whatever it was, the numbers are just quibbly. There's nothing we have to support any of this. Alcorn and Bushnell both agree, however, that Jobs misled Wozniak about the amount he received. Jobs told Wozniak that the bonus was only 1/10 of what Bushnell actually paid.
I think we've got an order of magnitude problem here. Jobs misled Woz, but Jobs got $5,000. Woz got half of 500. I mean, the macro numbers are right, as told. I'm just saying that the denominator, the dollars per chip, is off.
And Nolan says, for every chip less than 50, I'll give you $1,000 cash bonus. Now, Jobs didn't use the money for his own personal gain. He'll put it into Apple. But still, the fact that Wozniak's best friend lied to him broke him up. That was the beginning of the end of the friendship between Woz and Jobs.
And then Dr. Lane Nooney got all in a huff about this, because she was like, they say this story's in Zap, and it's not in Zap. And Dr. Nooney, who I know is never going to watch this, I'm sorry, but the story is in Zap. You just searched for it wrong. Because what's in Zap is not the story of being cheated. What's in Zap is the dollar figure. And so it was reading of the dollar figures in the book that led Wozniak to know that something was wrong. Thank you for coming to my TED.
Beautiful, beautiful. Better than most TED Talks. So, according to Silicon Valley legend, Steve Wozniak discovered that he had been misled many years later while flying on a business trip and reading a biography about Jobs. Nope, wasn't a biography.
No, it was Zap.
Though there were several Jobs biographies in the mid 1980s.
Yeah, but Woz himself says that he read it at Zap.
Yeah. Nolan Bushnell says that the legend is not true.
You want to know the real story?
Yes.
Oh, Nolan, tell us a real story. I dare you. Woz was up here to a Sunday afternoon picnic at our house. We were talking, and I asked, "What did you do with that $5,000? He says, "What?" He was visibly upset. Wozniak's tender. I mean, he's really a good guy.
Wozniak says that both stories are true. He first discovered Jobs' deception on the plane, and he did later ask Bushnell for details at his house. Dale.
No, do we have a Dilly back? Do we have a Dilly back?
He's just listening for now, so I don't know.
Ah, okay.
Jesus, these block quotes are killing me. I got $375 and I've never really known how much Steve got. He told me he was giving me 50%, and I know he got more than $750. I knew he believed that it was fine to buy something for $60 and sell it for $6,000 if he could do it. I just didn't think he would do it to his best friend.
Yeah, and you know, saying that the friendship ended. I'm not sure that's true. And they kept seeing each other.
You get one of those like, can we get a voice renderer and do some stuff with the block quotes, because these are killer.
There is an Aaron Sorkin somewhere in that block quote.
Dealing with Japan. Oh, okay, here we go. Atari first began shipping Pong units outside the United States as early as 1973. Akagi says it was 72, but that's probably not right.
Yeah, that is probably in.
As its business expanded, Atari sought foreign partners to help with distribution and shipping laws. Namco became Atari's partner in Nippon.
Not in the way he's saying here. I mean, they did eventually become a partner, but
I'll hold this one off until we get later in these paragraphs.
Yeah.
At the time, Namco was Namco's 6th or 7th largest arcade company. 6? Okay, so.
I mean, it was definitely behind the big four, but other than that, I have no idea.
Behind such sturdy giants as Taito and Sega. Unlike Taito and Sega, which were founded by a Russian and American, respectively. Okay, just drop that information in the middle and then wait several chapters to come back to it.
Yes.
Namco was founded by a Japanese entrepreneur named Masaya Nakamura. A former naval engineer by training, yeah,
he was by training, but he never practiced. I mean, if he's a former naval engineer, I'm a former lawyer. So
exactly.
let's call that an error. Let's call that an error, because if I call myself a former lawyer, like the Bar Association will assassinate me. So this counts as an error.
Yes, a practicing naval engineer. He purchased 2 mechanical horse rides that he started his company with $3,000. Can we call this an error because he wasn't using dollars? He purchased 2 mechanical horse rides that he had to place on the roof of a department store because his competitors had exclusive arrangements with the best sites, which were starting to become the roof pops of department stores.
I initially purchased 2
no, Alex, no!
horse rides, and I talked a department store into allowing me to set them up in its roof garden. I operated the rides myself. I refurbished the machines myself. I would polish them and clean them every day, and I was there to welcome the mothers of the children as they arrived.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Stream's over, everybody. We got banned for Twitch. Masaya Nakamura, founder and president Namco. Because of the size of the
in the
Japanese.
room with us.
Dear God, please tell me that this is only block quote.
Oh no, it's not.
Oh no.
Because of the size of the Japanese market and the country's enthusiasm for coin-operated entertainment, Atari created a Japanese branch to oversee importing and distributing games. Nakamura visited Atari's Japanese branch shortly after it was formed, began purchasing games, and met Bushnell. What, did Bushnell go to Japan? Just like hanging out?
He might have. Who knows?
In 1974, Bushnell decided to close the Japanese operation. No, he did not decide.
Right.
All right, now tell. Yeah, now you get to lay down the story.
Well, I mean, yeah, they didn't decide to close it. They decided that they needed to sell it because they were in trouble, you know. But they didn't close it. Atari Japan continued as a subsidiary of Nakamura Manufacturing. And of course, that's another thing. He keeps referring to Nakamura Manufacturing as Namco.
Yeah, but that's fine. Whatever. Nobody cares.
Bushnell established
No,
Atari Japan.
I haven't finished yet. He sold it to Nakamura, and Namco became Atari's chief Japanese distributor. Okay, go ahead.
Bushnell established Atari Japan and tried to expand his business for various reasons, including poor maintenance and a selection of inappropriate locations. Atari Japan's business was not really doing well.
Nolan.
We had real problems with Japan. Japan is a pretty closed market. Difficult to get your product in. Closed district. That's why we did the deal with Nakamura and Namco. He was willing to sort of break with tradition and start working with an American company. And he really made money on Breakout.
I'm too busy laughing, okay? Turn the pitch. Oh, no, and there's another one.
Yes, there is.
In 1976, Atari sent Nakamura Breakout. As soon as Nakamura saw the game, he recognized it as a sure hit. To his disappointment, however, Atari set special conditions for Breakout, allowing Namco to distribute the game but retaining exclusive manufacturing rights. I mean, that was probably standard in what they were doing.
That was standard, I think, yeah.
In response, Nakamura asked for as many units as possible.
This game, Breakout, was a wonderful game, and I gave a very high evaluation to the game. Namco, through Atari Japan, had the sales rights on the property in Japan, and we were doing quite well. All of a sudden, encountered a great number of copies in the Japanese market. The game was called Orokukuishi. It's literally the Japanese translation of Breakout. And he saw more copies than the original games that we were trying to distribute. It was to the detriment of our business.
Isn't it Burakuzushi? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's alliterated wrong.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Zushi, something like that.
Yeah.
Burakuzushi. The Braku? Yeah, I guess. The Yakuza! Alright, this is where the Yamauchis come in, alright? The Yakuza, most easily described as the Japanese Mafia, though not exactly the same, operates very differently from other criminal organizations. Unlike other gangsters, members of the Yakuza do not try to hide their identity. They often cover much of their bodies with tattoos. For many years, they were the only people in Japan who wore dark glasses. Many of them had missing fingers. Cutting off fingers was a form of punishment within the organization.
I mean, did mobsters really try to hide the fact they were mobsters? I mean, did the Italian mafia try to hide who they were? I mean, I don't think so.
Dilly's typing something out. I need to see this. In Japan's structured society, the Yakuza and the police coexist by setting limits on various legal activities. The Yakuza is like the Japanese mafia, but it operates completely differently. Yes. That is what he said.
Yes.
Although the Yakuza frequently went beyond these limits, many of their activities involve nothing more spectacular than running the Japanese fish market and setting up concession stands at sporting events. So remember, whenever you go to a Japanese fish market, you're supporting the Japanese mafia. That is not exactly like the mafia.
Yes.
I mean,
in fairness, like the concession stands things, like one of the people that bought Bally was a concession stand guy with like mafia ties. So
I'm not saying they didn't do these things.
Yeah. So no, I'm saying it's not that different from the organized crime elsewhere after all.
The difference is the When it came to video games, a few Yakuza clans took a very aggressive stance. One clan tried to take over Konami, the company that makes Frogger and Contra. I don't know where this comes from, but when the owner of the company appealed to a friend in a rival clan for help, he touched off a war and had to go into hiding.
So where I think this comes from after reading Akagi is, I don't know that there was actually an attempt to take over the company, but it had to do with the whole Scramble cloning scene, what I think is referring.
I remember you mentioning this on the podcast.
Yeah.
When Nakamura investigated the counterfeit breakout machines, he discovered that a Yakuza clan had manufactured them. It was a dangerous situation.
We knew exactly where the copies were being manufactured.
You sound like an Eastern European.
I know I don't right now. And I instructed my staff to go to these factories for surveying. They would watch from their car. Then they would notice a car approaching from behind and another car coming from the front, making their car immobile. They would come out of their cars and make threats.
Nakamura met with the leader of the group that was manufacturing the counterfeit breakout machines and asked him to stop, pretty please. The man responded by offering to forge a partnership with Namco. According to Nakamura, the man offered to suppress Namco's competitors and make Namco the biggest company in the industry. Nakamura declined, fearing that the offer would lead to a takeover of his company and possibly the entire industry.
In all seriousness, we need like a native Japanese person that is an expert on the history of Japanese organized crime write the book about the Yakuza and the coin-operated video game industry, because there is so much there. And we know none of it. We just know it exists.
I do know, the company that is censored from John Hispaniac's book. I do know what company that is.
Ooh.
But I won't say it.
How do you know it? Tell me. Yeah, no.
I was told by somebody that you know.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Rather than try to stand up to the Yakuza, Nakamura decided to work around them. He asked Atari to send more breakout machines as quickly as possible, so shipments of breakout continued at the same slow pace. Nakamura and Bushnell disagree about what happened next. Nakamura said that he flew to London to meet with Bushnell at an MOA, Music Operators Association, later named the Music Operators Association. It's of America, but I already corrected that. Convention.
Yeah.
But why would there be there is no MOA in London.
Yeah. It was the AT. It had to have been the ATE.
Yeah, the ATE. And so I guess it would have been the 77 one?
Yeah, probably.
Those are in January.
Yeah.
He hadn't released Breakout yet. I can't remember what month he released Breakout.
Well, he released it in 76, so it would have had to be January 77, I think.
Okay. I didn't know if they actually released it in 76.
According to Akagi, they did.
Yeah, I'll check Game Machine.
It was according to Akagi, it was just a month. I think a month.
He claims he explained the situation to Bushnell and asked him for help, but Bushnell was in no condition to listen.
My recollection is that Hide Nakajima and I traveled to London to attend a show. and Nolan Bushnell was there. Ide and I went to see him one morning to lodge a very strong claim against in Japan, and to ask for his assistance as the manufacturer who created the game, to counter the copies in Japan and do something about it. Unfortunately, when we met him, it was the morning after apparently a very wrong night of partying on the part of Nolan Bushnell, and he obviously had a hangover. He was in no physical condition. On me.
Oh,
Oop, you did it again. To concentrate on our very serious claim. He took it very rightly. For that reason, for the sake of self-defense, in terms of business, we decided to start manufacturing the game ourselves.
And thus starts the domino effect. The long-reaching consequences. Since Bushnell and his associates have had a reputation for partying, and liquor bars were prevalent at most MOA parties. This checks out. It's a bunch of old adults getting together across the country.
Even though this wasn't an MOA party, it still checks out.
Nakamura may have been naive in his decision to discuss such an important topic at the show. I mean, you're there for business, so you should be ready.
I mean, that is kind of the whole point of a trade show, is to engage in trade and, like, get drunk and bang booth babes, but that's a different issue.
I'm not sure, with the kind of age groups that you were getting at these coin-op shows, I'm not sure any of them got any, but
Why do you think so many of them died of heart attack? Leaving that out there.
Unsatisfied after his meeting with Bushnell, Nakamura returned home and began manufacturing his own copies of Breakout. Before long, he flooded the Japanese market. Well, not hard enough because so many people ripped him off. But
yes.
The game was a huge success, and Namco became one of the most dominant game manufacturers in Asia. According to Bushnell, Atari knew nothing about Nakamura manufacturing the game. He assumed that Namco did not want more copies of Breakout because the game had not caught on. It was doing so well in the rest of the world, we couldn't understand why they didn't like it in Japan.
So, Lipkin does corroborate this, because Kent did not speak to Lipkin. But when I talked to Gene Lipkin, he basically said the same thing, that it was like, we had only sent them like 1,000, so we were like stunned when we were over there, and they were like 10,000. So, that part checks out for Bushnell.
The first time he heard about the counterfeits was when an Atari representative visited Japan and reported seeing far more machines than the company had shipped. Most of the machines have been built by Namco. Dale.
It not only checks out Alex, but me, Al Alcorn, says the first sign that something was going wrong was Breakout. We shipped 15 Breakouts to Japan. All of a sudden, it turns out there were more Breakouts in Japan than there were in the rest of the world combined.
Breakout became the first issue in a growing rift that formed between Atari and Namco. The argument ended in a lawsuit that Atari won in the late 1970s. Nope.
No, the lawsuit settled.
And it settled in 1981, not in the 70s. I should clarify this. Atari, Namco lawsuit was settled in 1981. All right. Oh, we're getting along.
Hey, if we're picking your notes, you've got the chips thing at $10 and not $100.
Yeah, it's not $100. It's $10,000 and $100,000.
No, you said chips. I know your thing, but your thing says chips were not $10.
Yeah, they weren't.
That's probably closer to the price than $100.
TI chips were not $10. There you go.
All right.
You kept saying $100, but it was $10,000 and $100,000. $10.
Yeah, you've been an order of magnitude off from the book the entire time, Dale. 10,000 times 10 is 100.
Gotcha.
All right, Dale, lay it out for me.
All right, we're back. Nolan sent this memo to engineering from Nolan. Subject: products. You will have in 1 year a consumer Pong game, an 8-player tank game, and a 12-player game for arcade midways. The fact that no manufacturing capacity was not an issue to be brought up. So I sent a memo back to Nolan from engineering. Subject: your memo. One small issue. We have no money.
And Nolan wrote on my memo, "No," in big letters, and sent it back to me.
I was.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I have it. Let me go grab it
Oh.
and put it in the thing.
Yeah, we have that memo. I'll be Eddie again. I was Eddie, and then you got rid
Okay,
of me
go
as
ahead.
Eddie, so I'm taking him back. Gene Lipkin called me and said, "I need an advertising." I said, "No, you don't. George Opperman is doing very well." He said, "No, not for the trade magazines. I need advertising for the general public." I said, "For heaven's sakes, why?" He said, "Because Nolan has come up with a device you can plug into your home TV set that will play a video game." I said, "You're kidding." He said, "No." He made a deal with Sears Roebuck, and home video was born. Except like the Odyssey.
Let's see. So, is 8? No, I don't think 8-player tank is on here.
I feel
30
like you're
player.
both
Yeah, there's no 8-player tank on here. 30-player gotcha, right? 20-player gotcha.
At 20.
Yeah.
I mean, he clearly looked at this before he went on, but he just forgot all the numbers of everything. So, yeah. So, no 8-player tank. No 12-player midway and lowercase
Yeah.
game. A new phase. In 1975, Atari released a consumer version of Pong and became the first company to make both arcade and consumer products. No!
No! Universal Research Laboratories.
Feels good. Feels good to have that knowledge.
It's like we're real historians or something.
Yeah. For a given value of real and history.
I mean, if Lane's a real historian, we're a real historian. Because I think I actually have one more degree in history.
Throughout
Even if it's just a bachelor's.
Yeah, same.
Throughout Atari's early years, Nolan Bushnell constantly pushed his engineers to come up with a product that could expand his business. Yeah, that does check out, because this weird 1973 profile that I found, he was like, "We're gonna make educational games." And he even used that term. So it actually goes back that far. In 1974, an engineer named Harold Lee proposed a device that could do just that. A home version of Pong that could be attached to a television. Take it away, Alex.
I believe that version. Harold Lee himself says that Al Alcorn came to him, but there are 3 people involved in this: Harold Lee, Al Alcorn, Bob Brown. Al Alcorn says that he was having Harold Lee do a sync chip for piracy reasons, and then Harold Lee came back with Pong. Bob Brown says that Al Alcorn had Harold Lee doing a sync chip for piracy reasons, and then he came up with the idea of doing home Pong and Lee to take it to Alcorn. And then Lee says that Alcorn came to him with the idea and doesn't mention chip. So because 2 of the 3 participants largely agree on the story, I'm going to go with majority.
And so I contacted Harold Lee, and I haven't followed up on this, and this has been bad of me, but I asked him specifically, were you doing chips at, for Atari? And he just literally does not remember doing chips. And it's weird, because, why would they bring you in? You were a chip guy.
He was also a very heavy marijuana guy, and Bob Brown and Al Alcorn weren't. So that's another thing to add to the story.
Marijuana brain damage. You heard it here first. Nolan Bushnell immediately recognized Lee's home unit as a logical next move for Atari. Lee's timing could not have been better. The Magnavox Odyssey was now more than 3 years old and nearing the end of its retail life. Well, not at the time he proposed it.
Right.
Yeah, so, Odyssey was 3 years old in 1974.
Yes. It was having the best year of its life in 1974.
Yes. Magnavox executives had committed 2 grave errors in marketing Odyssey. They only allowed Magnavox exclusive dealers to sell the system, and their advertising suggested that Odyssey worked only with Magnavox televisions. Suggested?
No, because their advertisements after their initial one in 72 all explicitly said works with any 18 or 5-inch television. That is suggesting.
I think it's even in 1972, like the very end of 72.
It might
That
be at
does
the very
first
end of
start startup.
72, but we do know that the very first commercial didn't.
Right. Advertisements. Approximately
Yeah.
8,500 Odysseys were sold in the first year. Okay, you said 100,000 earlier. Now you're saying 85,000.
Contradicted himself.
Only 100,000 Odyssey systems are sold of the product's 2-year life. 2-year lifespan? You said 3 years.
Not only did it have more than a 2-year lifespan, but even if you take him at his word that, and he's just very confused and meant 100,000 in the first 2 years, that is also wrong, because 69,000 plus 89,000 is more than 100,000.
There we go. That's the note for this.
That is an appropriate note. I
Alcorn and Lee, who worked together on Home Pong, decided to use some of the same basic digital technology used in Atari's coin-operated games. Odyssey
Here it
used
comes.
much older analog architecture.
Yeah, those transistors and diodes, sure top-flight analog devices.
Dale.
It's Al time.
I hunkered down and worked with a guy named Harold Lee on the chip prototype. He designed the logic in the daytime and would give me a logic design that my wife would wire wrap at home in the evenings, and I would debug. It beat knitting. I would give the constructed design to Harold, and he would lay out the chip in the design computer at night to save money.
Timing.
Absolutely.
Once the design was approved, Alcorn Lee and an engineer named Bob Brown, just bringing him out of nowhere, constructed a working prototype, originally codenamed Darlene after an attractive employee with big tracts of land, as I'm told. The finished product was called Home Pong. With the price of digital circuits constantly dropping, Atari's digital home console ended up costing far less to manufacture than Odyssey. Home Pong had a sleeker cabinet and created sharper-looking images on television screens. Since it had Alcorn's segmented paddle design, it only required one knob per player. Odyssey used an extra knob to adding spin to the ball. It's
Actually,
English.
it had 3 knobs per player.
Yeah.
It was a very knobby device.
Don't say that in Britain, you might get banned.
Good
On
thing
the
this only broadcasts in North America.
On the other hand, Home Pong played only one game. Ping pong. Despite its weakness, Odyssey could play 12 games. Well, more than that, but...
More than 12 games. Yes, no, that's an error. That's an error.
Odyssey, look at that. It's beautiful. The finished prototype was attached to a wooden pedestal that contained hundreds of wires. Alcorn and Lee had designed a chip that could replace the wires, but until the first prototype of the chip could be tested, the console could be built only with wire connections. Until the first prototype of the chip could be tested.
But
what? They were making it on a CAD system, so that's the testing. But you can't manufacture the chip until you have someone who can fab it for you to prefab.
Yeah, they didn't exactly. They didn't have the prototype of the chip yet. Right. It wasn't a matter of testing, because that's the whole reason Bob Brown was there. Test it.
Yeah.
That was his job.
And you need testing after you make the chip, you test it, but like...
Well, right, but yeah, that's just Kent.
Not knowing anything about technology. Bushnell placed an order for chips without even stopping to decide how to market Home Pong. Is that true? Were they already on the chip order before they got Sears?
I don't know. I'd have to look at dates. You know, they signed the Sears deal in March '75.
Mhm.
I don't know when they got the first chips, so I'd have to.
Well, it's placed in order, so they don't.
No,
in
I
order to
know,
have the
I
chips.
know exactly. I don't know when they placed their order. I just know that the Sears deal was consummated '75.
In the fall of 1974, the first prototype of the home Pong chip was delivered from the foundry. This is true because we have the schematics for the
Righty.
first prototype. Alcorn and Lee carefully plugged it in and turned on the console. Well, it's not a console, it's just a chip. When they switched on the power, the game came to life. At that time, the chip in home Pong was the highest performance integrated circuit ever used in a consumer product. So it was claimed, but maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they legitimately claim it. Whether it's true, I don't know.
Alcorn ran to get Bushnell, and the design team celebrated with pot.
And Hooker.
The next day, Bushnell and Gene Lipkin began approaching retailers about home Pong. The next day, they approached retailers? What?
Yeah, I doubt it. Actually, I want to amend my previous statement. They celebrated with pot and Darlene.
In later interviews, Bushnell described being turned down by several toy stores. Well, I mean, this is, maybe they did separate sales calls. I don't know. He says he got
I mean, I don't think they did any separate sales calls. Near as I can tell, their first move was Toy Fair, but they were probably turned down by toy buyers at Toy Fair. So, I mean, in
toy
that
buyers,
sense,
toy stores, two different things.
Well, but the buyers.
Well, some are for specific stores, and then some are for.
I know, but if the Toys R Us buyer comes by and says, "No, we don't want it," then he's been turned down by it.
He says he got the same response from electronics stores. Electronics buyers, remembering Magnavox had only sold 100,000 Odysseys, yet again, asserted that customers weren't interested in television games. Toy buyers said that the asking price, $100, was too expensive. Okay, we're on track there. One buyer told Bushnell that his stores carried nothing that cost more than $29 unless it was a bicycle.
Now, I mean, these stories are probably true, but I actually got a very interesting, different perspective on it from Tom Duesenberry, who was with Parker Brothers for a minute. He said he was involved in the sales of Parker Brothers electronic games, and he says that the price of these things did not bother toy stores at all because the margins were so incredible, because toys were such a low margin business that they were excited at the thought that they'd get more than like $1 or $2 off of the product. And Arnold Greenberg also said that there was really no toy buyers when they started peddling their Telstar units. So I'm more suspicious of that one than I used to be after having talked to some actual
Yeah,
toy
but at the same time, that both of those examples are post, this example being set.
That is true. And that is also a valid point. I think Bushnell's telling the truth here. I'm just saying I'm not sure it was quite as big of a hurdle as it out.
I mean, I think that, there is a limit. Any store will have a limit on how much, what's their highest ticket item.
Right.
So, I can believe that they would have cut off at 100, well before 100.
Oh, yeah, and I still have it that way, like in my book, too.
And of course, many of these toy stores at the time were not national toy stores.
Oh, you had a lot of mom and pops.
Yeah.
Time. It was more a mom and pop business.
It's right in this period that it starts growing to craziness.
Yep, that is absolutely.
Lipkin didn't give up. He decided to approach department stores with home Pong. Since Sears Roebuck was the biggest chain at the time, he started there. The buyers from the toy and electronics departments turned him down.
As far as I know from Lipkin's telling, that is incorrect. They started with like the television department and they were turned down, but he does not remember them doing like the toy department.
Yeah, I knew something about that was off. As
Yeah.
a last attempt, someone looked through the Sears catalog and noticed that the sporting goods department advertised Odyssey. Someone looked through the Sears catalog? That's a weird statement. Yeah.
Lipkin didn't remember when he talked to me exactly how they ended up with Tom Quinn. But he is more of the opinion that it was probably someone on the Sears side that suggested that they do that and connected them, rather than Lipkin asking to be connected.
Right.
But he didn't remember for certain, so...
Lipkin asked the operator to connect him to sporting goods.
The guy, Tom Quinn, had done really well the year before on ping pong tables. In the winter, sporting goods would sell some hockey equipment and a few basketballs, and that was about it. To make his Christmas numbers, the Sears buyer was focusing on ping pong tables and pool tables, and he thought consumer pong might just be the thing for the family rec room.
Dale. As Al.
We talked to Tom Quinn and said, remember the Magnavox Odyssey? We got a better version. Would you be interested? He said, sounds interesting. Next time I'm in California, I'll stop in and see you. 3 days later, he was on our doorstep at 8 a.m. Now, none of us were there at 8 o'clock, but he was. He was very excited about the prospect of this thing and proceeded to try and get an exclusive. We said, no, we're too smart for that. We don't want an exclusive with Sears. It could be very dangerous.
All the eggs in one basket. Seeing Quinn's enthusiasm, Atari's executive team decided against signing an exclusive contract. Still convinced that the toy industry offered the best channel for selling home pong, Atari ran a booth at the 1975 Toy Show in New York City. So these are probably flipped events. Or they were happening simultaneously.
No. So this is wrong, but I forget now whether it's Nolan Bushnell or Al Alcorn that tells it this way. I think Nolan may be the one that tells it this way.
I think it's
where, one of them does though. One of them tells it that they talked to Sears, then went to Toy Fair, then went back to Sears, and that contradicts everybody else, including Jane Lipkin. So Stephen Kent made an honest mistake here, but it is a mistake.
Yeah, I'm not. Yep, I mean, a lot of these are not things that we should really rake anyone over the coals over, but at the same time, Stephen Kent, grr. Like most industries, the toy business had a unique protocol. Through hundreds of companies displaying toys at the show, the real business was conducted around town in private suites. During the show, toy companies set up meeting rooms so that they could close deals with buyers away from the floor. No one from Atari knew anything about setting up private showing. According to Alcorn, dozens of buyers stopped by Atari's booth curious to see home pong. Although they said they liked it, no one placed orders because they had already finished buying products at private showings. Atari did not sell a single unit at the show. I mean, they wouldn't have sold units. They sell promises for units. Tom Quinn stopped by the Atari booth to say hello and ask how things were going. The staff at the booth lied, saying that the show was going quite well. A few days after the show, Lipkin called Quinn to ask for a meeting.
And that's part of Alcorn's recollection. Think about it, that makes absolute sense. Tom Quinn is the sporting goods buyer. I don't think he's at Toy Fair representing Sears.
Before Quinn could purchase home pong, however, he needed permission from the head of the sporting goods department. At Quinn's suggestion, Alcorn and Lipkin flew to Chicago to demonstrate home pong at the Willis Tower. Oh wait, no. I can see it. I mean, if I had a window right here, I could see it right over there. So,
yeah, but nobody calls it tower.
I know. One of my teachers would say it's spelled Willis, but pronounced Sears.
It's like here in St. Louis, I-64 is still called by all the traffic reports and everything. It's always still called 40 as the old US 40.
Quinn set up a demonstration in a conference room on the 27th floor. Now I have to look up where was the main Sears executive meeting room in the Sears department in 1975.
Oh God. You're gonna have to like find an old copy of their like disaster preparedness plan. Like,
a large group of executives in business suits flooded the room and watched as Alcorn hooked the prototype to a television set. When he turned the game on, nothing happened. The Sears Tower had an antenna on the roof that broadcast a signal on channel 3. The home
it does have a large antenna.
Yes, it does. I see it all the time. The home Pong prototype was set for channel 3. And the broadcast blocked out its signal. Quickly figuring out the problem, Alcorn removed a panel from the bottom of the prototype and made adjustments so that the prototype signal could be picked up on channel 4.
So now, Dale, do you think that Atari should have complained to the FCC about this situation? That they were being overwhelmed? Yeah.
Who licensed this antenna?
Yeah.
I know that nobody alive, and what time frame are we talking? This is for home Pong?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, everybody struggled with the channel 3-4 dilemma. But you quickly discovered which channel was broadcasting in your area. It's a cute story because I guess you're right next to the generating broadcast antenna.
Yeah, they were literally right there. Yep.
Right under it. So sure, I could see it. But it used to be that, in my memory, if you tried to go onto the one that was actually flooding the real airwaves, you weren't doing yourself a good service. You'd just switch over to the other channel.
Oh, here you go. There it is.
There it is. The Kmart Tower.
Now, you do need to fact check whether or not the broadcaster licensing time through that broadcast antenna. Let me see. In 75, they have been doing multiples. They must have. But you'd have to see whether they were actually broadcasting on channel 3 or channel 4 in that era from the Sears Tower.
Yeah.
That is
I'll get on.
Right there.
I'll let you know. I'll get on that one.
And now it's time for you to be Al again.
Yes.
All right.
You torture me, I torture you.
I told Gene, you cover for me. I turned it upside down and opened the bottom up. I got it to work in about 10 minutes. I was sweating now and ready to jump out the window. This was too much pressure for the kid. So I finally played the game and it all worked and they were okay.
Gene?
I could see that something was bothering them and they had seen something inside the prototype while I was adjusting it. I said, we'll replace the wires with a silicon chip that's the size of a fingernail. Carl Lind, the head of the department, says, Mr. Alcorn, you're telling me you're going to reduce that rat's nest of wire into a little piece of silicon the size of your fingernail? Yes, sir. He looked at me, leaned over the table, and said, how are you going to solder the wires to it?
I like when Alcorn tells this in documentaries because he has this very strong Southern accent on it.
Oh,
How
does
are you
he?
gonna solder the wires to it?
Oh, okay.
And Ron Stringari.
Should I go drawl on Alcorn then? I'll go drawl next time.
Oh, no. Al Alcorn imitates Carl Lind with the Southern accent. Al Alcorn is...
Lynn's got the accent. Okay.
Yeah, Alcorn's a Californian. He doesn't.
Yeah, okay. I thought for sure I've seen Alcorn.
Yes, yeah, you're fine.
And also in that meeting was Ron Stringari.
Did he have anything to say about this meeting?
Yeah, but it wasn't. But he talked about it, yeah.
Once he received approval to carry home Pong, Quinn asked Bushnell how many units he could manufacture by Christmas. Bushnell promised 75,000. Quinn responded that he needed 150,000. Bushnell agreed, fully aware that Atari did not have the manpower or facilities to fulfill such a large order. He would simply have to borrow the money. With the new business from Sears, Bushnell decided this was the time to expand.
Yeah, that's not quite the way it went down. Tell in terms of 75, no 150, sure. I think it was much more open in because Weekly Television Digest reported that Sears hoped to have 200,000 if they could get that manufactured in time.
I'm soliciting Dilly to be Trip Hawkins if it's at all.
The Wizard of the Valley.
Really, can you join us, Trip?
The 3D.
You have 5 seconds, Dilly. I'm not going to hold it against you. But...
Otherwise, it goes to Alex. Okay, it's just a second. All right. We're pulling him out of his comfort zone.
Billy's a method actor. He needs to get into the Trip character.
I read a story about Valentine. In the story, a guy had gone into his office and Don intimidated him so badly that he passed out. Don denies it, of course.
Bravo.
And Don can deny it because he had all the witnesses killed.
And he is now dead himself, so.
Well,
rest in peace.
Sorry, I just had to go do something.
It's okay.
Nope. It's all good.
Engineers and designers compromise only one side of the computer industry. I mean, I didn't know we were talking about the computer industry now, but okay.
Yeah.
The other side is made up of shrewd businessmen and investors who look at the latest technology in the same dispassionate way they view utility companies and pork bellies.
He's talking about the businessman being the other side of the business? I'm so happy.
I heard what you said in the latest episode, Alex, that you don't always cover for corporate decision-making.
Not always. Of course, then he goes on, proceeds to ignore the business people for the rest of the book, except when he's trashing Ray Kassar, so, you know.
Well, and then praising Tom Kalinske. Don't forget about that.
Oh, that's true. There is Tom Kalinske, the great one, who is a very nice guy. I have nothing against Tom.
Technological breakthroughs do not excite these people. A hefty return on investment does. Known as venture capitalists, these businessmen do not part with money easily. I mean, in those days, you could say it was pretty easy. They are willing to invest in promising companies, but they demand stock and control in exchange for their investment. Once, a venture capitalist fired the founder and chairman of a home computer company over a disagreement about the company's future.
I bet that happened more than once.
Yeah. I'm trying to imagine, who is he talking about? Like Kromenko?
I don't know, because it's not Apple, because the venture capitalist was the chairman. And, I don't know.
I could feel you could find this example with an argument over the company's furniture. That's how I read it at first.
Furniture. Don Valentine, the founder of Sequoia Capital, is that right? Technically,
yeah.
Okay. Was one of the computer industry's first and most successful high-tech venture capitalists.
And that is not true. I mean, he was a latecomer to the venture capital thing in the Valley. I mean, there were companies founded in the 50s and 60s, and Atari, which Kent does not in any way make clear in this chapter, Atari was actually Don Valentine's first investment at Sequoia Capital. He had done some venture investing on the side when he was at National Semiconductor. But Atari was their first investment. They were founded in 1972, but they took a long time to raise their first round of funding, and then they took a long time after that waiting for a company to target.
The extremely conservative and intense, Valentine had a reputation for intimidating prospective clients. Al Alcorn once bragged, I have actually seen
Don Valentine laugh.
As a venture capitalist, Valentine's work involved sifting through hundreds of proposals a year. He invested a very small percentage of companies that approached him. According to Valentine, when Bushnell first came to Sequoia, he mostly talked about coin-operated games for bars. Like the bankers Bushnell approached 4 years later, Valentine associated the coin-operated amusement business with organized crime. He was not interested. When Bushnell described Home Pong, however, he changed his mind. Dilly, take it.
Be intimidating.
One of the things that I was concerned about and interested in was that there would be a product or series of products that were designed for consumers. Only after we are persuaded that the company will be taken in by the direction of a home product that we are persuaded to invest.
One of the few interviews he ever gave.
Yeah, it's amazing that Kent got to him, in all seriousness. Because he did not like giving in.
Valentine minimized the risk of investing in Atari by demanding an active role on the company's board of directors. He decided to raise the capital from a network of partners that included Time Inc., the Mayfield Fund, and Fidelity Venture Associates. None of these, well, okay, Time Inc. means something to me, but the rest of them don't.
Well, I mean, so he did solicit matching investment from some of these companies. But, like, Time Inc. and the Mayfield Fund invested alongside Sequoia Capital. He didn't, like, raise money from Time Inc. that Sequoia Capital invested. At least that's the way it was described in articles at the time.
I misspelled Sequoia. Did I? I don't know. Yes. Combined with Atari's annual earnings of $2.5 to $3.5 million, Valentine's Capital opened a $100 million credit line at a bank. Some bank. Whatever the bank was. And that's from Zap, where he just cites it in the middle, even though he's been taking stuff from it this entire time. I don't know why what do the citations mean? Why are they here?
Legal purposes.
Yeah, there you go.
Valentine took longer than expected to close the deal. By the time he was ready, the new business Atari received through its merger with Key Games had resulted in increased earnings. You mean they were making money at all?
Right, exactly. And by increased earnings, we mean earnings.
While Bushnell waited impatiently to open a new money line with Valentine's Capital, his company amassed a balance sheet that was strong enough to get a loan. When Valentine finally decided to close the deal, Atari no longer needed him. Nope, this is Alcorn.
It's a big one for you.
Christ.
Big one for you.
I thought I was giving Alex the heavy ones, the Bushnell, but
Alcorn's a raconteur.
I should say. So what happens with venture capitalists? Time is in their favor usually. They love to delay and delay because the more they wait, the more they're squeezing your nuts. And the more the deal gets better in their favor. In this case, we had pulled ourselves out of the fire. Things were going along pretty smoothly by the time Don was ready to cut the deal. I don't know the exact numbers, but 2 or 3 days before the deal was going to close, we had a board meeting and our corporate attorney told us, you know, guys, the valuation on this deal is all wrong. We made the valuation back when you were in trouble. You're no longer in trouble. The deal is way out of whack. We had 2 choices. We could basically let the deal go as is or change the price. Basically double the price. If we pissed Don off, we knew we'd never get the deal. I think we still needed some money, and he was the only chance of getting financing because he was the top venture capitalist in the valley. We decided to roll the dice. We doubled the price Don had to pay us, double or nothing. If he didn't buy it, we went out of a business. What the hell? We were young. Don showed up that night with a station wagon full of champagne to celebrate closing the deal, as was the style at the time. And Joe Keenan told him, oh, by the way, we've doubled the price. Don blew up. But when he calmed down, we went ahead and did it at double the price. A Studebaker full of champagne.
Yeah, that does sound like a particular time and place for that kind of thing.
What a venture capitalist driving a station wagon.
Right.
I have follow-up questions.
Valentine took his role as a member of Atari board very seriously. He attended board meetings and participated in the decision-making process. Though he did not particularly enjoy video games, he took Atari games home and played them. How? How did he do this? Just take every single cabinet, shove it into his little house?
Yeah, give it a cab at a time, maybe.
I mean, he probably didn't have a little house.
Despite the culture clash, he visited the manufacturing facility to observe the progress. According to Valentine, he had to hold his breath whenever he visited Atari. Straight-laced and conservative, Valentine did not smoke. I mean, maybe if I had to guess, he probably smoked cigarettes, but I don't know.
I don't know.
He claimed that the manufacturing plant reeked of marijuana, and if he wasn't careful where he breathed, he sometimes accidentally inhaled it. Oh, he inhaled!
Oh, no.
Now he can never run for office. Valentine's Association... Association with Atari ended 2 years later. Though he profited from the investment, Atari was far from his most lucrative deal. A few years later, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak asked Valentine to help them start Apple computers.
And he said no. While Sequoia did eventually invest in Apple computers, he turned down the opportunity to invest at the beginning and sent them to Mike Markkula instead.
In 1986, Valentine was approached by Cisco Systems, a company that pioneered the development of internet equipment?
Guess he's trying to say something about routers. I don't know.
Let's go. Did not. So it wasn't the internet.
Yes, exactly.
That's my objection.
It was networking equipment.
He invested $2.5 million in the company in exchange for 1/3 of the stock. Over the next decade, Cisco became an integral part of the success of the internet. By 1996, Valentine's 1/3 share of the company was valued at more than $10 billion. But did they keep it the whole time? Probably not.
And in all fairness, it wasn't Valentine's share of the company. It was Sequoia's share, and that got distributed amongst all of the individuals that the venture capital was raised from. I mean, Valentine didn't have 1/3 of the stock all by himself.
Yeah, no, pretty. No, like, is there any person in the history of big business that has managed to keep more than like 10% of the stock within one person?
Right.
Because I honestly don't think that's ever happened.
Exactly.
The wild ones.
If that was his share, then they call that embezzlement.
Don Valentine was not the only partner who clashed with Atari's corporate culture. Sears Roebuck was a no-nonsense button-down business as well. By this time, Bushnell had used his new line of credit to purchase a manufacturing facility in Sunnyvale, California. One day, a number of Sears executives wished to visit the location for an inspection.
So, I'm pretty sure that we have an incorrect thing here, because as far as I know from a couple of interviews, the home manufacturing facility was actually the old Key Games factory that was repurposed.
Makes sense. The plant was not yet in operation, but workers had recently installed a new conveyor line that Bushnell sometimes rode while in a box as a diversion. The Sears executives arrived just in time to see Bushnell climbing into a box and surfing the line. They were shocked by his unorthodox behavior. The difference in corporate cultures became even more apparent as the day went on. The Sears people had come in suits and ties. The Atari people wore t-shirts and blue jeans. By the end of the day, Bushnell was concerned that he had alienated his visitors. Not wanting to leave a bad impression, Bushnell had one final chance to soften the situation. That night, he and his board were scheduled to have dinner with the Sears team at a local Italian restaurant. Ooh, wee wee. In an effort to look more professional, Bushnell had his board...
That was French.
I was seeing if anyone would catch it. Bushnell had his board attend the dinner dressed in suits and ties. Unfortunately, the Sears executive, too, were worried about the impression they had made. Not wanting to appear too stuffy, they attended the dinner in t-shirts and blue jeans.
I mean, obviously, like Bushnell and his people owned suits, but
yeah,
that means that the Sears executives probably had to go out and buy t-shirts and blue jeans before dinner.
This story would be better told in a block quote. I don't know why it's told.
I agree. I agree.
I thought of Nolan as the great suit-wearing visionary, someone who would be bored day-by-day operations. Joe Keenan was the volunteer who took care of most of the day-to-day operation.
In blue jeans. For a brief period in 1975, Atari faced no emergencies.
I doubt that, but we'll call that dramatic literature.
Yeah. With the new factory in Sunnyvale, not Sunnyvale, the company had enough manufacturing muscle to fulfill Sears Roebuck's orders for 1,500 pong units.
Yeah, our best estimates are that they didn't actually make 100,000. But we don't have exact numbers.
But so probably didn't fulfill 150,000. Under Jim Tubb's direction... Jim Tubb? Okay, just throwing a name out there, all right.
Yeah. Al Alcorn gave him that name because he talks about him in his oral history, too. He was, like, related to a country music star.
Have
Jim
you
Tubb.
tried to look him up?
Bobby
no,
Tubb.
I don't think I have.
Well, there's your new mission.
I might have at one point, but yeah, I don't recall.
The manufacturing process moved along smoothly, like the slide guitar on a good country song.
There you go.
Through the merger with Key Games, Joe Keenan became president of Atari. Because he was the least wild member on the original Atari board, Keenan made an excellent point man for working with Don Valentine and Sears. And everybody else, because everybody else was crazy.
That's right.
During this time, Al Alcorn was vice president of research and development, and Steve Bristow was vice president of engineering. Al's department focused largely on home game technology, but also built a prototype of an extra-wide pinball machine and developed a high-speed modem. No, the modem was Cyan. I'm fairly certain. And then the pinball machine was the pinball department.
Yeah, well, I mean, technically, Cyan reported to Al because they were.
Yeah, but that's not his department. Cyan is a different wing of the company, basically.
But they reported to Al because they were part of R&D.
Al's department focused.
Al's department is R&D, and Cyan was part of R&D.
Nah. Bristow's team developed new arcade games. Of all the departments at Atari, research, development, and engineering were the departures that intrigued Bushnell the most. Bushnell often visited. He looked over engineers' shoulders as they designed new games. Sometimes he saw ways to improvise and improve designs. On occasion, he suggested changes. Alcorn referred to Bushnell's visits as Nolan attacks. Not as catchy as Jack Attack, but
also not as terrifying.
And said that they slowed engineers' progress. According to Alcorn, Bushnell would approach engineers in the middle of the design process with solutions, and because he had not been involved with the project from the start, his suggestions did not always work. Dalecorn.
Let me tell you what happens when you're Nolan Bushnell.
You don't want to know.
Unless you're being very clear, sometimes junior guys think you...
Wait, this is me! Stop! This is Nolan!
Alex.
Why is he talking about himself in the third person?
Let me tell you what happens when you're Nolan Bushnell. You go into a lab, and you sit down, and you're talking with guys, and they're having a problem. And they'll say, what about this? Unless you're being very fair, sometimes junior guys think you told them what to do, when in fact you're really asking, have you considered this solution? 2 or 3 times people thought they were following orders, when in fact I was trying to help them solve a problem they were having.
This one does make me think a little bit. Because I do, that's in part, Nolan Bushnell, he is an engineer, like that he did go to school for that, so it's not like he's lying about having at least an interest in that direction.
Right.
So, I'm not so sure about the 3 times thing that we're about to get to, but I feel like this does kind of hit true, that he did actually try and offer actual practical solutions to engineering problems.
No, I can believe it. I really can.
Because there's the other vision of Nolan Bushnell as the guy with his head completely in the clouds and not really knowing what the any sort of practical solution to anything, and I don't think that's true.
You could build this large wooden badger.
Hoping to keep research and development running smoothly, Alcorn made a new rule. Engineers were not allowed to follow Bushnell's orders unless he repeated them 3 times. Bristow was even more straightforward. Nolan could do things and discuss anything he wanted, but my staff made no changes until I okayed them. That's probably the actual thing that happened.
Yes.
Since Bushnell rarely followed projects closely, he seldom checked in to see if his suggestions were being implemented. Before long, Bushnell discovered Alcorn's strategy. He held a brainstorming meeting for research and development staff in Grass Valley. No.
I'm sure it was Pajaro Dunes.
During an opening speech, Bushnell said, "I understand there's a new rule that says that you don't have to do what I tell you unless I say it 3 times. Well, I'm telling you now, and when I tell you something, you do it." An engineer sitting across the room shouted back, "Could you repeat that 2 more times?" In an attempt to control Bushnell's visits, Alcorn set up a security system. Whenever Bushnell entered research and development, Alcorn distracted him by leading him from project to project. If Alcorn was out of the department when Bushnell arrived, the engineers could reach him with a special beeper.
I couldn't keep him out. But when he went in, I'd just follow him around and tell guys, if you do what he tells you to do, you're fired. You're working for me, not him.
I mean, that is a question of corporate hierarchy.
I mean, if he's the manager, he has hiring and firing authority.
According to Alcorn, this strategy worked for a while, but Bushnell eventually concocted a method of monitoring research and development that even fooled Alcorn. He placed an ally in the department to tell him about each project. His informant had to be unimportant, someone so small and insignificant that Alcorn would never notice him. Bushnell's informant was Steve Jobs.
Little prick. Jobs was so low in the totem pole of Atari that I didn't care what happened to him. He was completely off the radar scope. Hey, radar scope.
Did somebody mention the radar scope? Did you know that Radar Scope, after it was a failure, converted to a game called Doki Doki Panic?
I knew this was coming. The whole spy thing is probably total and complete bullshit.
Exactly. That just seemed like
who was he placing? Like where? So like Jobs was just hanging out with the engineers.
Plus, wasn't Jobs like supposed to be working away from everybody else because everybody hated him?
Yeah. Reminders of a risky past. In 1976, 2 events reminded the video game manufacturers of their roots in the pinball industry. The first was the legalization of pinball in New York and Chicago. Nope, not in Chicago.
No, Chicago was 77.
The process began in early 1976 when Irving Holzman, the president of the New York Music and Amusement Association, is that right? I can't remember. I wrote this down somewhere because this is something I am gonna like dig into sharply because he is not the sole figure in this.
Right, and the other thing is this was not how the process began because they actually sued first. Because in LA they had overturned the ban via lawsuit, and they tried the same thing in New York, but they lost the case in 75. And it was after that they decided to go through the city council.
So. Alright, I need to look at my notes for Arcade Dreams about Holzman and the other. So I believe Holzman wasn't the guy who started it, so there was one guy who started it, and then there was a guy who finished it because the original person died.
Yeah.
Before they could actually. Oops. Oh man, this is gonna take a bit because.
And the other thing is there wasn't LaGuardia's 40-year ban. So what?
Right,
what
LaGuardia
happened?
didn't ban it.
Yeah, and I don't know what you got into when the discussed because I didn't watch that part of the stream. But what happened is the court out said that LaGuardia could seize pinball machine gambling devices in 1942. The city council actually outlawed pinball in 1948. So that's the ordinance they're looking to overturn is the 1948 law banning pinball.
And the game. So the original guy who was starting the push into New York was a guy named Al Denver, who was the original head of the Music and Amusement Association.
Yeah, and he was the co-founder of the MOA.
Any relation to John?
Probably not.
I mean, we're all related if you go far enough.
Right. So Holzman takes over from Denver. What does it say? Yeah, so it just says he's the president. Well, yeah, so it didn't begin then because
Yeah.
it began under Al Denver. So like if we're gonna have a real hero in the story, it's Al Denver. I have no idea if Sharp ever met Denver, but I will ask him about it.
Yeah.
They applied to the New York City Council to have LaGuardia's 40-year ban on pinball removed. Gottlieb and Williams had been marketing special Adaball machines in New York since 1972. I mean, I don't... What they were able to circumvent... Okay, I'm very questionable about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that at all.
You know, Adaball comes in 1960. But I don't know when they first got it into New York.
Yeah, I don't know the history of that, so I can't say it's wrong, but it smells off.
but it sure doesn't seem like Kent should know either.
And Holzman felt that the time had come to challenge the ban entirely. The city council agreed to hold a hearing on the matter in April. Is that the right date? Nope, it was May. So,
of course it was. Of course it was. Okay. Why you? Yes.
Yeah. You're right, Noah. The one key testimony in the hearings came from Roger Sharp, an editor at Gentleman's Quarterly. Sharp was an extremely gifted pinball player who, after completing a feature about pinball, well, actually quite a few features about pinball, had decided to write a book about the history of the pinball industry.
Called Pinball!
Yeah. Exclamation point. Everything's better with an exclamation point. Spacewar included. Sharp testified about pinball and the skills needed to master it. He talked about the work that went into designing pinball machines and the popularity of pinball throughout the United States and in many countries around the world. After his testimony, Sharp was asked to demonstrate his skill. All right, Dilly, let's see you with your... You got to grow a mustache for this, though.
Wait. Do you guys know what he sounds like, or...?
I do. I interview him.
I've seen interviews with him, but...
I don't know what he sounds like. So.
Put me in character, says Dilly.
You don't know what Don Valentine sounds like.
I'm sorry.
But you did it anyway, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
and I don't know what Masai Nakamura sounds like, but I know what he doesn't sound like. So you'll be fine.
Well, along with my testimony, it was supposed to...
You're doing great.
Yes.
Doing great.
I was supposed to give a demonstration to show that the game was fixed up.
I can hear the New Yorker, him. Oh, yeah.
I think he's from Chicago, actually.
I think he is from... I mean, he's in Chicago
I mean, that's
now.
what he told me.
No, I say, there's a funny side to all this. There were 2 games set out. The second game was a real fast fallback just in case anything happened on the first. Oh, yeah. The cameras were all set back to the other game. They all got caught to the end of my testimony, and the head of the city council stood up and said, I say, I understand that you are not going to demonstrate pinball for us. I said, yes, and he said, not that game. Let's do that one more over there. I guess he thought that the first game was fixed.
It's like he was in the room with us.
Sharp was directed to play a Gottlieb pinball game called Bank Shot. He began by describing the machine to the council, explaining its targets, rules, and objectives. After some explanation, Sharp played 2 balls, acquainting himself with the machine and demonstrating the use of the flippers. On his 3rd ball, he decided to prove that the proper use of the plunger required skill.
Oh God,
that's what she said. That's what she said.
Boing.
There are minors in the room, Alex.
It's okay, they're Canadian. They're fine.
Is this Roger Sharp again?
Yes.
It is.
What did I miss?
everything.
Well, on the start of my third ball, I said using the plunger takes skill as well. There was 5 lanes on top of the playfield. I pointed to the lane and said, if I pull this back and this right, the ball's going to go right down this lane. I was just kind of like Babe Ruth calling the shots, you know. I pulled back the plunger, ball went up, but down, bounced it up and down, what I do, up, left and right. All right, we've seen enough. I was just supposed to play an entire game. The city council passed it 6-0. August 1st of that year, which was my birthday. The mayor signed the law for pinball machines to be operated in the city. Good night. Amen.
Wait, so
Bless
so
your
it took
heart,
effect
Billy.
August 1st, but the vote was not 6-0. It was 30-6.
So yeah, it may be, and I don't know, because he played before a committee, right?
Mhm.
So did the committee vote 6-0, and then the larger council vote 30-6? I'm legitimately asking. I don't know.
I don't know what there's not enough details about like what the there's just like 3 articles. They don't have like a super in-depth detail about what happened.
Because I think that's probably the problem. I think he probably played for the committee rather than the council. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, in later tellings, he likes to embellish the story of like, I had no idea it was actually going to go in that lane. But I feel like he did. I feel like he gets it.
Yeah.
That year, 1976, was also the first year in which concerns were raised about the violence in video games. All right, here we go.
There we go.
Exidy Games, not the name of the company.
Nope. Exidy Inc. No games in the name.
A company founded by former Ramtech executive Pete Kaufman. Like, it's
Exidy
just
is
Ramtech out
not-
of nowhere, all right.
Yeah.
And yeah, I know.
Say the line.
The race day driving game. He doesn't have it in this book, so I can't go crazy.
I am doing Pete Kaufman.
Okay.
You're
Released a
doing
driving
what?
game called Death Race. I'm not sure. Is he quoted in this book?
He is.
Okay. I thought he was only quoted in that Game Room interview.
No, he's quoted. There's like one quote.
Okay. Kaufman, a very quiet man, had originally planned to design games for other companies. Destruction Derby, his first project. No,
Not his first project.
Yeah.
Not even close. He is a very quiet man, though. That is true.
Yeah, I was listening to Keith's interview with him.
Yeah.
Unhelpful as it was.
Yeah.
Was a game in which players steered cars around the screen trying to hit other cars. The computer-controlled drone cars were slightly faster than players' cars, but they traveled in zigzag paths. The only way to hit computer-controlled cars was to anticipate which way the drone would turn. You can't. I'm pretty sure it's random, so you can't really anticipate.
Yeah.
You just gotta get lucky. According to Kaufman, Chicago Coin bought Destruction Derby, but refused to pay him his royalties. Kaufman responded by revising the game and re-releasing it himself. The biggest change in the game was in the targets the players hit with their cars. Kaufman renamed the game Death Race. I mean, it was probably him.
Yeah.
And the players ran over stick figures that were supposed to be skeletons escaping from a graveyard. When players ran over the skeletons, tiny crosses would appear in their places.
Death game for Chicago.
You're cutting out because you're talking so fast.
Hold on. I gotta change my sensitivity then. Fix this for this one quote. All right. We're hearing everything now. Sensitivity is non-existent. Death Race was a spin-off from a game we did for Chicago Coin called Destruction Derby, in which you hit other cars. We licensed that to Chicago Coin, and they forced us into competing with ourselves by not paying royalties. We came out with Death Race to compete with our own game.
All right, Godfather.
He's a quiet guy.
Okay, Eddie.
Pete came up with a game called Death Race. It's very tame by today's standards, but in those days it caused a big controversy. The player was asked to drive over running gremlins. They called them gremlins. The rest of the world thought they were stick people, real people, and the idea of the game, of course, was to kill them. Every time you made a hit, a little cross would appear on the monitor signifying a grave. Nice game, fun. Bottom line, the game really took off when TV stations started to get some complaints from irate parents that this was a terrible example to set for children. The industry got a lot of coast-to-coast coverage during news programs. The end result was that XD sales doubled or quadrupled.
Probably not quadrupled.
Probably
What, they
not.
sell like 2,000?
Yeah, 3,000, like 2,000 cabinets and 1,000 boards for export is what is usually reported.
Though Death Race did a substantial business in arcades, many location owners refused to carry it. According to Kaufman, Exidy sold only 1,000 Death Race machines, just a fraction of the number of Seawolf and Gunfight machines Midway placed in that same year. But Death Race stirred up protests and was even discussed on CBS's 60 Minutes. I mean, you don't even talk about Seawolf. Wait, he spelled Gunfight right!
What a twist!
I get distracted by these things. While defending their game in public, Exidy
His editor certainly didn't.
Exidy spokespersons spoke people?
It's fine. I think spokespersons is probably correct. I don't know.
Claimed that Death Race was about running over demons. Nope, not demons.
Gremlins.
Not demons. And had nothing to do with killing people. In private, they agreed that the scandal had boosted their sales. When Death Race 2 arrived in 1977, it had the same basic theme, running over stick figures. There's no Death Race 2. Right?
I think there's
an NES game that counts.
Hold on. Alright, I have to go to flyers.arcade.museum.com. Death Race. There's no Death Race 2.
Okay.
That doesn't... They made lots of games based off of Death Race.
Yes. So is this Pete Kaufman again?
I don't know. I need to check.
I think it might be.
My memory was Death Race.
Yeah.
Were reasonably rare in the wild.
Death Race did very well, but nobody wanted to be associated with it publicly because of the accusations from the press. It seemed like the more controversy, the more our sales increased. We did a sequel, but it was really just the same game. There wasn't anything new about it.
So I think Kent just heard that there was a sequel, assumed it was called Death Race 2, and printed it.
Makes sense, really.
These are times where you should just leave the quote to be.
Death Race 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Although no one can argue with Exidy's success, some competitors felt threatened by the public's reaction to Exidy's violent games. New York City had just legalized pinball, and Death Race threatened to cause the same kind of scandal that gambling machines brought to pinball.
We were really unhappy with that game. We had an internal rule that we wouldn't allow violence against people. Blow up a tank or you could blow up a flying saucer, but you couldn't blow up people. We felt that that was not good form, and we adhered to that all during my tenure.
Though you could completely and utterly destroy somebody jumping over buses and
and they could also do the splat game.
Oh yeah,
Skydiver.
But he's technically right. No blowing up people. Oh, okay,
Yes.
that's a weird end to the chapter. But that's the end of the chapter, and that'll be the end for today.
All right.
Yeah, let's see, how long is this? Yeah, 7 hours. I've been going. Oh man.
Good job, team. I was here for all but like the first 90 minutes, I think.
Yes, thanks for everybody for coming by. This will be the end of the recording, and we'll see you guys next time.